Chapter 1377. The ancient elixir pharmacy had been open for more than half a month. Yuan Gongzi did not return to the sect because the distance between the two places was a little far. It was unrealistic to travel back and forth on the same day. Jun Changshao's idea was to settle accounts once a month. This way, the herbs would mature, and he could also prepare new pills to sell. Patriarch. One day, Wudi came to see him and said, "I've broken through to Wu Sheng's great fulfillment." So fast? Jun Changshao's face was filled with surprise. Among the core disciples, Yi Xingqian had only just broken through to Wu Sheng's peak. Wudi was rarely high profile, but it was not to show off. He said, "Patriarch, please allow me to go out and train." Many of the martial arts facilities in the sect could not keep up with the pace. Instead of cultivating in the sect, it was better to go out and find excitement. In fact, Yi Xingqian also had this plan, but because he was severely beaten by Sun Muching in Stillwater Town, he decided to concentrate on cultivating first and only go out to train after breaking through to a higher level. How long? It's hard to say. You must be careful when you go out. Jun Changshao also knew that the sect had just started in the upper realm. Many of the facilities were basically obsolete, and there was no absolute supply of pills for the time being. Letting the disciples go out to train by themselves was undoubtedly the best choice. There were dangers. There were also opportunities. However, Go Sheng was still a little worried. He said, "Call Xingqian and Zue Ji to go together. They can take care of each other on the way." Yes. Wudi left and then told the two of them about going out to train. The reply he received was, "Let's go." Therefore, the three of them left the sect of all times and embarked on a wonderful journey without the protection of the patriarch. Wait a minute. Just as they reached the foot of the mountain, a voice came from behind. "I'll go with you." Jun Changshao was really worried about the three of them going out, so he let Zi follow. After all, he had lived in the upper realm and should have good experience. At this point, the three of them had gathered, and there was one more scapegoat, Xiao Ziji, who carried the shield. "Where are we going?" The Purple King said proudly. It was as if he was saying that no matter where they went, this king would guarantee their safety. Wudi took out the map and pointed at the red Demon King's cave. When Yi Xingqian and Xiao Ziji saw this, they immediately realized that this junior martial brother must have planned this trip in advance. The Purple King, who originally had an arrogant expression, suddenly became serious and said, "That is one of the most dangerous forbidden areas in the upper realm. With your cultivation level, you will definitely not be able to return." "It's precisely because it's dangerous that I went to train," Wudi said. "Not bad." Yi Xingqian and Xiao Ziji agreed. If there wasn't any danger, it wouldn't be called an adventure. It would be called an adventure. The more dangerous it was, the more exciting it would be. Furthermore, Wudi said, "We only train in the outer regions." All right, Z, who dared to steal the dragon egg, was definitely not a coward. If three rookies who had not even reached the void-piercing realm dared to go, he would definitely accompany them to the end. "Let's go." The super loud background music sounded, and the four of them left the Aeon Immortal Mountain without looking back. Patriarch Li Qingyang, who was standing in front of the mountain gate, frowned and said, "I keep feeling that letting them go out to train will be dangerous." He originally wanted to follow them, but the Patriarch had given him a mission to make full use of the undeveloped areas of the Aeon Immortal Mountain, so he had been bringing Paige to survey the terrain during this period. With Hall Master Z following, there won't be any big problems. How could Jun Changshao not know that the upper realm was even more dangerous? However, since the disciples were here, they had to be prepared to encounter danger and not grow up carefree in a greenhouse all year round. Boom! Boom! In the wilderness, thousands of miles away from the sect of all times, a powerful demonic aura erupted wantonly, causing the surrounding flowers and trees to tremble. The Purple King exposed half of his body and stood proudly on the spot. Why didn't he take off his pants? It was because the attacking beasts were too weak. He took off his shirt while fighting and got rid of them all. Yi Xingqian and the other two looked like they were about to break down. Boss, it wasn't easy to find a target that could be used to fight, but you got rid of them before they even had time to take off your pants. What are we training for? Let's go. The Purple King said proudly. Thus, everyone continued on their journey. On the way to the Demon King's cave, they encountered many high-level beasts, but in the end they were all defeated by him and he just watched the show. All right, the Patriarch didn't send Hall Master Z to protect everyone, but to deliberately steal the limelight. Roar! Roar! One day, hundreds of beasts comparable to Wu Shang's level gathered in the wilderness and surrounded Yi Xingqian, He Wudi, and Xiao Ziji. The Purple King didn't fight this time. He stood on a rock in the distance and said, "Please start your performance." We don't know if we should curse. A month later, Yuan Gongzi returned to the sect. Don't say it first. Jun Changshao interrupted. Let me guess how much you earned. Yuan Gongzi immediately shut his mouth. 10 million. Too little. 20 million. Too little. Jun Changshao was puzzled. He knew how many pills there were in the pharmacy. According to the price he set, even if he sold all of them, he would only earn 20 million at most. Yuan Gongzi smiled and said, Patriarch, a few families from the big cities learned about the effects of our pills and bought them at twice the original price. So, Hall Master Feng made a total of 30 million from the batch of pills that he refined. Jun Changshao raised his hand to cover his face and laughed strangely. Patriarch, Yuan Gongzi said weakly, you didn't. Swoosh! Suddenly, Jun Changshao stood up and put one foot on the chair. He loudly sang a brainwashing song that exposed his age. I made money, I don't know how to spend it. I bought a Nokia with my left hand, a Motorola with my right hand. Poochie! Yuan Gongzi spat out blood on the spot. He was also shocked out of the hall. Go Sheng might be a rookie in martial arts, but he was definitely a master in music. Feng Gui Chen's first batch of pills only cost a few 100,000 profound stones to refine, but when he sold them to the Eternal Pill store, he actually earned 30 million profound stones. No wonder Jun Changshao was so excited that he was singing on the spot. They had only opened for business for a month. As long as they could supply herbs at any time, what about a year? 10 years? The wealth they would gain was unimaginable. We're rich. We're rich. Jun Changshao was excited from day to night and from night to dawn. Then he quickly deployed a new plan to supply the Eternal Pill Pharmacy with all his strength. Elder Wei received the order and actively sent people into the medicine fields to cultivate the seeds of herbs. Page crazily swallowed undeveloped areas and built medicine fields to increase production. While the pace suddenly accelerated, Jun Changshao calmly sat in his study and opened the enhanced version of the Spirit Beast Pavilion. He planned to use profound stones to hatch a beast egg and see how it went. Swoosh! He clicked on the Thunder Caltrip egg and selected Li Qingyang. Jun Changshao had so many contracted beasts that he almost forgot who they were, so he planned to equip his second disciple with one first. When he had money in the future, he would give one to Lu Qianqian, Xiao Ziji, and the others. Disciple matched, profound stone matched, and the incubation button lit up. Phew! Jun Changshao took a deep breath and prayed, I hope the contracted beast that I bought with money is worthy of the quality of a rare treasure. Ding! Incubation begins. 10981. Ding! Thunder Caltrip egg hatched successfully. It will automatically sign a contract with disciple Li Qingyang. Damn! Jun Changshao sighed with emotion. So damn fast. Chapter 1378. In a relatively empty area of the Aeon Immortal Mountain, Li Qingyang, who was surveying the terrain, said with satisfaction, This place is not bad. It can be used for planting medicinal herbs. In the past few days, he had been strolling around the outer 4 layers of the sect, finding many suitable for developing medicinal fields and transforming new mountains. On the road of construction, the second disciple walked further and further away. It was mainly because Jun Changshao had developed the sect very well, allowing Li Qingyang and the others to have time to develop their personal hobbies, unlike the other martial artists of the other sects who wholeheartedly cultivated. If they were not careful, they would fall behind and be marginalized. Let's go to other places and take a look. Li Qingyang had just lifted a foot when some kind of fluctuation suddenly came from his body, and his entire body seemed to have fallen into a short period of time. A moment later, returning to normal, he asked in surprise, "What's going on?" "Qingyang." At this moment, the patriarch's voice sounded in his ears. "Come to the main hall." "Yes." Li Qingyang gave up on continuing to explore the terrain and got up to head to the Ironbone Peak. Just as he walked into the main hall, something suddenly pounced on him. He wanted to dodge or block it, but an unprecedented sense of familiarity rose in his heart, so he subconsciously hugged it. Sizzle! Thunder snakes spurted out, and the air was filled with a murderous aura. Li Qingyang focused his gaze and realized that he was hugging a ferocious beast whose entire body was wrapped in lightning. He couldn't tell what species it was. Its two eyes were very big, and its pupils were like lightning. It looked very cute. "Qingyang," Jun Changshao, who was sitting on the patriarch's throne, said, "This is the Thunder Caltrip beast. From today onwards, it will be your exclusive contract beast." "Huh." Li Qingyang was stunned. Whoosh! The Thunder Caltrip beast, which was about the size of a shepherd dog, stuck out its tongue and licked its master's face. A human-like smile gradually appeared on its face. "Damn! What's behind second senior brother? Thunder and lightning are gathered on its fur." Li Qingyang walked out of the main hall, and the Thunder Caltrip beast, which was still in its infancy, followed behind him. Its little tail kept swaying, which immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding disciples. Second senior brother, Su Xiaomao, ran over and asked in surprise, "What's this?" Li Qingyang said, "The patriarch gave me a contract beast." "Contract beast?" Su Xiaomao was even more surprised. He stretched out his hand to touch the adorable little guy, but as soon as he touched its fur, he started to shiver. Then his hair stood on end, and he collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Li Qingyang's eyes widened. The little guy clearly looked very weak, but he was actually able to electrocute junior brother Su. "Qingyang." Jun Changshao walked out of the hall with his hands behind his back and said, "Although this beast has just been born, it already has the strength of a saint beast, so you must not let others touch it." "Comparable to a saint beast?" Li Qingyang exclaimed, "So strong." The beast eggs in the Spirit Beast Pavilion were defined as rare and exotic beasts, so they were definitely extraordinary. It was normal for the eggs to be at the level of a martial emperor after hatching. In fact, Jun Changshao was still not satisfied. It would be even better if the eggs were at the upper level of the void, shattering tier, or core transformation tier when they were born. "Patriarch," Li Tiantian ran over and rubbed his hands. "When are you going to reward me with a contract beast?" Don't worry, Jun Changshao said. "As long as your performance is outstanding enough, there will be one sooner or later." He couldn't wait to give each of his disciples an exclusive contract beast, but his financial strength didn't allow it, so he could only slowly accumulate wealth in the future and equip them with it. Nyo has a condor. You can save 10 million. Yi Xingqin's condor had also ascended, but because of its strength, it spent most of its time cultivating in the mountains. There were many spirit beasts of different levels in the Ironbone Mountain, and the number far exceeded that of the Sect's disciples. Furthermore, it was led by the Purple King, so it was not a problem to arrange a contract beast for each of the disciples. However, that was just an ordinary one. The beast eggs in the Spirit Beast Pavilion were all rare and exotic beasts. Not only could they be used as contract beasts to fight alongside their masters, they also had many other benefits. For example, when Li Qingyang returned to his residence and cultivated as usual, he realized that his absorption and understanding of the thunder attribute had increased by a lot. That's not right. I didn't eat the profound cultivation pill at all. Just as Li Qingyang was puzzled, he suddenly realized that the thunder rhinoceros beast lying beside him was enveloped in a dense thunder attribute, absorbing a lot of pure energy as it breathed. At the same time, he felt that his understanding and knowledge of the thunder attribute was also increasing bit by bit as the other party swallowed the attribute. So he exclaimed, "It can help me cultivate!" In order to confirm this guess, Li Qingyang stopped cultivating and stared at the thunder rhinoceros beast breathing again and again. In the end, he came to the conclusion that even if he didn't use the mental cultivation method to absorb the heaven and earth attribute, it still had a subtle improvement in the thunder attribute. Not bad. This was the characteristic of the beast eggs in the spirit beast pavilion. As long as it hatched and established a contract relationship with the warrior, its own cultivation would also improve the master. Of course, the master's improvement would also improve the contract beast. In short, Jun Changxiao's contract with Paige and the purple lightning spirit tiger belonged to the ordinary level, while Li Qingyang's contract with the thunder rhinoceros beast belonged to the advanced level. To explain it in professional terms, this was a natal contract. Warriors could form natal weapons and treasures and achieve perfect communication to increase their combat strength. Masters and servants under a natal contract could also improve their strength, and they could even share martial arts and resources in real time. F***CK. Jun Changxiao was surprised when he heard this. Is it that amazing? The second disciple and the thunder rhinoceros beast could share experience, so their cultivation speed would definitely be faster. Moreover, beasts didn't need martial arts or mental cultivation methods. They could become stronger just by breathing, which meant they could also become stronger while lying down and sleeping. The system said there are flaws. What flaws? Although the second disciple and the thunder rhinoceros beast can share experience, they will also share damage. If either of them is heavily injured, the other will be injured. Jun Changxiao said, "That's pretty F***cat up." Of course, the system said, with a contract beast that can share experience, the disciples will definitely improve faster, and they can also fight together. Overall, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Makes sense. Jun Changxiao rubbed his chin and said, "After the pharmacy settlement next month, we'll free up some funds to equip Qian and the others with contract beasts." Hatching the thunder rhinoceros egg was an internal test, and the results were satisfactory, so the core disciples would definitely be equipped. It was just a matter of time. Xing didn't dare to think this way without the huge profits brought by the ancient elixir pharmacy. After all, hatching an egg cost tens of millions of magnetite. The importance of the Sect's business was immediately reflected. Whoosh! Whoosh! In a mountain forest far away from the Sect of all times, dozens of black shadows that seemed to be shrouded in lightning moved quickly. "Big brother, there's news from the clan. The egg hatched in the thunder pool has been born. Have you confirmed the location?" "Not yet. Damn it, the upper realm is so big. Without an accurate location, how can we find it?" This group of black shadows at least confirmed that the egg had been born. The dozens of other clans that were searching in other directions didn't have any clues at all, and could only run around like flies. In the incomparably vast hall of the Realm Hall, a few elders were also discussing. One of them said in a low voice, "Recently, all the major clans have come into being. Could it be that they want to completely shed all pretense of cordiality and violate the friendly agreement that was made tens of thousands of years ago?" "Humph," an elder said coldly. "I've said it before. Those who aren't of our clan will definitely have different intentions. We shouldn't have made the agreement back then and let them develop steadily for so many years." "Report." At this time, someone came to meet them and said, "The dragon clan is also moving." What? A few elders immediately stood up and said with furrowed brows, "Even the dragon clan is starting to get restless. I'm afraid this isn't a good sign." Chapter 1379. The upper realm was indeed a little restless during this period of time. Clans that rarely set foot in the secular world had begun to take action. The initiator, Jun Changshao, did not know that the entire world had become turbulent because of him. At this moment, he was peacefully continuing to farm and earn money in the sect, obtaining huge profits with very little capital. If the eternal elixir pharmacy continued to develop, the accumulated wealth would definitely be terrifying. Even if in the end the wealth would become a pile of numbers, who would complain about having too little money? Therefore, Jun Changshao began to think, should he open branches in other cities or buy other businesses? No, we don't have enough manpower and materials. Let's develop the elixir pharmacy in Linyuan City first, then consider expanding the business. After all, it was not a one-key refinement like the elixir pavilion. The supply of elixirs required sufficient manpower. At present, Feng Guichin was the only pitiful alchemist in the sect, so he could not always make 997. Patriarch. Li Luoqiu walked into the main hall and said, "Yuan Gongzi sent a letter saying that many clans in the field of medicinal herbs are willing to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with us." Not only did the upper realms version of Patriarch AI come, but there was also a large group of them. In this month, the Eternal Elixir Pharmacy had become popular in the surrounding areas. Any medicinal herb merchant with a bit of eyesight all hoped to provide a source of medicinal herbs. Tell old Yuan that we can cooperate with them, but the medicinal herbs need to be supplied according to our requirements. Jun Changshao said, ordinary medicinal herbs were definitely unable to refine high-quality elixirs. The reason why they still wanted to buy them was that they could use them to refine the first transformation shaping pill. The medicinal herbs contained in the nourishing earth were refined into high-quality elixirs to attack the market and earn more profits for the sect. Ordinary medicinal herbs were used to refine the system's elixirs to strengthen the strength of the disciples. Li Luoqiu hurriedly sent the news to Linyuan City. After Yuan Gongzi received the news, he immediately called the people in charge of several medicinal herbs businesses and began to negotiate seriously. To put it bluntly, they were bargaining. After an hour of discussion, the people in charge of the various clans walked out in a daze. They swore in their hearts that they had never seen such a stingy person in their lives. A few days later, a large number of medicinal herbs were transported over from Linyuan City. After Jun Changshao took a look at them one by one, he said in surprise, "The price is so cheap." If only Goxing knew that young Master Yuan Spittle was flying all over the place at the negotiating table, and he almost made the other party cry, he would understand why the price was so cheap. Swoosh! He opened the elixir pavilion, matched the number of shaping pills, and started the one-button production. After a period of time, all the pills were refined. Jun Changshao couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It's still easier to cheat. The system said, if the host sells this kind of pill, the profits will definitely be higher. Me too. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes and said, the disciples haven't been popularized yet. How can there be any extra to sell? The freshly made shaping pills were distributed one after another. More and more disciples benefited and continued to focus on their cultivation. It had been a few months since they ascended, and the overall strength of the sect of all times could be said to be rising steadily. However, they still couldn't be compared to the Xian sections. After all, their top strength was only supported by the black and white double breaks. How can I become stronger faster? Jun Changshao pondered. Simple. The system said, go to the shop. Jun Changshao said helplessly, I want to, but my strength doesn't allow me to. During this period of time, there hadn't been any missions, and his contribution points had been stuck at 40,000. It was really difficult to cook without rice. I've been cooped up at home all day. How can there be missions? Ding. Side mission activated. System. If you know how to talk, then talk more. Jun Chang laughed. Whether or not I can become stronger in the future will all depend on you. The face, slapping poison healer system. He opened the system interface. The mission content was, attend the Sect conference at Lingfeng Mountain at the beginning of next month. It's that simple. Jun Changshao was stunned. It wasn't to kill monsters or level up. It was just to attend a conference. The mission given was really not difficult at all. The system muttered, although the mission is simple with the host's personality, it will definitely be a unique conference. Impossible. Jun Changshao said solemnly, I'll just go and listen to how the leaders of the various sects are bragging. I won't cause any trouble. In fact, whether it was the lower realm or the upper realm, it was normal for the major sects to hold a conference today and a conference tomorrow. After all, everyone was in the same circle and needed to interact with each other. Jun Changshao had just arrived and was unfamiliar with the place. Even if it wasn't for the mission, he was naturally willing to broaden his horizons after learning about this. Lingfeng Mountain, he took out the map, confirmed the location, and said it's not too far away. If we set off now, we should be able to reach at the beginning of next month. With the appearance of the side mission, Jun Changshao was motivated. He began to arrange the internal affairs of the sect and decided to set off tomorrow morning. After knowing that he was going to attend the conference between the sects, rows of flowers questioned him continuously. Do they approve of you? Did they let you attend? This, Jun Changshao shrugged indifferently and said, We'll talk about it when I get there. Rows of flowers said, I'm afraid that if you don't attend the conference, you'll be collectively targeted and cause a lot of trouble. You must be kidding. Jun Changshao said proudly, My master is Zhenren Tonggu. Who dares to collectively target him? At this moment, Zhenren Tonggu, who was playing chess with his friend in the distance, gradually felt a subtle, ominous feeling in his heart. It was a far cry from the feeling of the old Taishan. Strange. He put down a chess piece and wondered, Why do I feel uneasy? His friend sitting opposite him held a chess piece and said seriously, Recently the major clans have been mobilizing. I'm afraid that there will be new turmoil in this already unstable world. Zhenren Tonggu smiled and said, This has nothing to do with us. Naturally, there's no need to pay attention to it. Sigh. His friend shook his head and said, I'm just afraid that when the time comes, it'll be difficult to truly protect ourselves and we'll be involved. After saying that, he put down a chess piece. Then you're underestimating my Taoist heart. Zhenren Tonggu smiled and said. His indifferent and disillusioned demeanor became more intense. By the way, his friend asked, I heard that you and Guhong have a duel and that your disciple will decide the outcome for you. That's right. Zhenren Tonggu nodded and said. His friend said, Since you can come to me to play chess, you must have found a suitable disciple, right? Yes. How's his aptitude? At the mention of his new disciple, a smile appeared on Zhenren Tonggu's face. He said, He brought a mountain that carries the sect and forcefully resisted the heavenly thunder formation of 10,000 tribulations to ascend. Do you think this disciple of mine has a future? Oh, his friend said in surprise, Is it the mountain that caused the vision of heaven and earth before? Yes. TSK. You've taken in a hot potato. What do you mean? Bringing a sect and forcefully ascending is really against the way of heaven. Even if he survives the heavenly thunder formation of 10,000 tribulations, he'll definitely be targeted by the Jiehao. If he makes any mistakes in the future, as his master, you'll definitely have to deal with the consequences. This, Zhenren Tonggu's smile gradually froze. Although he didn't care about the Jiehao, it was still an organization that managed the entire world on the surface. If they insisted on messing with his disciple, then they could try. P.S. The double monthly votes event is here. Roaring for monthly votes. Chapter 1380. Spirit Peak Mountain. It was a rather famous mountain in the upper realm, as many sects like to discuss the Tao here. At this moment, on the ancient stairs leading to the mountain, martial artists from the surrounding sects were walking together. Jun Changshao was among them, but because he was wearing a black robe and walking with his head lowered, he did not have much of a presence. Senior brother, why is he alone? Maybe he's an itinerant cultivator who came all the way here to watch the show. The martial artists walking on the mountain path were all in groups, except for Jun Changshao. Therefore, no matter how low-key he was like a firefly in the dark, so bright and so outstanding. Many sects had come to the Spirit Peak mountain meeting this time, but their overall strength was not strong, and the martial artists' cultivation levels were uneven. I thought it was going to be a conference with more standards. Jun Changshao shook his head and decided in his heart that he would return to the sect immediately after completing the side mission. The system was speechless. Can the host withstand the aura of those top sects if he participates in a conference of those top sects? His own sect was considered inferior in the upper realm, and yet he had the cheek to look down on others. Following the stairs to the top of the mountain, what appeared in his field of vision was an empty space that had been artificially leveled. Martial artists from various sects were gathered there, and this reminded Jun Changshao of the Hua Mountain Martial Arts Symposium and Palace Mastership. Stop! Just as he was about to walk over, he was stopped by a martial artist who said in a low voice, "A sect meeting is being held here. Non-sect members are prohibited from entering." Jun Changshao said, "Which eye of yours can tell that I'm not from a sect?" "Left eye and right eye," the martial artist said lightly. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "Then I'd advise you to get your eyes treated quickly, lest you go blind in the future." That martial artist was instantly enraged. Jun Changshao ignored him, and then shouted in a clear voice, "Patriarch of the sect of all times, Jun Changshao, has come to participate in the Spirit Peak mountain meeting." As he spoke, the aura of a sect leader completely erupted. When he was being funny, Gosheng was very funny. But when he was serious, Gosheng was still very funny. Sect of all times. The upper echelons of the various sects who were flattering each other turned their heads, one after another, and all of their eyes were filled with astonishment. Everyone was in the southeast region. Naturally, they had heard of this sect that had ascended. Moreover, they knew that the Imperial Sword Profound Sect and the Soaring Blade Profound Sect had suffered losses before. It's him. I once saw it at the foot of the mountain. Before this, when the various sects went to the myriad ancient immortal mountain to look for trouble, there were people who went over to join in the fun. They had seen Jun Changshao's true appearance before. A newly ascended sect actually dares to participate in an alliance meeting like ours? Do they really think they're big shots? One of the sect's upper echelons said unhappily. Although none of the sects present had reached the Xian level, this did not prevent them from taking advantage of their seniority. Jun Changshao said, "Don't you welcome Jun?" "Little guy," an elder said, "although you're the leader of a sect, you're still new here. Wait until you've established your footing in the upper realm before you come to participate in the alliance meeting." His words were very gentle, but it was obvious that he was telling Jun Changshao that the sect of all times did not have the qualifications to participate in this discussion. Elder Lan, a rather elegant middle-aged man, said, "You can't say that. After all, the sect of all times is still a sect. Since they came from afar to participate, how can we reject them?" Jun Changshao cast a grateful look. Although there were so many martial artists from the various sects who did not openly look down on him, the disdain in their eyes was enough to explain the problem. Only this person stood up to speak up for him. The system said, "Is the upper realms version of the Tsangshan sect about to appear?" Jun Patriarch, the elegant middle-aged man, cupped his hands and said, "Please come in." "Thank you." Jun Changshao cupped his hands, then ignored the martial artist in front of him and walked towards the platform that was paved with some kind of special stone. Ding. Side mission completed. Host received 200,000 contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points. 240000. Ding. Congratulations to host for completing the side mission. Hidden rewards. Experience Talisman X1. Kiliacosm Shadow Clone Technique X1. The secret manual was given. Jun Chang Xiao hurriedly entered the spatial ring and found a yellowed book appearing. Sorry. In the outside world, he cupped his hands and said, I still have something to do, so I'll go back first. Since the mission was completed and he was given a secret manual, he definitely had to go back and study it. There was no need to continue participating in these flattering and boasting activities. The martial artists from the various sects were stunned. You were the one who wanted to come in, and now you want to turn around and leave? Are you not taking the sect alliance seriously? Jun Patriarch, the elegant middle-aged man, smiled and said, The sect alliance of Lingfeng Mountain is only held once every few years. Since you're already here, why don't you stay and broaden your horizons? All right. Seeing that the other party spoke up for him, Jun Chang Xiao gave up the idea of leaving. After all, even if there wasn't much nutrition, it wouldn't waste much time. The Imperial Sword Sect is here. Suddenly, a martial artist's shout came from the staircase. Damn, why is this sect also participating? Jun Chang Xiao didn't know that the Lingfeng Mountain Alliance that was held every few years was organized by the Imperial Sword Sect and other Xian sects. Swish! Swish! At this moment, the upper echelons of the Imperial Sword Sect strode up the mountain. The one at the front was a white-haired old man in his 70s. Not only was his gaze as sharp as a sword, but it was also emitting a threatening sword aura. Greetings to the Qiao Patriarch. The elders of the various sects cupped their hands politely. Jun Changxiao's expression was even more interesting. The one who came was actually the Patriarch. Is it too late for me to disappear now? Patriarch Qiao, the elegant middle-aged man, pointed at Jun Changxiao and took the initiative to introduce. This is the Patriarch of the sect of all times. He was smiling. His smile was full of meaning. Jun Changxiao wasn't a fool. He immediately understood that the other party took the initiative to help him. But in fact, they were trying to trap him. Damn it. You people from the upper realm really know how to play. System. I've been slapped in the face again, but I'm not affected at all. Oh. Xiao Baisho's gaze became even colder. His third transformation, core cultivation, completely erupted, as if it had turned into sharp swords that ruthlessly stabbed forward, stealing the flying sword and extorting the Xian stones. It was understandable that he would be targeted. Jun Changxiao, who had weathered many storms, stood proudly in place, allowing the sword-like aura to press down on him. He said indifferently, So it's the Patriarch of the Imperial Sword Sect. It's an honor to meet you. Jun Patriarch. Qiao Baisho said indifferently, There are many debts between our sects that have yet to be settled. If it wasn't for the fact that he was the leader of a Xian sect, he might have already taken out his sword and attacked. Jun Changxiao responded with a dry smile. At this moment, what else could he say? The Imperial Sword Sect is here. At this moment, another person shouted. A few martial artists with heavy auras walked to the top of the mountain and swaggered towards the platform. Damn it! Another enemy has come. Patriarch Qiao, the elegant middle-aged man with a knife hidden behind his smile, introduced again. This is the Patriarch of the sect of all times. Damn it! Jun Changxiao cursed in his heart. I'll remember you! Chapter 1381. The Imperial Sword Sect and the Sharp Blade Sect. These two sects who had a grudge with each other met again. They did not oppose each other, but instead locked onto Jun Changxiao. After all, they were a common enemy. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! On Lingfeng Mountain, the power of swords and sabers erupted. The martial artists from various sects were very perceptive. They all took a few steps back and made space suitable for battle. Although Jun Changshao stood straight, he was actually a little panicked. I came here purely to listen to the big shots brag. How did it end up like this? Kid, the patriarch of the Sharp Blade Sect, Mo Cain, said coldly, draw a line. People who practiced the saber tended to be straightforward and did not know how to beat around the bush. There was only one word to describe it, and that was to fight. Sorry, Jun Changshao said. I'm here to participate in the martial arts competition, not to fight. If you want to fight, let's meet another day. Go Sheng was not scared, but he was in a hurry to return to the sect to study the secret manuals. Ding! Side mission triggered. Jun Changshao collapsed in his heart. This must be forcing me to fight. That was right. He pulled open the mission panel. The content was defeat the Patriarch of Imperial Sword Sect 1 and the Patriarch of the Sharp Blade Sect 1. Look, the system said firmly, only by walking around more can you get more missions. Although that was the case, the two mystic-level Patriarch strength were at the third transition level. Moreover, one was proficient in the way of the sword and the other in the way of the saber. He did not bring any helpers. How could he defeat them? The system said the system is only responsible for issuing missions. Whether or not you can complete them depends on the host. Jun Changshao wanted to curse. Kid! Mo Cain sneered and said, that's not up to you. Boom! A heavy saber was placed in front of him. It was engraved with complicated patterns. From the flashing light around it, one could tell that the quality was not low. Since the mission was here, he must fight. However, Jun Changshao was still pondering in his heart. Should he use the unstoppable blade, or should he use? That's right, and the talismans from the upper realm gift pack. Ta! Jun Changshao took a step forward, and the great sage Set gradually covered his body. He said proudly, then let's fight. Although he was 2 job transitions away from the other party, he had the special effects set and the talismans from the big gift pack. He didn't believe that he couldn't defeat him. Swoosh! Whoosh! The martial artists of the various sects quickly retreated far away, leaving the area paved with stone slabs empty. They were just short of taking out small stools and holding watermelons to watch the show. A cold wind blew, and the atmosphere was somber. Crack! Mo Cain shook his head, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The heavy saber standing in front of him glowed even brighter, as if it was unusually hungry and thirsty. Brat! Mo Cain grabbed the hilt of his saber with one hand and said, show me your weapon. This king disdains to bully an unarmed person. He was particular about people. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, I like to solve problems with my fists. It wasn't that they didn't want to take out their weapons to fight, but compared to the broadsword with all of its special effects, sky-dominating spear, and Ask the Heaven sword would definitely be crushed. No, Jun Changshao said to himself, I still need to think of a way to get some equipment. The system said, the upgraded divine weapon wielding rivers and mountains has not been eliminated. The host can take it out and use it. Right. Jun Changshao hurriedly took out the divine weapon-wielding rivers and mountains that had been lying in his spatial ring for so long that it was about to form a spider web. When everyone saw that it was a stylus, they immediately laughed. There was no other way. The upgraded divine weapon-wielding rivers and mountains was really from a poor family. It was simple and unadorned. There was no way it could compare to the dragon-slaying saber. Mo Cain raised his eyebrows and said, You want to have a literary battle? Martial battle. Jun Changshao grabbed the divine weapon-wielding rivers and mountains, and his body immediately erupted with an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. With a divine weapon, there would naturally be a divine weapon wielding rivers and mountains. However, when Mo Cain raised his saber, his rank 3 cultivation erupted. No matter what kind of aura you had, no matter what kind of background music you had, they would all be suppressed. Boom! The saber flashed, shaking the mountains. Thump! 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 Jun Changshao retreated continuously. When he stabilized his body, he grimaced and said to himself, "A rank 3 revolving core realm is so strong." Nonsense. The system said rank 1 to 9 in the upper realm is not the same as rank 1 to 9 in the lower realm. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than her husband holds a golden brick. The difference in rank is like a mountain. F***CK. Jun Changshao said, "Copy the narration." Whoosh! Suddenly, Mo Cain swung his saber over. His own strength and the power of his weapon burst forth. It could be said to be earth-shattering. Lord Grimm was holding a simple and unadorned pen in his hand. It was as if he was a level 0 player facing a pay-to-win warrior. Boom! The saber slashed over heavily. Although Go Sheng avoided it, he was still forced back by the airwave and special effects. There's no suspense. Absolute suppression in strength. Who gave him the courage to stand out and challenge Patriarch Mo one-on-one? From the short exchange, the martial artists could see that Jun Changshao had some skills and thought that he would definitely lose after a few more moves. Whoosh! Whoosh! Mo Cain swung his saber, and light and shadow burst out instantly. Obviously, this guy was showing off his skills, letting the various sects see his perfect saber technique. Swish! Swish! Jun Changshao was powerless to resist and could only retreat step by step. If it were other rank 1 revolving core realm cultivators, they would not have the ability to dodge at all. Whoosh whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! The saber shadows crisscrossed, and the speed gradually increased. Jun Changshao unlocked all kinds of embarrassing dodges and realized that he was really weak in the upper realm. "Kid," Mo Cain gathered his true energy on his saber and said coldly, "Is this all you can do?" Whoosh! He raised his saber and slashed over fiercely, instantly forming 3 saber auras close to the ground like extremely sharp claws and teeth. Ka-ka-ka! The ground cracked, and saber marks spread everywhere. "It's over." Everyone shook their heads. Ding! 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 Suddenly a crisp collision sound was heard, causing them to gradually widen their eyes because that guy did not dodge in front of the 3 powerful saber auras. Instead, he made a gesture of turning into a Buddha and used his body to block them. Mo Cain's eyes were full of surprise. He could clearly feel that the other party's exposed skin was gradually turning into stone, especially when he slashed his body. It was like slashing a lump of iron. Swish! At this moment, Jun Changshao approached in an instant, and his true energy gathered in his right fist and blasted over. From taking a step to attacking, the whole process could be said to have happened in a flash. All Mo Cain could do was to hold his saber horizontally in front of him. Boom! A deafening explosion was heard, and the entire Lingfeng mountain shook violently. Thump, thump, thump. At the point of the explosion, Mo Cain held his saber and quickly retreated until he was 10 feet away. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. All the martial artists from various sects were dumbfounded, because not only was the face of the patriarch of the Lingdao sect pale, but the saber in front of him was dented with a fist mark, and dense cracks appeared around it, as if it would collapse at any time. Swish! Jun Changshao retracted his fist, looked at Xiao Baisho, who was in a daze in the distance, and said lightly, "It's your turn." At this time, the audience's eyes gradually widened because this guy's skin, hair, eyebrows, and eyes had all turned golden. In the distance, it was like an abandoned land lying quietly on the ground, watching its master show off. Chapter 1382. Mo Cain's cultivation level was high and his equipment was good. Jun Changshao could not beat him, so it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. It did not matter. Go Sheng was able to survive until now not because of how strong he was, but because he could cheat even if he could not beat his opponent. After a short fight, he was forced to retreat by his opponent's magnificent saber with special effects. He had no choice but to crush the Vajra talisman that he had prepared beforehand. A powerful and special energy instantly spread throughout his body and quickly strengthened every inch of his skin and meridians, turning them from stone to gold. In Buddhist terms, Vajra represented absolute firmness and indestructibility. Therefore, when the talisman's effect was fully activated, Jun Changxiao's physical defense level soared crazily, and he easily took on the 3 powerful saber auras. Of course, because his muscles and meridians had turned into Vajra, his strength had also increased. At first, Jun Changxiao planned to use the special effect of pen-wielding landscape when his opponent was unprepared. However, when he realized that his strength was exploding, he threw it away without hesitation and attacked with his fists instead. Not only did he force Mo Cain back, he also almost destroyed the special effect saber. F***CK. The talisman from the big gift pack is too terrifying. Go Sheng himself was surprised. He was surprised that with the help of the Vajra talisman, the increase in his physical strength was earth-shattering. Unfortunately, there was only one. If he could obtain this formula from the shop and mass-produce it, not only would he not have to fear the stronger powerhouses, his disciples would also be able to do whatever they wanted in the upper realm. At this time, Go Sheng was no longer the Go Sheng who was determined to break free from the system and seek independence. His eyes and heart were filled with the law of the universe. It felt good to cheat. It felt good to cheat all the time. Ding! Defeated Ling Dao, Sect Patriarch 1/1. Swoosh! Taking advantage of the 60-minute duration of the talisman, Jun Changxiao proudly pointed at Xiao Baisho and said, "It's your turn." Every movement and every subtle expression revealed an extremely strong sense of pretentiousness. The eagerness to return to the sect to study the secret manual was completely gone. Xiao Baisho's mouth twitched. In terms of strength, there was not much difference between him and his old enemy Mo Cain. The latter vomited blood from a punch, and his weapon was almost destroyed. If it was him, he might not be able to withstand it. Furthermore, this fellow's entire body suddenly turned golden and emitted a powerful aura. It was obvious that he had used some kind of profound divine ability. "What is it?" Jun Changxiao said disdainfully. "Is a Xian patriarch going to admit defeat in public?" Shua! An upper echelon of the Imperial Sword Sect stepped out and shouted angrily, "This old man will fight you!" This was because he could tell that Jun Changxiao was very strong, and the patriarch would definitely be able to take advantage of him if he went up. Thus, he decided to face the battle himself. Even if he lost, he would only lose face as an elder. Boom! Suddenly, the shadow of a fist appeared and flew out in an instant. Jun Changxiao, whose entire body was shrouded in a golden aura, stood in the area where that person was standing with his fists raised. He said coldly, "You, an elder of a sect, are not qualified to challenge me." After cheating, Go Sheng was extremely arrogant. Perhaps only when he was seriously acting cool would he be able to fit the serious label of this book and not bark like a dog when he found something good. All the spectators were dumbfounded. This patriarch of the sect of all times was in a difficult situation at the beginning. How did he suddenly become so strong? What kind of divine ability did he use to turn his skin color, hair, and even eyes golden? At this moment, the most embarrassed person was Xiao Baisho. His elder was sent flying by a domineering punch and was lying on the ground unconscious for half a day. If he didn't express his stance, how could he continue to stay in the sect circle? He stepped forward. At this moment, Jun Changxiao was at his strongest stage. However, as the patriarch of the Imperial Sword Sect, he had already said that he wanted to settle the score. He could only bite the bullet and do it because it concerned the entire sect's reputation. Clang! Xiao Baisho took out his sword and said, "Come!" Shua! Shua! Jun Changxiao rushed over quickly, and a powerful golden aura came crashing over. The pressure was so strong that the space around him started to distort. Although Qiao Baisho was a bit discouraged, he couldn't just sit there and wait for his death. He immediately used his true energy to control his sword, and dozens of sword auras appeared in front of him. He shouted, flying immortal shadow sword. Xiao! Xiao! The dozens of sword auras that gathered in front of him instantly intertwined and attacked. The special effect was not inferior to Mo Kai's treasured saber at all. Boom! Boom! Jun Changshao was fearless. He rushed forward in large strides, and his fists were filled with extreme power, breaking the powerful sword auras that were coming at him. The spectators trembled in fear as they watched. The scene of Qiao Baisho using his physical body to resist the top sword moves of the patriarch of the Imperial Sword Sect was too shocking. 1 step, 2 steps. When Jun Changshao broke the last sword aura, he was only a few feet away from his target. He suddenly took a big step forward and attacked Mo Kai in the same way as he did. Qiao Baisho, who was already prepared, wanted to dodge. However, he suddenly felt that the area he wanted to escape from was suddenly filled with a powerful true energy, and it gradually condensed into a powerful palm print. Not good. Heaven-crossing palm print. Jun Changshao used the first martial art he had learned since he came to the upper realm that could be used in a real battle. Thanks to the special effects of his roar, Jun Changshao used the first martial art he had learned since coming to the upper realm. Boom! With the support of the Vajra talisman, the heaven-crossing palm print carried a violent force, and it came from the side like a fly swatter. Qiao Baisho, who had nowhere to hide, was not only sent flying, but also sunk into the mountain in the distance. Silence. Complete silence. The faces of the martial artists from various sects stiffened. Strictly speaking, although Mo Kai was sent flying by a single punch, they had exchanged a few moves before. On the other hand, Qiao Baisho was completely defeated by a single palm print. Ding! Defeated Patriarch of the Imperial Sword Sect 1. Ding! Side mission completed. Host receives 500,000 contribution points. Ding! Congratulations to host for completing the side mission. Hidden rewards. Experience Talisman X2. Sect function upgrade X1. After hearing the notification, Jun Changshao did not show any joy on his face. Instead, he withdrew his attacking stance and picked up the writing brush of rivers and mountains. He said calmly, Patriarch, after today's battle at Lingfeng Mountain, I hope that our enmity will be resolved. Goodbye. Under everyone's gaze, Go Sheng left confidently. Unbelievable. A guy who just ascended was actually able to defeat 2 mystic patriarch in seconds. The elders of various sects discussed fervently, especially when they recalled the violent golden energy that spread over. Their minds were still in absolute shock. The 2 mystic patriarchs' weapons and martial arts were all maxed out in terms of special effects. However, when faced with Jun Changshao's simple and unadorned appearance, they could only be reduced to fancy tricks. There was no other way. Whether it was working hard or spending money, it was not worth mentioning in front of a hack that could modify data. Let's go. Because Qiao Baisho and Mo Kai were heavily injured, the various sects were no longer in the mood to hold a discussion. Thus, they all left Lingfeng Mountain. However, boom! Not far from the foot of the mountain, the scholarly middle-aged man's head was pressed against the wall by a golden figure under the eyes of his fellow sect members. Jun Changshao originally planned to leave, but he remembered that he still had a debt to settle. Thus, he purposely stopped and waited until he caught this guy who played tricks on him. Boom! After pressing his head against the wall again, Go Sheng threw the half-dead, scholarly middle-aged man on the ground. Then he looked at his fellow sect members and said in a demonic voice, "Let him die or pay up! Pay up! 100 million! Ah!" Chapter 1383. The scholarly man was the patriarch of Fuqian's sect. Pay silly. This guy had a hobby, which was to watch a good show. He did not mind if things got out of hand. After knowing Jun Changshao's identity, He remembered that Jun Changshao had a grudge with the sword mystic sect and the sharp blade mystic sect, so he started to play tricks. Indeed, under Pei Sili's provocation, he watched a good show, but the result was that Jun Changshao remembered it. Go Sheng, who always liked to trick others, definitely could not stand being tricked. He would first beat the other party up, then he would say a small goal. You heard me right. Jun Changshao rubbed Pei Sili's face with the sole of his shoe and said, If you want him to live, pay 100 million magnetite. This was really an exorbitant demand. Jun Patriarch. An elder wanted to cry, but had no tears. Even if our Fuqian sect sold everything we had, we would not be able to take out so many magnetite. Even a mystic rank sect would suffer heavy losses if they were to take out 100 million magnetite, let alone an ordinary sect. This is your problem, not mine. If he can't pay 100 million magnetite, he must die today, Jun Changshao said coldly. If they did not see the patriarch lying on the ground and looking at them in pain, the higher-ups of the sect would probably say that it was better to let him die. Jun Patriarch. Pei Sili took out a map with difficulty and said weakly, I have treasures. Oh? Jun Changshao waved his hand and took it. He realized that it was a very ordinary map of the upper realm. So he said coldly, Do you think I'm a fool? Jun Patriarch, the elder said hurriedly, although this map is ordinary, there is a natural magnetite mine marked with a red circle on it. Only he and Pei Sili knew about this, and it was supposed to be a secret. Now that the patriarch took it out to save his life, he could only come clean. Really? Absolutely. Jun Changshao thought for a moment and moved his foot away from Pei Sili's face. He said lightly, Take out everything of value you have. Since we're all from the same sect, I'll spare your patriarch's life. It was indeed unrealistic to ask for 100 million. He could only take as much as he could get. Moreover, the location marked on the map belonged to the depths of the dark forest. Perhaps there really was an undiscovered mineral vein? Good. All right. The sect elders all threw their spatial rings over. Jun Changshao took off Pei Sili's spatial ring. After an inventory check, he obtained more than 1 million profound stones and various common herbs. Therefore, he said speechlessly, You guys are really poor. Boom. He kicked Pei Sili over and said, If you dare to provoke me again, I'll make you wish you were dead. I'll remember it, Scram. Pei Sili was helped up by a few elders. Then he disappeared from the spot as fast as he could. Jun Changshao didn't stop. He stepped on the road to the immemorial Immortal Mountain. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the effect of the Vajra talisman ended, and he returned to normal. Hey, there are no side effects. The system said you obtained 700,000 contribution points, 3 experience talismans, and a martial arts secret manual. Is it worth it? It's okay, Jun Changshao said as he took out the map. He thought to himself, if there really is a hidden mineral vein, then I really have to hurry over to take a look. I don't want the other party to beat me to it. It feels a little unreliable. The system said, maybe the place marked is a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. Jun Changshao, who was originally a little worried, heard that the system was working again, and his confidence increased. He said it's settled. The area marked on the map was northwest of the immemorial Immortal Mountain. Therefore, Jun Changshao went back to the sect first. Then he brought the black and white double ghosts with him to investigate. Rows of flowers also followed. The reason was that after learning about what happened at Lingfeng Mountain, she was worried that her husband would be bullied again. If the patriarch of the sword-controlling mystic sect and the sharp-blade mystic sect, who had already entered recuperation mode, knew about this, he would definitely roar, It's this cheater who bullied us, not the other way around. Patriarch. On the way, the black Rakshasa said, seriously, the area marked on the map has been untouched for years. We must be careful when we go in, lest we alarm powerful monsters. The beasts in the Starfall continent were divided into ferocious beasts, spirit beasts, and holy beasts. In the upper realm, they were collectively called monsters. For example, the Purple King's monster came from the monster of monsters. Speaking of this guy who took off his clothes when he fought, one couldn't help but talk about his experience with Yi Xingqian and the others. Demon King's Lair, one of the famous forbidden areas in the upper realm. At this moment, Yi Xingqian, Xiao Ziji, and Hiwudi were in a complicated cave. They were running with their tongues out, and behind them were hundreds of extremely ugly monsters. These were ferocious beasts. Their species was unknown, but their appearance was revolting. Whenever people mentioned the Demon King's cave, they would subconsciously think of the ferocious beasts. This was because they lived here all year round and liked to live in groups. According to the relevant departments, there were at least tens of thousands of them in the depths of the cave. Once they set their sights on prey, they would all move out. The so-called depths of the cave were the most dangerous area in the Demon King's cave. In other words, Yi Xingqian and the others who were running wildly did not follow their original plan to train at the periphery. Instead, they went straight into the most veritable forbidden area. No, they were still at the periphery, or even the outermost periphery. When they first came here, the three brothers had fought with demonic beasts of similar strength, so their actual combat experience had greatly improved. If that was the case, how did they attract the ferocious beasts that lived in groups in the depths of the cave? This matter started a few days ago. The Purple King, who was in charge of protecting them, felt bored and went into the depths of the cave alone. Not long after he went in, he ran out with a dense pack of ferocious beasts chasing after him. At first, Yi Xingqian and Hiwudi did not think much of it. They even did some stretching and chest stretching. It was only when they saw more and more ferocious beasts that they realized the seriousness of the problem. Thus, they ran wildly with their tongues out. If it was only one ferocious beast whose strength was comparable to Wu Sheng's great perfection, the three brothers would have no problem defeating it if they worked together. However, there were hundreds and thousands of them. Who the hell could withstand this? Patriarch, the hall master you found was not to protect us, but to increase the difficulty of our training. At the very least, it should be super hell mode now. Boom! 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 At the edge of the depths of the cave, the Purple King wore pink boxing gloves and red underwear. It was as if he had transformed into a professional boxer. He threw a left hook and a right hook, sending the ferocious beasts flying. He said, "With me here, no one can hurt the people of the sect of all times." If Li Qingyang and the other disciples who did not know the truth saw this, they would definitely cheer for Hall Master Zi's actions. However, Yi Xingqian and the other two who were running in the tunnel far away almost vomited blood. Damn it, he was the one who caused the trouble, and he still had the face to act like a chicken. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, dozens of ferocious beasts that looked like mad dogs rushed out from another tunnel. Be careful! Xiao Ziji, who was at the back, unleashed his cultivation and pushed Yi Xingqian and Hiwudi out. He shouted, "Shield Mountain!" Buzz, buzz, buzz! The exclusive divine weapon, Cloud Boat Hero, appeared with the background music of Digimon's evolution. Then, it quickly formed shield-shaped defensive barriers in front of its owner. Bang, bang, bang! Boom! Xiao Ziji instantly endured the fierce attacks of dozens of ferocious beasts. His entire body crashed into the nearby stone wall. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face also became extremely pale. Senior Brother Xiao. Hiwudi stabilized himself and shouted. However, he was completely stunned in the next second. This was because Yi Xingqian, who was standing beside him, bent over and lowered his head. Gradually, death sacrifice was gathering under his right palm. It was as if the god of death had descended. He said in a sinister voice, "All of you must die." Chapter 1384. Devil King's Cave, the outermost area. Because the Purple King was unable to completely block off the path, A large number of ferocious beasts either crawled out from the crotch of his pants or took a detour from other intersections, causing Yi Xingqian, Xiao Ziji, and Hiwudi to immediately fall into a predicament. This was especially true for Xiao Zuiji. Although he had protected his 2 junior apprentice brothers from the fierce attacks of dozens of demonic beasts comparable to martial saints of the Great Circle, he himself had been severely injured and his meridians had been damaged. Fortunately, it was a group of ferocious beasts that only knew how to use brute force. If it were a real martial artist facing such a group of beasts, even if they didn't die, they would still be half dead. It could be said that the three's current situation was far more dangerous than the life and death secret realms Helmode. After all, they had only faced one saint beast, but here they had to face hundreds of them, and the number was still increasing. The Purple King was extremely regretful. He shouldn't have rushed in recklessly. However, at this moment, he could only continue to block the area with the densest number of demonic beasts. He couldn't let more of them pass. Even Hiwudi, who was the calmest of them all, realized how dangerous the situation was. He was prepared to give it his all, but in the end, Yi Xingqian suddenly seemed to have turned into a demon. His eyes were filled with intense killing intent. This gaze was so terrifying. Was it because senior brother Xiao was heavily injured that he completely went berserk? It seemed that these two had extremely strong feelings for each other as fellow disciples. Could it be Hiwudi hurriedly threw away his wild thoughts and was about to drag Yi Xingqian away when he heard the latter speak first? "Take him away! I'll cover you!" These 6 short words contain the meaning of an order. Anyo was no longer the Knight Emperor of the past. However, the dignity of the Knight Emperor and the pride of the Knight Emperor were still buried deep in his soul. When they met with danger and despair today, they were completely released. Me, Yi Xingqian, not the Emperor of Truth, not the comedian. At this moment, if there were any hardcore fans here, they would definitely shout out Anyo's slogan, "Understood!" Hiwudi was not an indecisive person. He made the right choice in the shortest time possible. He quickly rushed to Xiao Ziji and carried him on his back. Before he left, he did not forget to pick up his personal divine weapon. Roar! Roar! More and more ferocious beasts gathered in the tunnel. There were at least 1,000 of them. They did not rush over immediately because the humans standing in front of them looked a little fierce. Pa! With his back to the camera, Yi Xingqian opened the cork of the bottle, raised the exclusive divine weapon in the form of a wine gourd, and started gulping it down. Hoo-hoo! Inside the cave there was no wind, blowing Anyo's black hair into a mess, revealing a proud and lonely face that no one could understand. It was a pity that Li Tiantian was not around. Otherwise, he would have definitely captured the scene of Yi Xingqian standing alone in front of 1,000 ferocious beasts and drinking wine. Xingqian, when you understand the meaning of the words unyielding and unyielding, you will naturally understand. The words that the sect master had once said echoed in his ears. Perhaps it was the alcohol, or perhaps it was his emotions, but he unconsciously began to hum. Only you can accompany me in my quest for the Western scripture. Only you can slay demons and vanquish devils. He hummed and laughed. Patriarch, today I understand the meaning of the words unyielding and unyielding. Roar! Roar! At this moment, hundreds of ferocious beasts rushed over. The violent demonic aura instantly filled the tunnel, filled with hair-raising chilliness. Ta! Yi Xingqian got into a horse stance. His hands were crossed, and his exclusive divine weapon was suspended in the middle. Then it quickly enlarged and finally rested on his shoulder. He shouted, "Li Shang, sacrifice to heaven!" Hoo-hoo! The mouth of the gourd quickly produced a strong suction force, sucking in all the gloomy demonic aura that pressed over. Then, after brewing, it was spat out again. Boom! Boom! The few ferocious beasts that were charging at the front were instantly sent flying. Anyo's exclusive divine weapon displayed a super strong attack power at this moment. However, There were too many demonic beasts. They quickly filled the gap and stretched out their sharp claws and teeth to tear at him. Boom! 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 In an instant, the dozen or so ferocious beasts that rushed in front of him were sent flying. Yi Xingqian was dumbfounded, because Xiao Ziji was standing in front of him, and Yunzhou Xia was in front of him. He Wudi was also here. His palms were on the former's back, as if he was transferring energy to him. He said helplessly. Senior brother Xiao insisted on coming back. I couldn't stop him. Bullshit. He was clearly seriously injured. Wouldn't it be easy for you to carry him away? Yi Xingqian knew that the two of them must have discussed and returned to share the danger. Therefore, he said coldly, Are you idiots? Yes. Xiao Ziji grinned with difficulty and said, Who would join the sect of all times under normal circumstances? Who would become your fellow disciple? Yi Xingqian was speechless. All right. He smiled and said, Then let's face it together. If you die, you can't blame anyone but that naked guy. Yi Xingqian smiled. Get out of the way. At this moment, Hiwudi shouted. His hands quickly formed a strange seal and said, I'm going to use my trump card. Whoosh whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, a majestic energy quickly emerged from his body. The special effect was even stronger than that of the sword Mystic Grandmaster and the sword Mystic Grandmaster. Yi Xingqian and Xiao Ziji immediately felt the violent energy. Therefore, they quickly moved aside and said in shock, This is definitely not the martial arts of the sect. Yes, this was not the martial arts of the sect of all times. This was the martial arts that Hiwudi had cultivated before. Because the attributes of the lower realm were too weak, he could not use it even if he comprehended it to the extreme. To put it bluntly, in the lower realm, he could not use the higher realm martial arts at all because the version was wrong. In the upper realm, there were stronger heaven and earth attributes and higher laws of heaven and earth. Even if his realm was slightly low, he could still use it. Night flash star explosion. Hiwudi shouted and pushed his palms forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, streams of light shot out from the void and blasted into the roaring, ferocious beasts. They were as dazzling as the stars in the night. Boom, 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 boom. Under the deafening series of explosions, Yi Xingqian's expression was a little interesting, because the name of this martial arts was a little F** cut up. However, when everything calmed down, nearly 1,000 ferocious beasts had been blasted into meat paste. Damn! Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingqian's eyes almost popped out. If Jun Changshao saw this, he would definitely be dumbfounded on the spot. Plop! However, after using his trump card, Hiwudi staggered back a few steps and sat on the ground. His face was extremely pale, as if his body had been completely hollowed out. He said to himself, As expected, the heaven and earth attributes and laws here are still not good enough. Don't be in a daze. He suppressed his weakness and said, Quickly leave the Demon King's cave. Shua, Yi Xingqian, and Xiao Ziji immediately took action. Each of them grabbed one of Hiwudi's arms and ran out of the cave. They were still thinking about that shocking martial arts just now. Roar, roar. From the various tunnels, another batch of ferocious beasts rushed over. Moreover, from the demonic aura they emitted, it was obvious that they were much stronger than the previous batch. It's over, Hiwudi said with a broken face. We can't get out. Ta, ta. At this moment, Yi Xingqian and Xiao Ziji suddenly stopped. This made him roar. Then you can't give up. Wait a minute. Why did the word attack appear on one's forehead and the word shield appear on the back of the other's right hand? Yi Xingqian and Xiao Ziji stood in place, their expressions slightly sluggish. As the word became more and more resplendent, a large amount of memories flooded into their consciousness until they were completely digested. They threw Hiwudi on the ground, shook their heads, and turned around while rubbing their palms. At the same time, The corners of their mouths rose into a devilish smile. Chapter 1385. In the sect of all times, Li Qingyang, who was exploring the terrain in the mountain, suddenly stopped because the word steady on the back of his hand gradually appeared, shining with a dazzling light. What's going on? Whoosh! Suddenly, a strange memory entered his mind, causing him to fall into a short daze. Only when he accepted it all did he blurt out in disbelief, F***CK? In the cafeteria, Yao Menjing said in surprise, Senior Sister Lu, why do you have words on your hand? Lu Wanshi, who was standing in front of the stove, was unmoved because, when she was cooking, a similar memory was forcefully entered, causing the word stove to become even more dazzling. After a while, she returned to normal. She grabbed the handle of the pot with one hand and the spatula with the other, and began to cook the food with the utmost concentration. Yao Menjing gradually widened her eyes because Senior Sister Lu was emitting a strange aura. It felt as if she had suddenly changed into another person. Pa. After cooking, the dishes were placed on the table. Lu Wanshi took off her apron and said with a smile, Junior sister, have a taste. Oh. Yao Menjing picked up her chopsticks and put a mouthful of food into her mouth. After chewing and swallowing slowly, her expression gradually became exaggerated. She said in surprise, Senior Sister Lu, your dishes are even more delicious than before. First Black and Second Black came over and ate separately, exclaiming in unison, It's tens of thousands of times more delicious. Although their words were flattering, in fact, the dishes that Lu Wanshi made this time did have a huge change in color and taste, and the impact it brought to the soul was also stronger. In the array formation hall, Shangguan Xinyao was seriously explaining the creation principle of an array formation to her fellow disciples. Zhan Dajuan, who was standing outside, had a dazed expression on his face. This girl was a little absent-minded on the podium, but when she analyzed the array formation again, it was as if she was a completely different person. It was as if she was possessed by a top array formation master. Elder Zhan, am I right? Yes. Zhan Dajuan's old face blushed because, during the explanation process, there were many things that he did not understand. After being acknowledged, Shangguan Xinyao smiled, then lowered her head to look at the word wisdom that was still not hidden. She thought to herself, because of you, my comprehension ability has greatly increased. Back to Jun Changshao when he was on the road with rows of flowers and the black and white Rakshasa to look for magnetite veins, he had nothing to do and began to think about which new function he should upgrade. Currently, the Elixir Pavilion, Smithing Pavilion, Talisman Pavilion, and Spirit Beast Pavilion had been upgraded. If they were to be upgraded in order, the Spirit Essence Pavilion would be next. The function of the Spiritual Aura Pavilion was to add various attributes to weapons. However, because they had just arrived in the upper realm, there were no suitable weapons for the disciples yet. Therefore, Go Sheng did not plan to prioritize upgrading the weapons. Technique Pavilion. Jun Changshao also had the thought of upgrading it, but when he thought about how he had already been rewarded with 2 when he first came to the upper realm, and how he had obtained another one for Mount Lingyin, he did not have the time to distribute it. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the Lingyan Pavilion. The first 2 functions were for the benefit of the entire sect, while this one was for the benefit of the core disciples. Previously, Li Qingyang and the others had entered the sect one after another, and their strength and aptitude had increased significantly. How about this? Jun Changshao made up his mind and immediately upgraded the Lingyan Pavilion to an enhanced version. At this point, the truth was revealed. Whether it was Yi Xingqian and Xiao Ziji who were in the Devil's Cave, or Li Qingyang, Lu Wanshi, and the others who were in the sect, it was as if they had suddenly activated cheats under the Patriarch's remote control. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei have also met the requirements. After upgrading the Lingyan Pavilion, Jun Changshao realized that the merit points of the 2 disciples were already full, so he matched them one after another. The system complained, "You obviously forgot to let the disciples enter the pavilion." Am I arrogant? Pass the ball, pass the ball. On the training field of the sect of all times, Su Xiaoma and Li Fei sped forward, passing the ball back and forth frequently. Their tacit understanding attracted the applause of the spectating disciples. Sun Muqing stood in front of the goal as usual, with a light smile on his face. Ever since he got used to the culture of the sect of all times, he would often take on the role of goalkeeper in the gaps between his cultivation. His current record was a clean sheet. Goalkeeper, that was the nickname everyone gave him. As long as Sun Muqing stood in front of the goal, he would definitely make the top strikers despair. Swoosh! Swoosh! Su Xiaoma flashed past the backfield defenders one after another with gorgeous movements, then scooped the ball up and volleyed it in the air. Come on, come on. Sun Muqing had already determined the position of the kick and was about to attack when he realized that the ball suddenly turned in a strange arc in the air. Ta-ta-ta! Li Fei, who was following closely behind, ran over with heavy steps, his entire body leaping into the air. The 4 words, "Little Li Fei kick," appeared on the screen and kicked the ball towards the goal with a standard inverted golden hook. Whoosh! With the special effect of the football general, the ball seemed to have turned into a roaring tiger. Pa! However, just as it was about to pass through the blind spot, it was caught by Sun Muqing's pair of big plier-like hands. He smiled and said, "I was almost fooled by my 2 senior brothers. F***CK. Su Xiaoma knelt on the ground with his head in his hands, despair appearing on his face. In order to break through the goal guarded by Sun Muqing, he and Li Fei had studied tactics for several days, but in the end they still failed. This was not AF *King goalkeeper. This was AF *King wall that blocked the goal. Sigh. Li Fei, who had landed, hung his head dejectedly. The deep sense of defeat spread wildly in their hearts, and their mood became more and more depressed. Suddenly, Li Fei, who had his head lowered, noticed that strange lines appeared on the back of his right hand, gradually forming the word strength. He hurriedly said in surprise, "Senior brother Su." His voice stopped abruptly, because Su Xiaoma, who was standing nearby, also had the word shadow printed on the back of his hand. Huff, huff. In an instant, strange memories rushed into their sea of consciousness, and they were enveloped by the majestic momentum of advancement. Wu Sheng, who was an 8th pin, easily stepped into the peak of Wu Sheng. Senior brother Su and senior brother Li have broken through. Playing football can also improve one's realm. The surrounding disciples widened their eyes. Huff! At this moment, the airwaves that gathered around Su Xiaoma and Li Fei seemed to be blown away by a gust of wind. The 2 recovered from their short daze, and then looked at each other with smiles on their faces. Battle song play. Pa. The outer disciple named Ji pressed the switch on the magically modified speaker, and the theme song of Slam Dunk suddenly sounded in the martial arts practice field. In the superheated atmosphere, the camera zoomed in on Su Xiaoma and Li Fei, and then captured the entire field from an overhead view. Sun Muqing's eyes gradually became solemn. These 2 senior brothers suddenly gave him a feeling that they were different people. Junior brother. Su Xiaoma shook his head, clenched his fist, and said with a smile, "Let's play with this little junior brother today." That's exactly what I was thinking. Li Fei weighed his feet with a big smile on his face. Swish! Suddenly, Su Xiaoma stepped up. It seemed to be a simple movement, but the moment he stepped out, he seemed to turn into a residual shadow. He quickly came to the ball parked in the distance and rushed to the goal with fancy footwork. Damn! Looking at the residual shadows that filled the space where he passed, the disciples all widened their eyes. Sun Muqing was stunned. When a gust of wind blew from the side, he turned his head stiffly and saw Su Xiaoma had stopped in the goal, stepping on the ball. So fast! I didn't even see how he passed. The ball is in. The ball is in. Outside the martial arts practice field, the excited cheers of the disciples could be heard. However, this was just the beginning because the game continued. Su Xiaoma's superb footwork, as if he was one with the ball, shuttling around the field wantonly, leaving Li Tangxian and the others standing there in despair. Too fast, so fast that they couldn't even see the ball. Swish, swish. The ball followed Su Xiaoma and stopped in the goal again and again. Sun Mucheng maintained a defensive posture, and the expression on his face gradually collapsed. 2-0, 3-0, 4-0. The score kept increasing. After scoring 10 goals in a row, Su Xiaoma no longer played a one-man show. He passed the ball to Li Fei, who had successfully reversed the offside position. Little Li Fei's footwork appeared on the screen again, and with a bang the ball was kicked to the goal. Huff, huff, huff. The little ball carried a terrifying power, accompanied by the streamer's drag, as if it turned into an ancient dragon that was released from hell. Damn! Seeing this scene, the disciples all opened their mouths. Ah! Sun Mucheng roared, gathered defensive power in his hands, and grabbed at the rapidly spinning ball. Under the explosion of energy, he seemed to have turned into an immovable mountain. The national football team has left the live broadcast room. Boom! At this moment, a sudden explosion came from the goal. The energy was mixed with dust, and it could be said to have covered the sky. The disciples standing outside the martial arts field had a wonderful expression on their faces. This wasn't a football game, this was a fight. Huff, huff! The billowing dust gradually dissipated, and everything on the field became clear. The goalkeeper had disappeared, and so had the goal. Where was he? Where was he? Everyone hurriedly looked for him, and found that Sun Mucheng was half kneeling on the ground, holding the ball that was still spinning at high speed in his arms. His face gradually became ferocious. The goal was next to him, and he was inside. In other words, although he had successfully caught the ball, the powerful force still pushed him back more than 10 feet, and he was pushed back into the goal. Too strong, Sun Mucheng's eyes flashed with admiration, and said, "Senior brothers are too strong." Beep! The whistle sounded, and the score was 11-0. The theme song of Slam Dunk was still playing. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei raised their right hands and high-fived each other. The words shadow and strength were even more dazzling, and the smile on their faces was as if they were paying tribute to the lost youth of the 80s. P.S. Today's goal is 2800100000 words. Chapter 1386. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei entered the Lingyan Pavilion and obtained the words shadow and strength respectively. From their performance just now, it could be seen that one of them was as agile as a shadow, while the other's footwork was full of strength. In fact, their merit points had already reached the requirements. Although Jun Changshao was only arranged to enter now, the rewards before and after the upgrade were not small. Therefore, not only did their overall strength soar, but their realms also benefited. Of course, Su Xiaoma and Li Fei were not the only ones who entered the Lingyan Pavilion. Jun Changshao, who was on the way, found that Lu Qianqian had also reached the requirements, so he matched her. He said with emotion, "It's not easy for my eldest disciple to reach the maximum value." Buzz! The portrait gradually outlined the outline. Lu Qianqian, who was dressed in white, stood in front of the sect, surrounded by dilapidated buildings. Obviously, this was when she had just entered the Ironbone clan. Jun Changshao recalled the difficult days after he became the sect leader. As for the newly formed portraits of Su Xiaoma and Li Fei, one was passing the ball and the other was kicking the ball, which suited their characteristics very well. Ninth Heaven Mystery Land, Ice Layer Sky. Lu Qianqian sat cross-legged on an iceberg covered with white snow. She seemed to have integrated with the surrounding cold environment. Since ascending to the upper realm, she had been working hard to cultivate. Her realm improvement was not inferior to Yi Xingqian's at all. However, because she rarely appeared in the sect, she did not seem to exist. Whoosh! Suddenly, a stream of light appeared on the back of her right hand and gradually outlined the word ice. Her personality was cold, and she cultivated the ice element. This word was very suitable for her. Whoosh, whoosh! Unfamiliar memories flooded into her mind. Layers of dense air like cold fog gathered around her body, making her seem even more pure and holy. What's going on? Lu Qianqian opened her clear eyes and looked at the words on the back of her right hand in confusion. At this moment, if Yi Xingqian saw this, he would definitely roar on the spot and say, "Why are there words on the back of their hands? Only mine is imprinted on my forehead." Although she didn't understand the situation, Lu Qianqian realized that her understanding of the ice element had improved. She had even reached the threshold of Wu Sheng's great perfection. At this point, the Lingyan Pavilion had 3 more core disciples. The portraits hanging above the pavilion were respectively printed with the words steadiness, kitchen, wisdom, shield, attack, shadow, strength, ice. That's only 8. We still need 16 more. Walking on the road, Jun Changshao clicked on Hiwudi's name and found that the achievement points met the requirements, so he added him without hesitation. Hiwudi's portrait was of him standing in front of the gate and closing the door, which suited his identity as a last disciple. Jun Changshao then looked at Tian Qi, Song Xianzhou, Long Xing, and the other core disciples, and realized that they were still lacking something. Thus, he took back the system panel and said, "Let's wait for a while before we make the arrangements." The system complained, "I'm afraid the host will forget again." Before Su Xiaoma and Li Fei entered the Lingyan Pavilion, they couldn't do anything to Sun Muching. After becoming one of the 24 meritorious heroes, they directly used their powerful strength to score goals. This showed that their strength had increased significantly. Here came the problem. What about Yi Xingqian and Xiao Ziji, who were in adversity? Boom! Boom! At the outermost area of the Demon King's cave, a violent energy erupted, and waves of energy swept over. Hiwudi, who was exhausted, gradually became sluggish. He mentally collapsed and said, "What's going on?" In front of him, Xiao Ziji held his shield like a bulldozer, directly knocking away dozens of ferocious beasts. Then he raised his right hand, and the word shield printed on it shone brightly, instantly enveloping his entire body. Ka-ka-ka, ka-ka-ka-ka. Complex lines gradually gathered on his shield-holding right hand, quickly solidifying and turning into steel. His body and legs also underwent great changes. When the light gradually dissipated, his entire body seemed to have turned into a mecha warrior. Swoosh! Xiao Zui Ji pointed at the space between his eyebrows, and his head was instantly covered by a mechanical helmet. All kinds of data appeared in his field of vision. Then he raised his hand lightly, and a large, futuristic sniper rifle appeared out of thin air. "Holy shit!" Hiwudi exclaimed. "What the hell?" The readers at the scene exclaimed, "Gundam! Man of Steel!" Boom! Xiao Ziji hid Cloudboat Hero in front of him and placed the sniper rifle on top. Dense data suddenly appeared on the screen inside the helmet, and it divided into several crosshairs, locking onto the ferocious beasts that were pouncing in the tunnel. Bang! 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 He, who had transformed into a Gundam warrior, pulled the trigger one after another. Bullets quickly spewed out from the muzzle of the Barrett, and then, with the penetrative force that shook space, he blew up all the ferocious beasts' heads. Swish, swish, swish. Disgusting blood and XX sputtered in the tunnel. Throughout the entire process of firing, Xiao Ziji remained motionless in his original position with every bullet that flew out. However, visible to the naked eye, the ripples under his feet were madly rippling. Hiwudi was completely dumbfounded. This scene of a steel warrior fighting against zombies was completely beyond his understanding. Roar! Roar! More ferocious beasts rushed out from the depths of the tunnel. It was obvious that the hole in Hall Master Z's crotch was very large, and it was impossible to completely block all the ferocious beasts. Swoosh! Xiao Ziji waved his hand and placed the high-tech sniper rifle on his back. He raised Cloudboat Hero and rushed forward with the blue special effect of his mechanical feet. Boom! 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 The ferocious beasts were sent flying. Because the impact was too strong, many of them had their flesh and internal organs broken. This is definitely not the strength of a peak wushang. Wudi was shocked. I'm afraid. He stopped thinking because he couldn't tell how strong Xiao Ziji, who was shrouded in the power of technology, was. Get out of the way. Suddenly, a cold and arrogant voice sounded. Yi Xingqian walked over step by step. The attack character on his face became brighter and brighter. Wudi collapsed. I'm behind you, so what if I'm in the way? Swoosh! At this moment, Yi Xingqian stopped. He raised his hand and lightly waved it behind his back. A heavy halberd appeared in front of him. There were 6 words engraved on the hilt. Divine Modification, Sky Halberd. Fortunately, Jun Changshao wasn't present. Otherwise, he would have definitely widened his eyes and said, How does he have a divine modification weapon? Ah! Suddenly, Yi Xingqian raised his head and roared. The attack character imprinted between his eyebrows instantly released a bright light. It enveloped his entire body and quickly outlined a complex pattern around him. Wudi collapsed when he saw this. Is he going to transform too? Swoosh! At this moment, Yi Xingqian walked out with a 3-pronged purple gold crown on his head and a red embroidered battle robe on his body. The aura of sweeping away thousands of troops instantly erupted. It was as if he had transformed into an invincible and undefeatable divine general. Wudi, who had seen Xiao Ziji transform before, wasn't surprised. Instead, he laughed dryly and looked outside the camera. What did I just see? It was a pity. The comment section was closed again. The readers couldn't say anything. Swoosh! Yi Xingqian, who seemed to have transformed into an undefeatable divine general, proudly grabbed the sky halberd and coldly said, Trash! All of you must die! Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! Holding the halberd, he charged forward with an aggressive aura. Boom! Xiao Ziji sent dozens of ferocious beasts flying. Then, he subconsciously moved aside to give Yi Xingqian space to act cool. Yi Xingqian then strode forward and swept the sky halberd horizontally. Bang! 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 Everywhere it passed, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Wudi's muscles twitched violently. He also couldn't judge how strong Yi Xingqian was from the powerful aura that erupted from his body. Strength was not important. What was important was that one of them had transformed into a steel warrior and the other into an undefeatable divine general. Their combat strength was strong enough to crush the ferocious beasts that were constantly rushing out. Boom! 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 Yi Xingqian and Xiao Zue, one in charge of offense and the other in charge of defense, performed a shocking massacre in the tunnel that was still spacious. When the Purple King stopped all the ferocious beasts in the deepest part of the tunnel and rushed to the battlefield, he saw one in a mecha and the other in a battle armor standing proudly with the corpses of ferocious beasts under their feet. He blurted out, Who are these 2 idiots? Chapter 1387. Xiao Ziji's mecha and sniper rifle were already amazing enough, but Yi Xingqian had even taken out a god-modified weapon. After all, this was Gou Sheng's exclusive weapon. The reason why the 2 of them were so powerful was that the Lingyan Pavilion had been upgraded to an enhanced version. All the disciples who moved in would obtain a special ability to strengthen themselves. In short, it was to activate the profound meaning of words and enter a mode similar to a transformation. Xiao Ziji was the main defender, and his mode was to wear metal armor and be equipped with a sniper rifle with extremely high penetrative power. Yi Xingqian was the main attacker, and his mode was to transform into an unparalleled divine general and obtain a god-modified halberd full of offensive power. Of course, the 2 of them did not hesitate to use the profound meaning of words, because the foreign memories that had entered them had taught them how to use it. As for what the mode of Li Qingyang, Lu Wanshi, and the others was, they would only be able to find out if they really used it, so there was no need to introduce it here. Jun Changshao did not expect that upgrading the Lingyan Pavilion would bring such a powerful special ability to the disciples who moved in. He also did not expect that, although he was not there, he had helped them resolve a huge crisis. Sexy Gosheng remote control. Swish, swish. Yi Xingqian and Xiao Ziji, who were standing in the pile of demon corpses, gradually dissipated. The words on their foreheads and the back of their hands gradually dimmed and then disappeared. The Purple King exclaimed, "It's you too!" Yi Xingqian glared at him and immediately collapsed to the ground weakly. Swish! Xiao Ziji hurriedly supported him and smiled with difficulty. "Junior brother, we've turned the situation around." After going through another life and death experience, their relationship with each other would definitely be deeper. "Let's go." The Purple King covered the three of them with his demonic energy and said seriously, "Leave this place." He had only temporarily blocked a large number of ferocious beasts that swarmed out. Who knew if there would be a second attack? So the most important thing now was to leave as soon as possible. Buzz. However, as soon as he walked out of the Demon King's lair, the Purple King discovered that a stream of light had appeared on the back of Hiwudi's right hand, gradually condensing into the word door. Puzzled, he asked, "What's this?" Xiao Ziji, who had experienced it before, immediately realized that, junior brother, he was about to obtain a special ability like him. Yi Xingqian frowned. "These two fellows' characters are on the back of their right hands, so why are my characters on my forehead?" Hoo-hoo! Hiwudi closed his eyes as the complex and unfamiliar memories flooded into his knowledge sea. As the memories gradually merged, the shock in his heart became more and more intense. He actually had an ability that allowed him to become stronger in an instant. At that moment, he finally understood why his two senior brothers had suddenly erupted. They must have obtained the same ability as him. But why is it a door? Could it be because he was in charge of closing and opening the doors of the sect all year round? Or is it that I'm bound to be related to the door for the rest of my life? Hiwudi, who had the word door on the back of his hand, not only became the 9th disciple to enter the Lingyan Pavilion, his strength also increased. However, because he had just entered the great perfection of Wusheng, he did not break through in one go. Junior brother, Xiao Ziji smiled and said, "Congratulations!" Hiwudi scratched his head and gave him a knowing look. The Purple King, who was standing on the side and unaware of the situation, broke down and said, "What's going on? Can someone tell me?" Yi Xingqian and the other two were in an absolute state of weakness because two of them had used cheats and one of them had forcibly used a profound martial art. They could only find a nearby cave to temporarily recuperate. The Purple King served as both a nanny and a bodyguard. The main reason was that he felt guilty. After all, if he had not entered the depths without permission, they would not have ended up like this. A few days later, as usual, Z went to the stream to fetch water. However, as soon as he arrived, he found someone looking at him in surprise from the opposite mountain. He exclaimed, "Patriarch, why are you here?" Jun Changshao broke down and said, "I should be the one asking that." It turned out that the magnetite vein marked on the map was near the Demon King's cave. Go Shang brought rows of flowers and the others along the way, and coincidentally met the Purple King. Crackle, crackle. In the cave at night, the firewood burned wildly, illuminating the surroundings. The Purple King leaned against the wall with his head lowered like a child who had done something wrong. There was no other reason. Jun Changshao already knew about their experience 2 days ago and scolded them to their faces. Now he was pacing back and forth with his hands behind his back, preparing his next line. "Husband." Rows of Flowers walked over to smooth things over and said, "It's already over. Xin Ji and Xingqian have also turned the situation around. Don't blame Hall leader Z anymore. I believe he didn't feel good at that time. It's terrible. The Purple King clutched his chest and said. Jun Changshao suppressed the lines he was about to blurt out and said calmly, next time, go to the discipline hall and be punished yourself. I promise there won't be a next time. The Purple King hurriedly raised his hand and said. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes at him, then looked at Yi Xingqian and the others and said, How long will it take for you to recover? Probably tomorrow. After you recover, activate your ability and let me see. Jun Changshao had already determined from the three of them that Yi Xingqian and Xiao Ziji had suddenly become stronger during the period when he had upgraded the Lingyan Pavilion. Therefore, he was very curious about what special abilities they had. The next day, Yi Xingqian and Xiao Ziji stood in the open area and looked at each other. Then, according to their memories, they activated the profound meaning of the words again. The words attack and shield appeared on their faces and the back of their right hands, respectively. Their bodies were enveloped in special energy. TSK Tisk. Jun Changshao sat on a huge rock and said in surprise, This is a little unbelievable. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew. Xiao Ziji transformed into a mecha warrior and stood proudly with a futuristic sniper rifle in his hand. The aura of technology and pay-to-win instantly filled the air. Damn! Jun Changshao widened his eyes and said, Is this a Gundam or a man of steel? Whoosh! Yi Xingqian, who had transformed into an unparalleled divine general, strode out. The heavenly halberd in his hand exuded an aura that could wipe out 1,000 armies. This is... Jun Changshao said in surprise, Lu Bu! Wait a minute. The words engraved on the weapon were actually the godly modified heavenly halberd. The system said, The disciples who live in the Lingyan Pavilion are the most trusted disciples of the host. Therefore, they received items from the system store. That's right. Jun Changshao said, After the Lingyan Pavilion was upgraded, the mechas and weapons that the two of them are wearing are all from the system store. That's right. The system said. I see. Jun Changshao understood, and a smile appeared on his face. Upgrading a sect function allowed the disciples to receive items from the system store. This was definitely equivalent to saving a lot of contribution points. Invincible. Show me your special ability. He Wudi, who was standing at the side, said weakly, Patriarch, can we do it another day? No. Jun Changshao said. After a difficult decision, He Wudi took a step forward and raised his right hand. The word gate appeared. Gate. Jun Changshao said, It suits his identity as a last disciple. Whoosh whoosh. A special energy burst out and enveloped He Wudi. When everything calmed down and everyone looked over, they found that the guy had not changed at all. Instead, 2 doors about 3 to 4 meters tall and 1 meter wide appeared behind him. The left side was engraved with the word life, and the right side was engraved with the word death. There was a beast mask on each of them. Uft! The Purple King could not help but laugh. The black and white Rakshasa were expressionless. One look and one could tell that they had received professional training. Chapter 1388. When He Wudi summoned the 2 doors, Jun Changshao could not help but laugh out loud. As the disciple in charge of opening and closing the doors, I was given the word door. My special ability is also related to the door. Invincible. Jun Changshao asked, What's the use? Yi Xingqian and He Wudi were fully armed. Just from the aura they released, it could be seen that they had both offensive and defensive capabilities. The 2 doors with the words life and death written on them were difficult to understand. Could it be that after opening them, they would lead to hell and could be transported to each other? He Wudi said, Patriarch, this is the door of life and death. There are living spirits in the door of life and dead spirits in the door of death. Oh. Jun Changshao was interested and said, Open it and try. He Wudi shook his head and said, We have to send the target in. Even if we open it, they won't come out. Okay. Jun Changshao said, Withdraw your abilities and follow me to find the magnetite mine." Yes, the three of them withdrew their mecha, armor, and door of life and death. The words on their faces and the back of their hands gradually faded into darkness. Although they had used their abilities, they were not used in actual combat, so they did not fall into a weakened state. "Let's go." Jun Chang Shao led the group to the dark forest ahead. On the way, he said to himself, "With this special ability, the disciples in the Lingyan Pavilion don't need weapons and equipment at all." The system poured cold water on him and said, "The host has said that this is a special ability with special restrictions. It's not realistic to use it as a weapon or equipment at all times." "That's true." Jun Chang Shao said to himself, "When we have the new sect function, we can consider upgrading the divine weapon pavilion first." Go Xing did not think that upgrading the elixir pavilion and the smithing pavilion in the lower realm was to save resources and time. However, after upgrading the spiritual beast pavilion and the Lingyan pavilion in the upper realm, he realized that it was so awesome. Therefore, he decided to try the divine weapon pavilion. After all, these new disciples in the Lingyan pavilion had not been equipped with their own divine weapons. Invincible. Jun Chang Shao stopped and said, "In view of your recent performance, I intend to give you a weapon. Will you use a sword or a saber?" Yi Xingqin's eyes widened. "When you gave me and Xiao Ziji weapons, you didn't have the right to choose." Hiwudi scratched his head and said, "I'll take whatever the Patriarch gives." "All right then." Jun Chang Shao opened the magic weapon pavilion. After a round of selection, he spent 10,000 contribution points to buy an exclusive magic weapon called White Rainbow Clear Martial. He took it out and threw it over, saying, "From now on, you are the owner of this weapon." Hiwudi caught it, and his expression became interesting. "Pahaha." The Purple King finally couldn't hold it in any longer. He squatted on the ground and covered his face with his hands as he laughed. Even the professionally trained black and white double breaks faces turned red. The exclusive divine weapon, the White Rainbow Martial Sword, had inherited its unique characteristics. It looked like a palm-sized knocker from a distance, close up and from the side. That was right. It was similar to the two beast mask rings that appeared on the Gate of Life and Death just now. "Patriarch." Hiwudi broke down and said, "Do I have an affinity with the gate?" Jun Chang Shao walked over and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Although the design is a little weird, the power is extraordinary." Hiwudi rolled his eyes. It was undeniable that the weapon was good in terms of material and feel, but at best it belonged to the lower realm. Now that he was in the upper realm, he couldn't use it to fight. "Brother Yi." Hiwudi handed the White Rainbow Martial Sword over and said, "You can use it to make a nose ring." Yi Xingqin roared, "I'm not cow." "Of course." Jun Chang Shao said seriously, "Your exclusive divine weapons may not be able to adapt to the upper realm, but you must take good care of them. As long as they are strengthened in the new version, you can definitely take them out." Although they didn't understand what the new version meant, since the Patriarch was so serious, he would naturally take good care of the exclusive divine weapons. "Husband," Rose of Flowers asked, "is there a weapon that I can use?" Why would a support need a weapon? Jun Chang Shao muttered in his heart, but his thoughts were still very honest as he looked at the divine weapon pavilion. Ding! Host spent 10,000 contribution points and obtained Fantasy Color and Light Dance X1. It has been transferred into the space ring. Ding! Sect contribution points 720000. The reason Jun Chang Shao gave himself was that although the other party was a support, the exclusive divine weapon only cost 10,000 contribution points. It was cheap. Here, he threw it over casually like a steel man. Rose of Flowers caught it and looked at the whip that seemed to be weaved with 7 colors. She smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you, husband." Yi Xingqin, Xiao Ziji, Hiwudi, and the Purple King were all dumbfounded. "No way! Why was her exclusive divine weapon so normal and so beautiful? Why was it not pots and pans when it came to them? It was a pair of boxing gloves and knockers. What made them collapse the most was that the patriarch had bought two exclusive divine weapons for the black and white Rakshasa. One was a sword, the other was a saber. Not only did they look stylish, even the special effects were very high-end. Hiwudi was about to cry. If I had known, I would have chosen the saber and sword too. Patriarch, he said weakly, can I choose again? You're dreaming. This mountain forest is a bit dangerous. Everyone be alert. Yes. The Demon King's cave was a forbidden area. The boundless mountain forest nearby was also a forbidden area. Therefore, very few people came here on normal days. It was still in its most primitive state. Bones and feces of vicious beasts could be seen everywhere. Patriarch, the Purple King walked and said vigilantly, there are many monsters here, and they are not weak in terms of strength. Jun Chang Shao did not say anything. He also felt it from the austere atmosphere. The system said, I was right. Even if there is a magnetite mine here, it is also a tiger's den. It was proud this time. Roar! Roar! At this moment, a furious roar came from the depths of the mountain forest, causing the surrounding leaves to shake violently. Have we been discovered? Jun Changshao immediately ordered, be on guard! Swoosh! Swoosh! Yi Xingqian and the others took out their exclusive divine weapons. Their minds were on high alert because they could hear that the roaring monster was definitely not weak. Rows of flowers subconsciously approached Jun Changshao. If there was trouble, she would immediately merge with her husband to become Lord Rose. Patriarch, the white Rakshasa said in a deep voice, someone is fighting with a monster comparable to a rank 6 demon beast in the depths. Jun Changxiao's powerful spirit sense had already spread over and captured more than 10 martial artists in uniform. They had set up a mysterious formation and were fighting against a powerful, gigantic monster. From the looks of it, they seemed to be suppressing it. These people looked a little old and were all at rank 3 core revolution realm and above. Patriarch, Black Rakshasa said with a serious gaze when he saw the patterns engraved on the chests of the martial artists. These people are from Slight Spirit True Sect, True Grade. Jun Changshao was enlightened. No wonder they are so strong. For now, it was known that the highest realm of Sword Mystic Sect and High Saber Mystic Sect was only at rank 3. For a True Grade sect to send more than 10 of them, the difference was truly huge. Let's go. Jun Changshao said, let's take a detour. Their goal this time was to search for the magnetite mine, so they naturally would not watch the show. However, when he was about to lead everyone to take a detour, an old man that was fighting a formidable demon beast shouted in a low voice, an area of 50 kilometers around this area has been sealed off by my spirit micro-true sect. All unrelated people must leave swiftly. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. All right. Jun Changshao replied loudly, then turned around and returned the way they came. Yi Xingqian, Xiao Ziji, and the rest were stunned. Since when did the patriarch keep such a low profile, leaving without turning back when others told him to? An hour later, Jun Changshao brought them back to the cave from before and took out a set of night clothes and disguise masks. He said, change your clothes and disguise yourselves. Use the hidden cultivation technique and follow me in. The corners of Yi Xingqian and the rest's mouths twitched. Patriarch, the Black Rakshasa said seriously, Slight Spirit True Sect strength cannot be underestimated. You must consider carefully. Jun Changshao said with a straight face, this forest area is ownerless. The more they seal off the area, the more I want to go in and investigate. The Black Rakshasa was silent. He had experienced the tyranny of true grade sections. If the patriarch insisted on going, then let's go. Seeing the determination in everyone's eyes, Rose of Flowers was speechless. Why do I feel that the upper echelons and disciples recruited by my husband are a little abnormal? She said it as if your man is normal. To be exact, the upper echelons and disciples of the sect of all times were abnormal because of your Gosheng. Swoosh, swoosh. Everyone quickly changed into night clothes. Although they changed their appearances, they still used black masks and used the hidden cultivation technique to completely conceal their auras. Let's go. Jun Changshao led everyone to the area they had just come from. He tore off the black mask on his face and stuck out his tongue at the slight spirit true sect martial artists who were fighting with the demon beasts in the depths. Only then did he go in from the right. Patriarch, they didn't discover us. The hidden cultivation technique is too amazing. Hearing the black Rakshasa and white Rakshasa's telepathic messages, Hiwudi puffed out his chest and said proudly, "Don't you know who gave it to me?" Swoosh, swoosh. Everyone sped forward like ghost. After walking for about a few dozen miles, they stopped on the hillside with their mouths agape. Because there was a natural depression in front of them, the sky was filled with extremely spectacular heaven and earth attributes. Zon, Patriarch, the black Rakshasa sent a telepathic message excitedly. There really is a magnetite mine here. P.S. 10200100000 words complete. I have no regrets entering Huaxia in this life. I will still be in China in my next life. I wish the motherland to become stronger and stronger. I wish the readers a happy National Day. Chapter 1389. Baby. Jun Changshao said, "Thank you for your help." The system fell silent. The host has not encountered any danger since he came to find the magnetite vein. This is far from the dragon's lair and tiger's den described. Hiwudi will never be able to escape from the door, but will I never be able to escape from being slapped in the face? Jun Changshao took out the map again and compared the surroundings seriously. Finally, he confirmed that this was the place he was looking for. That fellow didn't lie to me. I'm rich, I'm rich. Although he had never seen a mine in the upper realm, he had dug up quite a number of them in the lower realm. The gathering of such majestic heaven and earth attributes meant that there must be an extremely rich amount of magnetite underground. What Jun Changshao lacked the most now was money. If a mine could provide him with a large amount of resources, it would definitely be super awesome. Patriarch, the black Rakshasa calmed down and said, "Could the people from Spirit, Micro True Sect, have discovered it too? The big guy fighting with it might be the demonic beast that was guarding the mine." "That's great." Jun Changshao said, "Let them restrain it. We'll fish in troubled waters." The black Rakshasa's mouth twitched. If that was the case, what they were doing now was equivalent to snatching a mine from a truth-grade powerhouse. Exciting. Too exciting. Let's go. Jun Changshao jumped down first, and the rest followed closely behind. Dense vegetation grew in the basin, and there were demon beasts of different strengths. However, due to the hidden cultivation technique, they did not discover any humans near the area with the densest heaven and earth attributes. Swoosh, swoosh. After a while, Jun Changshao and the rest stopped at the central area. This was a relatively empty area. They could clearly see with the naked eye the majestic heaven and earth attributes surging up and gathering in the air in the form of mist. Patriarch, the black Rakshasa concluded, there must be a mine below. Swoosh, swoosh. Jun Changshao waved his hands. Dozens of small flags flew out quickly and were inserted at the edge of the empty space, instantly forming an isolation formation. The black Rakshasa was amazed by the smooth formation technique. With the Patriarch's understanding of formations, he would be considered a master in the upper realm, right? It had to be done. After nearly 10 years of research, all his hair had fallen off. His efforts had not been in vain. Moreover, after coming to the upper realm, He had also obtained an atlas related to formations from the old man in Taishan. After studying it carefully, his experience points could be said to have skyrocketed. It was undeniable that Jun Changshao had relied on the aptitude fluid to raise his level when he came into contact with their Rei Dao. But when it came to researching the heaven and earth-seizing fortune array, he completely relied on himself. Don't overlook Go Sheng's strengths, his perseverance, and... Bah, I can't continue lying. After the formation was set up, everyone stopped suppressing their cultivation and began to dig in the open space with all kinds of spiritual energy. Jun Changshao had a clear division of labor. He and his disciples were in charge of digging the hole, while the black and white Rakshasa were in charge of guarding it. If the people of Lingwei True Sect came, they had to hold them back or lure them away. This magnetite vein is mine for sure. Such heavenly treasures did not belong to whoever found them, but to whoever dug them out. No one could forcibly occupy it unless there was an absolute suppression of strength. With Go Sheng's low-key personality, even if the immortal level sects had their eyes on the vein, as long as he wanted it, he would definitely find a way to get it. There was no other way. Who asked my master to be Jinren Tonggu? Who asked me to have a backer that even the Realm Hall is afraid of? It could be seen that Go Sheng was going deeper and deeper into the path of cheating his master. Although it was nothing for the time being, when all kinds of conflicts erupted, it would inevitably turn into a huge pot as heavy as Mount Tai. Whether Jinren Tonggu could carry it or not would depend on how strong his Taoist heart and strength were. Swoosh! Swoosh! Jun Changshao and his disciples worked together to dig. Under the many times acceleration, a huge hole about a few hundred feet deep appeared, just touching the rock layer on the surface of the vein. Patriarch! Xiao Ziji held a pure oar and said excitedly, "We've dug up a magnetite! Dig! Dig quickly!" Yi Xingqian and Hiwudi immediately dug in high spirits and broke the surrounding rock layer one after another, forming the shape of a hole. The scene that appeared in their field of vision was crystal clear, magnetite, half embedded in the soil. "Oh my God!" Xiao Ziji exclaimed, "So many!" Hiwudi said solemnly, "It has to be at least a medium-sized vein." Jun Changshao was wild with joy. "We're going to be rich. Patriarch!" At that moment, the black Rakshasa sent a voice transmission. "The people from Spirit Micro True Sect are here." Jun Changshao hurriedly said, "The isolation array will be discovered at a certain distance. Don't let them get close." Yes, the black Rakshasa and the black Rakshasa exchanged glances, and a strong sense of excitement surged into their hearts. Then they flew out from the dark and charged towards Spirit Micro True Sect with full cultivation. True-level sects had 6th Refinement Corps experts. The two of them rarely provoked them when they roamed the pugilistic world. Now, for the sake of their sect, they naturally did not care. Back to the people of Spirit Micro True Sect. After dealing with the demon beasts guarding the vein, they rushed over at their fastest speed. One of the bearded men frowned. "Strange, why would anyone appear in this area?" The leading old man said, "Maybe itinerant cultivators who barged into the Demon King's cave and accidentally walked in." Fifth elder only shouted and scared them away. "They should be itinerant cultivators who barged into the forbidden area," someone said with a smile. The experts of Spirit Micro True Sect did not expect that not only did those cowards not leave, they were even brazenly digging the vein. Furthermore, because they had mining experience, they obtained the magnetite extremely quickly, especially Jun Changshao. He released the earth of the 5 elements and established a connection with the soil. Magnetite fell off one after another. Xiao Ziji, who was in charge of storing them, was extremely busy running around. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man laughed loudly. Judging from the heaven and earth attributes gathered in midair, this is at least a medium-sized vein that stores 1 billion magnetite. If we dig it all out, we can replenish the sect with many resources. If Go Sheng heard this, he would probably jump up in excitement. 1 billion. This might be a small goal in the eyes of the richest man, but in the eyes of an ordinary sect, it was definitely an astronomical figure. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the experts of Spirit Micro True Sect were about to approach the basin, the black and white Rakshasas rushed out from another direction. Without any explanation, they gathered all kinds of true energy and launched an attack. Someone's here. Be on guard. More than 10 core reincarnation realm experts quickly gathered together. All kinds of martial arts and supreme treasures were revealed, dispersing all kinds of attacks. Swoosh! The black and white Rakshasas landed on a huge rock and said coldly, "I didn't expect to meet an enemy here." Enemy? The experts of Spirit Micro True Sect immediately realized that they had met an enemy. However, when they saw the other party's true appearance through the mask, they found them to be very unfamiliar. They could not help but wonder if their sect had offended these two 6th Revolution Core Reincarnation Realm experts. They had not offended them. The black and white Rakshasas said this to divert their attention and not let them think about the vein. "The two of you," Spirit Micro True Sect's 5th Elder said coldly, "what enmity do we have?" More than 10 of them could deal with a 6th Revolution Core Reincarnation Realm demonic beast. They naturally did not fear the black and white Rakshasas. However, there was a vein here, and they did not want outsiders to know about it, so they could only avoid fighting. "I'm afraid that everyone has forgotten what happened on Mount Yinwu, Cloud Mist Mountain." The 5th Elder and the others were confused. Spirit Micro True Sect had been to this place 1,000 years ago, but none of them were involved, so they did not know what happened. Right. If they were present, how could they deceive them? The white Rakshasas said coldly, "It seems that you all have forgotten. I need to tell you what happened and let you understand what it means by every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor." He and the black Rakshasas only had one goal: to prevent the other party from getting close to the isolation formation and stall for time. The 5th Elder was also worried that the two would discover the vein, so he tried his best to stabilize his emotions and prevent the situation from worsening. Thus he cupped his fists and said, "I'm all ears." "Damn. So cooperative." The white Rakshasas did not hold back. He said, "This matter started from half a month before we went to Cloud Mist Mountain. Stalling for time was the same as fighting in the pugilistic world. 1 chapter for fighting, 1 chapter for making a move, 1 chapter for using one's trump card. He had learned the essence of it. He spoke from half a month to the day of the incident, causing the experts of Spirit Micro True Sect to feel dizzy. "Brothers," at this moment, Jun Chang Shao transmitted his voice. "We're done digging. Retreat." P.S. Happy National Day. Chapter 1390. Finished digging? The white Rakshasa and the black Rakshasa were dumbfounded. Calculating the time, it had been at most an hour since they arrived at this basin. Even if it was a small vein, it would take at least a few hours to dig. It was true that it would take a lot of time to dig up all the stones, no matter how big the scale was. However, even if Jun Chang Shao dug them all out, it would only take him about 10 minutes at most if Bai Luocha started to stall for time. Why was it so fast? Because Jun Chang Shao spent 100,000 contribution points to buy a product called or harvester from the system shop. When he took it out and pressed the start button, the magnetite hidden in the layers of soil seemed to be pulled by some kind of force and flew out in a hurry. Holy *T. Xiao Ziji, Yi Xingchen, and the others widened their eyes. Pieces of magnetite drilled out of the soil layer and then merged into what seemed to be an infinitely large container. It was so fast that it was like a locust swarm passing through. Days, or even dozens of days of mining work were finished by the ore harvester in just 10 minutes. Ding! After all the magnetite was collected, a bunch of numbers appeared on the machine screen. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Jun Chang Shao recited a long string of numbers. When he reached the end, he held his head and looked at everyone. then exclaimed in disbelief, 1.2 billion. That much? Yi Xingqian and the others were also shocked. Swoosh! Swoosh! After a brief moment of shock, Jun Changshao stood in the front row. The Purple King stood in the second row. Yi Xingqian, Xiao Ziji, and Hiwudi stood in the back row. The 5 of them immediately danced to the pure land of bliss to express their excitement and joy. Damn it! A group of staff, rows of flowers, frowned and said, "Stop dancing. The black and white guardians are still holding back the Lingwei True Sect outside. We have to leave this place as soon as possible." Yes, yes. Jun Changshao immediately returned to normal. He immediately sent a voice transmission to the black and white ghosts, then led a few disciples out of the cave and slipped away. After receiving the news of the retreat, Rakshasa immediately clarified the main point and said, "A supreme treasure has appeared on Mount Yunwu. The 2 of us just went over to join in the fun and didn't have any intention of snatching it. Why did your Lingwei True Sect attack us for no reason?" The 5th elder and the others immediately collapsed. It was such a simple matter, yet he had to start from half a month ago. During that time, he even explained in detail what she ate, drank, and did. Was there something wrong with this fellow? Something's wrong. The 5th elder seemed to have thought of something and said, "Although my spirit essence True Sect sent people over when the supreme treasure of Mount Yunwu appeared, they were only there to join in the fun and did not participate. Why would they attack you?" "Not involved." Bai Luocha scratched her head and said, "Could it be that we remembered wrongly?" "Both of you." The 5th elder cupped his hands and said, "All those years ago, my spirit Wisdom True Sect only sent 2 elders over, and the treasure was seized as soon as we arrived at the area. There's definitely a misunderstanding. Perhaps someone is intentionally using the name of my sect to frame us. Seeing how sincere you are, I'll believe you this time." Bai Luocha said, "However, we will investigate carefully. If we confirm that it was done by your Lingwei True Sect, we will definitely go to the sect personally to seek justice. Let's go." Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 turned into streams of light and slipped away in a spiral formation. They left just like that. The expressions of the spirit essence True Sect experts were a little interesting. The 5th elder secretly heaved a sigh of relief. These 2 rank 6 experts did not force them and escalated the situation to the point of fighting. This also prevented the possibility of the magnetite mine being exposed. Let's go. Swoosh! 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 Everyone walked towards the basin area and soon passed through the completely dissipated isolation formation. However, when they stopped in front of the huge pit that was hundreds of feet deep, the muscles on their faces froze. The mine had been dug up? Time did not allow them to think. They immediately jumped into the pit. When they saw that there was not a single magnetite left in the pit apart from the dirt scattered on the ground, they were dumbstruck. Puff! The 5th elder could not hold it in and spat out blood on the spot. They came here a few days ago and were preparing to dig when the demon beast guarding the mine appeared. In order to ensure the safety of the magnetite underground, they purposely lured it away. Although they dealt with it in the end, when they returned, there was nothing left. 5th elder, an expert said angrily, "Those 2 were definitely stalling for time." Puff! The 5th elder spat out another mouthful of blood. Only when the truth was completely exposed did he realize how stupid he was. Damn it! Another elder clenched his fists and said, "Who dares to steal our spirit essence True Sect's magnetite mine?" If Jun Changshao heard this, he would definitely have a tut on his face. It was clearly a public resource, but you did not even dig a hole. How dare you say it's your own mine? Chase! The 5th elder said angrily, "Don't let those 2 escape." Whoosh! Whoosh! More than 10 experts of spirit essence True Sect flew out of the mine and followed the black and white Rakshas. However, they could not find them even after searching for a long time, because they were in the opposite direction. Was it over just like that? No. The fifth elder gradually calmed down. He clenched his fists and said angrily, "Did Pei Si Li tell others the location of the mine, so they were the first to dig it out?" "It's possible. Let's go to Fuqian's sect." Strictly speaking, this magnetite mine belonged to Pei Si Li. After all, he was the first to discover it, but in order to save his life, he gave the ownership to Jun Changshao. Then, how did Spirit Essence True Sect arrive first? The reason was very simple. Patriarch Pei was angry that he was beaten up by Jun Changshao and lost a mine, so he found this true sect and used the excuse of becoming a subsidiary sect to offer the specific location. In short, Jun Changshao knew first, and Spirit Essence True Sect knew later. However, their car was good and fast, so they arrived at the destination first. Fortunately, they came quickly. Otherwise, Go Sheng would have to face a sixth transformation demon beast, and others might even take advantage of the situation. Awesome! After walking far enough away from the Demon King's cave, Jun Changshao took off his night clothes and disguise, and a bright smile appeared on his face. In a short time, he obtained one. 2 billion magnetite. This was definitely a huge fortune for a sect that had just arrived. Damn it! He could finally straighten his back. Swoosh! Swoosh! The black and white Rakshasas caught up from behind. When they learned that 2 billion magnetite had been dug out, their eyes almost popped out. Patriarch! The black Rakshasa said solemnly, "This is a huge fortune. Spirit Essence True Sect will definitely not let it go." "Don't worry," Jun Changshao said indifferently. "With the disguise mask and the hidden cultivation technique, they definitely won't know who dug out the magnetite." But the black Rakshasa said worriedly, "We didn't disguise ourselves when we were discovered." Indeed, Jun Changshao touched his chin and said, "This is a flaw." Anyway, the magnetite was already in their hands. So what if they knew? At most, they would hide in the sect and not develop in peace. Go Sheng's principle was that anything that entered his pocket was his. If they came to him for it, he would definitely not give it to them. Fuqian sect, outside the main hall. Pei Si Li, who was still recuperating, stood trembling. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead because all the experts standing in front of him were from Spirit Essence True Sect. Seniors. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "The sect of all times Patriarch knows the location. He must be the one who dug out the ore vein." Chapter 1391. Yes, Spirit Micro True Sect had discovered Jun Changshao's true appearance when they were fighting with the demon beasts, but they did not suspect him at all. Instead, they had obtained key clues from Pei Si Li, Patriarch Pei. Fifth Elder's gaze was cold. How did the sect of all times know? This, Pei Si Li's forehead was covered in sweat. In the end, he had no choice but to tell them what had happened. Fifth Elder laughed coldly. "Patriarch Pei was bullied by that fellow. He told us about the magnetite mine. So, he wanted to use us to do the dirty work." No, Pei Si Li hurriedly said. "I'm sincerely seeking refuge with your sect." This fellow's scheme was quite deep. He had many intentions for telling Spirit Micro True Sect the location. First, if they could snatch the mine, Fuqian Sect would be able to ride on their coattails. Second, it would be perfect if they had some friction with Jun Changshao during the mining. In the end, Spirit Micro True Sect had reached first, but the magnetite was still dug out by someone else. Pei Si Li was not sure if the person who had dug it out was Jun Changshao, but he would definitely point the finger at him now. After all, he had to give an explanation. Moreover, it was an excellent opportunity to kill with a borrowed knife. Fuqian Sect Patriarch Pei Si Li's path was getting narrower. "Let's go," Fifth Elder said. "To Phoenix Perch Immortal Mountain." He knew what Pei Si Li was thinking. Regardless of whether the sect of all times had dug it out or not, he had to go and investigate. After all, a medium-sized mine could store at least 1 billion magnetite. Fifth Elder. A middle-aged man said, I heard that the master of the sect of all times patriarch is the Taishan itinerant cultivator. The guy who stays in his room all day and likes to study Chimen Duanjia? That's right. Humph. Fifth elder's gaze was filled with disdain. The middle-aged man suggested, if the sect of all times really dug out the magnetite, they might not dare to admit it. Why don't we capture the Taishan itinerant cultivator first? Then we won't have to be afraid that he won't admit it. Do you have news of that fellow? Yes. He's in Green Shadow City. Green Shadow City, it was extremely far away from the timeless Immortal Mountain. The Taishan old man who had run away with his luggage was sitting leisurely in a tea house drinking tea. He thought to himself, sure enough, the further away I am from that guy, the smaller the ominous sign. The pitiful legend of the falling star continent had been tricked by Go Sheng and had no choice but to leave. However, putting down the teacup, the Taishan elder thought to himself, this kid should be able to become stronger in the shortest time possible. When the time comes, I should be able to change the IOU. All in all, he was more optimistic about Jun Changshao. Shua. Suddenly, an old man with a strong aura sat down and said, You're the Taishan wanderer. The Taishan old man was about to answer when he suddenly realized that there were several experts around him whose auras were not weaker than his own. He became vigilant and asked, Who are you? Pa. A token engraved with the words Spirit Micro True Sect was placed on the table. Seeing this, the guests who were drinking tea in the tea house suddenly had a strong sense of fear in their eyes and disappeared from the tea table as quickly as possible. The Taishan old man frowned and said, What's the matter? The fifth elder said, Your disciple robbed a mine of our Spirit Micro True Sect. Ah, the Taishan old man's eyes widened immediately. He didn't have a disciple, but he instantly realized that the other party must be talking about Jun Changshao, because this guy shamelessly called him master. That bastard was not satisfied after provoking a few Xian-level sects. So he started to provoke true-level sects? How did he survive in the lower world when he was so courting death? Everyone, the Taishan old man smiled bitterly and said, If I say that I've never taken a disciple, would you believe me? What do you think? Sigh. The Taishan old man shook his head, jumped out of the tea house with agile movements, and then fell into a special prison prepared in advance by the Spirit Micro True Sect. Crack! The prison door closed. No, the Taishan old man grabbed the railing and roared, I'm not that guy's master. I won't take responsibility for the trouble he caused. At this time, it was too late to say anything because he had already been lifted up like a prisoner and escorted out of Green Shadow City in front of everyone. What's going on? Judging from his clothes, he seems to be from the Spirit Micro True Sect. What did the old man do? I don't know. Everyone whispered. This kind of direct arrest was very disrespectful to a city, but the internal guards pretended not to see it because true-level sects were existences they could not afford to provoke. I have nothing to do with the sect of all times. That guy is not my disciple. Let me out. On the way to the ancient Immortal Mountain, the Taishan old man kept roaring, cursing Jun Changshao in his heart. Achoo! Go Sheng, who had just returned to the sect of all time, sneezed, then rubbed his nose and thought to himself, Is someone talking bad about me? 2 billion Xian stones. This number was really huge. After returning to the sect, Jun Changshao began to seriously think about how to deal with it. Although the heaven and earth attributes and laws here are strong, they are not as pure as the Xian stones. So, take out 1 billion Xian stones and give it to the disciples, and the remaining 200 million will be used for the sect's cash flow. The main mission was to make the sect immortal level. So distributing martial Dao resources to the disciples and letting them increase their strength faster was undoubtedly the best choice. The next day, 100,000 disciples lined up and received 10,000 Xian stones from the higher-ups for cultivation. Although the number is huge, Jun Changshao shook his head and said, but it's not much for them. When he first developed in the lower realm, a few 100,000 Xian stones could be used to supply a few hundred disciples. Now that he had brought 100,000 Xian stones up, the martial Dao resources needed were really huge. The system said, the host needs to obtain more martial Dao resources. MN. Jun Changshao nodded. With 200 million Xian stones and an elixir store, there would only be more and more ways and opportunities to earn money. This made him quite confident. The disciples of the sect of all times who had received 10,000 Xian stones each entered a state of cultivation again. This time, with a supply of even pure energy, their realms were destined to increase. As for how much they could increase, it would take time to determine. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Almost every once in a while, someone in the sect would break through, and advancing to Wu Huang and Half-Saint had become the norm. Inside the main hall, Jun Changshao called over Lu Qianjian, Su Xiaoma, and Li Fei, and gave them their exclusive divine weapons after entering the Lingyan Pavilion. Lu Qianjian's exclusive divine weapon was called Calm Frost, and its form was a translucent jade bracelet that released ice attributes at any time. Su Xiaoma's exclusive divine weapon was called Yellow Springs Guides the Way, and its form was a lamp. Li Fei's exclusive divine weapon was called Jade Void Pill Sun, and its form was a stone. The two brothers looked at their exclusive divine weapons, and then looked at the exquisitely carved jade bracelet on eldest senior sister's wrist. Their expressions immediately became interesting. They were both disciples, but the gap between them was so big. However, thinking of Yi Xingchen's wine jar and Xiao Ziji's cauldron, the two of them immediately felt relieved. After equipping the core disciples with new equipment, Jun Changshao took out the 3 experience talisman that were rewarded for completing the mission, and then crushed them one by one. Although he felt that his strength had increased, there were still no signs of a breakthrough. As expected, he shook his head and said, breaking through to the second stage can't rely on just 2 or 3 experience talisman. Every stage is equivalent to a big realm. When the host was in the lower realm, he didn't rely on the experience talisman to advance. The system said, wait. Jun Changshao's expression changed and said, according to what you said, if I want to break through to the next level, I still need to complete the epic mission. In theory, yes. F*CK. Go Sheng had never thought about breaking through. Now that he heard the system say that, he immediately collapsed. If he really had to complete an epic mission according to the first stage, he would need to complete another 8 to reach the 9th stage. The most F*kept thing was that each level was not divided into more detailed realms. Who knew when he would be able to meet the requirements to trigger the epic mission? I'm messing around. Jun Changshao was already used to being cheated by the system, so when he could not change reality, he could only resign himself to it. A few days later, the Black and White Rakshasa sent a voice transmission. Patriarch, the people from the Lingwei True Sect are here. What? Jun Changshao hurriedly flew to the front of the mountain gate. With his spiritual senses released, he immediately captured the sky outside the Aeon Immortal Mountain. Streams of light were moving at an extremely fast speed. They were the experts of the Lingwei True Sect that he had encountered outside the mine. The disciples who had dug up the magnetite had not been used up yet, and they had already found it. Their speed was a little fast. Jun Changshao narrowed his eyes and discovered that a few experts of the Lingwei True Sect were carrying a cage made of special ores. Inside was actually Jun Changshao. At this moment, the Taishian old man's heart-wrenching and furious voice rippled through the Aeon Immortal Mountain. Did we have the hatred of killing our fathers and stealing our wives in our previous lives? Chapter 1392. More than 10 core transformation realm experts from the Lingwei True Sect carried the trapped Taishian old man to the ancient Immortal Mountain. Master, Jun Changshao stood in front of the mountain gate and frowned. "What's going on?" When the Taishan old man heard this, he almost fainted. "You caused trouble outside and made me take the blame. How dare you ask me what's going on?" "Fifth elder," an expert standing in front of the prison, said with a gloomy expression, "this guy was one of the people who passed by when we were fighting with the demonic beasts." The fifth elder also realized it and was certain that he was the one who stole the magnetite mine. "Kid, you're quite bold. How dare you steal the Lingwei True Sect's mine?" "Huh." Jun Chang Shao crossed his arms and said, "The mine exists in a forest where no one has set foot in. Since when did it become your family's property?" Go Xing did not even think of denying it. After all, the other party had come looking for him, so he must have been exposed. "Everyone," the Taishan old man grabbed the railing and said, "I have nothing to do with him. Can you let me go first?" He was determined not to take the blame for the trouble that Go Sheng caused. "Master," Jun Chang Shao clutched his chest and said with a pained expression, "Is this okay?" "Shut up. I'm not your master. You're not my disciple." The Taishan old man was about to go crazy from anger. It was not easy for him to get away from this guy and hide in a distant city. In the end, after a few days of good days, he became a prisoner because of him. No one would be able to accept it. Sigh. Jun Chang Shao shook his head and said, "Master and disciple are birds in the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly separately." "Kid," the fifth elder's gaze gradually darkened as he said, "Cut the crap. Hurry up and hand over all the magnetite you dug out. Otherwise, your master will. Master doesn't even acknowledge me. His life and death have nothing to do with me." Jun Chang Shao interrupted. The Taishan man was so angry that his hair almost stood on end. "Because of you, I was captured. Now, you don't care about my life or death. This is really a case of a fellow townsman cheating a fellow townsman." The fifth elder and the others also had interesting expressions on their faces. "We went all the way to Green Shadow City to capture the Taishan wanderer, all for the sake of forcing him to submit. But in the end, he fell out with Master on the spot. Wouldn't all our efforts have been in vain? The main thing was that they had caught the wrong person. If they had caught a disciple, the situation would definitely be different. Everyone," the Taishan old man said sorrowfully, "from today onwards, I will sever all ties with this unfilial disciple. If you have any grudges, you can go find him. Can you let me go first?" "Humph," the fifth elder sneered. "Do you think that's possible?" "Master," Jun Chang Shao couldn't control his emotions and said loudly, "If you really want to cut ties with your disciple, then I'll." He suddenly sat down, picked up a watermelon and said, "Start eating melons." The Taishan old man almost spat out blood on the spot. However, he was someone who had experienced great storms after all. He understood the other party's meaning, so he hurriedly said, "How about I cut ties with you?" Jun Chang Shao stood up and said, "If Master is in trouble, your disciple will definitely save you." The Taishan old man understood. This guy wanted him to personally admit that they were master and disciple. No. I was tricked so badly before I became his master. If I really became his master, wouldn't I have to carry a big pot every day when I go out? "Master," Jun Chang Shao said loudly, "make your choice." He was actually quite grateful that Lingwei True Sect had captured the Taishan wanderer, because he could use this opportunity to establish a master-disciple relationship. Moreover, the sect lacked such a high-tech talent. The fifth elder said, "Whether you are master and disciple or not, you must hand over the magnetite you stole. Otherwise, the sect of all times will become an ancient sect." "You talk big." Jun Chang Shao hooked his finger and said, "Come here if you can." Because the entire sect was protected by the Purple Night celestial formation, Go Xing did not panic. Instead, he even wanted to dance. He did not panic. The Taishan old man panicked. Now he was still considering whether to admit their master-disciple relationship or not. In fact, the key to his dilemma was whether the other party had the ability to save him even if he admitted their master-disciple relationship. How about this? Jun Changshao said, I'll save you, and the money I owe will be written off. The Taishian old man roared, I'm in this state all because of you. It's only right that you save me. As for the money I owe, not a cent less. Spittle flew everywhere when he said the last few words. This meant that he could accept death calmly, but he could not accept not paying back the money he owed. Either admit our master-disciple relationship or write off the money you owe. Master, make your choice, Jun Changshao said seriously. The fifth elder and the others were a little confused. They roughly understood that this guy owed their master money and did not intend to pay it back. This was a little shameless. Okay. The Taishian old man made his choice and said loudly, We are master and disciple. I can take the blame, but I can't not pay back the money. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the black and white Rakshasa flew out in a spiral and hovered in front of the Lingwei True Sect powerhouse. Their sixth transformation, core cultivation, was fully unleashed. Master, Jun Changshao said with a serious face, with me here, no one can hurt you. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as he said that, the black and white Rakshasa gathered all kinds of energy and rushed over. When the special effects reached the extreme, the space was gradually distorted by the shock. The two had already been ordered to be ready to save him at any time. Stop! The fifth elder's face changed drastically. He hurriedly ordered his companions to keep an eye on the Taishian cultivator. However, as soon as he spoke, the line of defense was completely torn apart, and the captured person was taken away together with the prison. Clang! On the training field of the sect of all times, the prison made of special or floated down. Whoosh! Whoosh! The black and white Rakshasa didn't stop at all. They rushed out again in a spiral and fought with more than 10 Lingwei True Sect powerhouses. Boom! Boom! Whoosh! Whoosh! All kinds of light effects and special effects exploded outside the sect. The remaining energy came crashing down like a monstrous wave, but it was all resolved by the hidden purple cloud constellation array. The Lingwei True Sect's martial artists were the same as when they fought the demon beasts. The black and white Rakshasa had no problem fighting together. Therefore, Jun Changshao walked to the training field and took out the green dragon crescent blade, saying, Master, I've wronged you. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere, but it didn't move. Jun Changshao raised the green dragon crescent blade again. After a dozen slashes, not only did the prison not break, but it didn't even leave a mark. He broke down and said, Is it so hard? The Taishian old man said, This is made of 9-star steel stone. Unless it's opened with a key, it can't be broken by external forces. I see. Jun Changshao turned his head and said, Guardian, snatch the key. At this point, he stopped talking because the Lingwei True Sect's powerhouses realized that the black and white Rakshasa were very strong. They didn't dare to fight too much and ran away. Jun Changshao said awkwardly, Master, I'm afraid you'll have to stay in the prison for a while. Plop! The Taishian old man collapsed in the prison. After a while, he held his head and said, Are you sent by the heavens to punish me? Chapter 1393. It was not that the spirit micro true sect was pulling him down, but that the black and white Rakshasa were too strong. After a few rounds of battle, they realized that the situation was not good and ran away without saying a word. Of course, they would not let it go just like that. After all, it involved 1 billion magnetite. Besides, since they already knew who stole it, they could not run away. There was still a long way to go. Let's meet again. As soon as the spirit micro true sect people left, the Taishian elder collapsed. You can abandon the cage made of 9-star steel stone. But before you leave, can you let me out first? Don't worry, Master. Jun Changshao summoned all kinds of equipment and said with a serious gaze, "Even if it's Mount Hua that binds you, I will still split it open." In ancient times, Qin Xiang saved his mother. Today, Go Sheng saved his master. It was really touching. Boom. Boom. Jun Changshao held Jade Dragon, asks the Heaven Sword, 9 Heavens, 10 Earth, Sky Tyrant Spear, and other weapons. It could be said that a kitchen knife was cutting wires. Sparks were flying, but he could not break the cage. Patriarch. Fan Yezi studied it carefully and said with a serious expression, "The material of this thing is very strong. It can't be broken without absolute strength unless what? Use the purest flames to smelt it." Understood. Jun Changshao waved his hand, and the fire spirit appeared out of thin air. He said, "Little flame, smelt this cage for me." "Father, do you want to smelt the old man inside as well?" It was not until then that Go Leftover realized that Mr. Taishan would be affected if he melted the cage. So he asked, "Master, can you handle it?" "Nonsense. Who can withstand this?" It was good to smelt the cage with the fire spirit, but because the Taishan elder was locked inside, it was very difficult to implement. So Jun Changshao rejected it. "Old Fan, is there any other way? If you don't use flames to smelt it, then you can only find the key." Sigh. Jun Changshao sighed and said, "I'll have to trouble Master to stay in the cage for a while. I'll find a way to get the key. Disciples, listen up. Come and pay your respects to your Grandmaster." The Master's master was the Master's master. The Master's senior brothers and sisters were the Uncle Masters, and the junior brothers and sisters were the Uncle Masters. Reader, do you need science knowledge? Who are you looking down on? Under Jun Changshao's call, the Taishan elder, but because he was locked in the cage, the scene was a little bit funny. "Greetings, Master. Greetings, Master." After all the inner and outer sect disciples had paid their respects, the core disciples stepped forward to pay their respects. Among them, Yi Xingqin's expression was the most spectacular. When he first came to the upper realm, he saw old man Taishan from afar and was shocked by his sage-like aura. However, the second time they met, old man Taishan was locked in a cage. The contrast was too huge. "Master." Jun Changshao also took the initiative to introduce. "This is Yi Xingqin. He obtained the Taishan Sutra that you created. If you have time, you can teach him personally." Yi Xingqin was overjoyed. That's right, this person was the creator of the Taishan Sutra. His understanding of the heart technique must be stronger than Yi Taishuan's. If he could get more professional guidance, he might have a big breakthrough. The Taishan elder said impatiently, "This heart technique is extraordinary in the lower realm, but it's common in the upper realm. There's nothing to teach." Yi Xingqin. The Taishan Sutra was created in the lower realm. Now that it was in the upper realm with a different system, its value must be limited. What about the Taishan Ice Heart technique? Lu Qianqian asked. The Taishan elder looked carefully and said in surprise, "Little girl, you have the Taishan Ice Heart physique?" "Yes, this is the perfect physique to cultivate the Taishan Ice Heart technique. You should have reached the level of heart like still water by now, right?" "No." The Taishan elder was stunned. Her heart technique and physique were excellent, but she had not reached this level. It was a little strange. The so-called heart like still water is to control your 7 emotions and 6 desires, to be truly unperturbed. If you can't reach this level, there's only one possibility. The Taishan elder said telepathically, "Child, you've fallen in love with him." Lu Qianqian was silent. She turned and left. Her heart did not waver at all, as if she knew this would be the result. Jun Changshao did not know that the Taishan elder was communicating with Lu Qianqian through telepathy. When he saw her suddenly turn and leave, he quickly mediated. "Master, my disciple cultivated the ice attribute and became stupid. Please don't take it to heart." "I won't," the Taishan elder said. This girl's physique is outstanding in the upper realm. If she has the guidance of a master, her future is immeasurable. Oh, Jun Changxiao's interest was piqued. He said, Qingyang Xiaoma, come here and let your grandmaster take a look. Yes, Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma came over and bowed. Although the Taishan elder was locked in a cage, it did not prevent him from judging a person's potential. He said affirmatively, your disciples have good potential. If they can cultivate in a higher sect, they'll definitely stand out in the future. Jun Changxiao was a little unhappy. Does being in the sect of all times hinder their development? Then Xiao Ziji and the others continued to step forward and bow. The Taishan elder could not help but think, the disciples he recruited are all good. This legend of the falling star continent would never have thought that apart from a small number of core disciples, most of them were very ordinary. For example, Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others could achieve what they had today because of Jun Changxiao's training. It was undeniable that Gou Sheng was not qualified to be a patriarch. All he thought about was how to be a hands-off shopkeeper and how to complete missions and travel the world with his beloved. However, he was really good to his disciples. He gave them all kinds of resources, pills, and equipment. Selfless contributions and sacrifices were exchanged for arrogant people like Night Emperor and the Purple King to advance and retreat with the sect. In exchange, Lu Qianqian was willing to contribute martial arts. Whether it was the strongest sect of all times in the lower realm or the current unrated sect of all times in the upper realm, under Gou Sheng's leadership, the cohesion formed and the culture and atmosphere of the sect were difficult for other forces to replicate. This was a warm and happy home. Not only was there a funny patriarch, but there was also a group of disciples with different personalities. Master, I've ordered the cafeteria to prepare a sumptuous dinner for you. If you were locked in a cage and couldn't get out, would you still be in the mood to eat? Master, you don't know, but one of the characteristics of the sect of all times is that we're excellent in terms of food. Don't talk so much with me. Hurry up and think of a way to get the key. Night came. The Taishan elder was carried into the cafeteria. Before he went in, he looked like he was about to collapse. As his freedom was restricted, he was not in the mood to eat at all. After he came out, he wiped the oil stains on his mouth and exclaimed, "It's simply delicious." The Taishan elder was placed in a large courtyard on Dragon's Pine Peak. As his movements were restricted, Jun Changxiao not only assigned him 8 disciples, but also installed a few handrails on the cage. In an instant, it became a palanquin with 8 people. Patriarch, the Black Rakshasa, said worriedly, "The Lingwei True Sect will definitely not let this go. I'm afraid that soon, our sect of all times will be in big trouble." Smack! Jun Changxiao placed the pocket-sized ancient warship on the table and cupped his hands. They can bully my Taishan master, but they dare to bully my ancient master? Chapter 1394. Jun Changxiao was not afraid of Lingwei True Sect because he still had a trump card, which was his identity as Jinren Tonggu's disciple. Everyone knew that Gou Sheng was very shameless. If he was really forced into a corner, it would be normal for him to use his other master to intimidate the true-level sections. The Black Rakshasa immediately relaxed. If Lingwei True Sect knew that his little brother was Jinren Tonggu's disciple, not only would they not dare to offend him, they might even personally come to apologize. If one wanted to survive in the upper realm, connections were very important. The happiest of the Taishan old man's arrival at the sect of all times were Zhen Dejuan and Shengguan Xiniao. After all, the former had an excellent understanding of Chimen Duanjia, so he humbly came to ask for advice almost every day. Sigh. One day, Jun Changxiao walked in with a sigh. 1 black and 2 black placed the wine and dishes neatly on the table. The aroma of the wine and dishes immediately filled the entire room. The Taishan old man boasted that he had good self-control, but when he recalled the food he had just eaten, he could not help but salivate. He glared and said, "Are you deliberately tempting me by putting the wine and dishes so far away?" "Master, Jun Changshao said bitterly, "My sect has been established for many years, but it still lacks a grand elder." The Taishian old man immediately understood that this guy wanted to rope him in. "You little brat," he scolded. "Don't push your luck." He was already helpless when he was forced to admit that they were master and disciple. If he joined the sect of all times, he would be a scapegoat every day. Jun Changshao poured the wine and said, "My disciple cultivated the heart technique created by the master, so it's considered an opportunity. Why don't you join the sect of all times and become a grand elder and enjoy the highest standard of treatment?" The sect now had positions such as hall master, elders, and protectors. The only thing they lacked was a grand elder. If he tricked him into joining, his foundation would immediately improve. Moreover, the Taishian old man was proficient in Chimanduanjia and was his master. Not only was he suitable for this position, but he was also of a similar generation. Of course, Jun Changshao added, "If Shizhuan is willing to be the grand elder, you can still live a carefree life. All the internal affairs of the sect will be handled by me." The Taishian old man immediately refused. Not interested. He didn't dare to have too much contact with this kind of troublemaker, who first provoked the Xian level and then the truth level. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. Forget it then. Jun Changshao did not insist. He began to eat and drink. The aroma of the dishes and wine immediately became stronger. Gulp. The Taishian old man sat in the cell and watched him eat and drink alone. He swallowed his saliva frequently, and finally he couldn't help but completely seal off his sense of smell. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Jun Changshao came over and took out the Chimin Duanjia Breaking Formations chapter. He turned to the first page and said, "Shizhuan, this is a secret array book left by an ancestor of my sect. Do you want to take a look?" The Taishian old man knew this guy was playing tricks again. He didn't intend to read it, but because he was extremely obsessed with arrays, he subconsciously glanced at it and then was attracted by the recorded content. Oh my God! There was a detailed method to break formations written on it. There were many concepts that even he hadn't thought of. Turn the page. Swish. Jun Changshao directly closed the secret book and said, "I won't disturb Shizhuan's rest." Then he turned and left. "Brat," the Taishian old man hurriedly shouted, "come back, let me read another page." When Go Sheng studied the Breaking Formations chapter in the 9th layer of hell, he felt it was very magical. As an expert in this field, it was naturally easy to be taken in. "Shizhuan," Jun Changshao said, "if you become a grand elder, you can read the secret manual at will." The expression on the Taishian old man's face changed again and again. In the end, he cursed, "You bastard, will you only stop when I'm dead?" Jun Changshao stopped and said seriously, "Shizhuan, please believe me. Joining the sect of all times will benefit you." The system ridiculed. "The premise is that you're good at taking the blame." Damn it. After a long internal struggle, the Taishian old man said, "Let's make it clear. I won't interfere in the sect's affairs. Just be a grand elder with peace of mind." Okay. Seeing that he agreed, Jun Changshao immediately took out the entry form and went through the procedures until he stamped it with the sect seal. Then he grinned and said, "Shizhuan, we're now in the same sect." Seeing the smile on this guy's face, the Taishian old man's heart collapsed, and he said, "Not only am I imprisoned in a cage, I've also boarded his pirate ship. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and show me that secret manual. Oh, right, prepare some wine and dishes." The Taishian old man really didn't want to become a grand elder of the sect of all times, but he couldn't resist Jun Changshao's coaxing and pestering. In the end, he had to compromise, until he ate wine and dishes while studying the Chimin Duanjia formation breaking chapter. There was only one word that could describe it in his heart, and that was of course. The sect of all times wouldn't keep idle people. Therefore, the frequency of Elder Zhen and Shangguan Xinyao coming to ask for advice increased. Occasionally, Jun Changshao would also bring wine and dishes over. After 3 rounds of wine, he shamelessly said, "Shizhuan, can the bamboo mountain #1 that you're researching be mass-produced?" A mecha made of bamboo, with the support of various formations, could explode with powerful combat power. Naturally, he wanted to get his hands on the blueprint and mass-produce it to equip the Sect's disciples. "Don't think too much." The Taishan old man rolled his eyes and said, "Even if this thing can be mass-produced, it can't be powered by enough energy." The bamboo mountain #1 was powerful, but it also consumed a lot of energy. Only super rich people could afford to use it. "Improve it," Jun Changshao said. "With Shizhuan's understanding of formations, it should be possible to reduce the energy consumption while preserving the combat power." "I also want to reduce the energy consumption, but my strength doesn't allow it," the Taishan old man said helplessly. Ever since he created the bamboo mountain #1, he had always been thinking of ways to reduce the energy consumption, but he didn't make any substantial progress. Unless what? The Taishan old man pointed to the formation's secret book next to him and said, "Since the person who created this book left the formation breaking chapter, there might be a formation chapter. If I'm lucky enough to read it, I might be able to get new ideas from it." The content recorded in the formation breaking chapter of Chimin Duanjia shocked him. He also deeply understood that his research on formations was still lacking. Jun Changshao fell into silence. This secret book, created by the Chimin formation god, was refreshed in the shop. Even if there were other types, it might not be able to be refreshed. The system said, "There's a free refresh every month. As long as the host is willing to work hard, you might be able to get it." Get lost. Jun Changshao didn't want to refresh, but after becoming a VIP user of the shop, he rarely took the initiative to refresh. First, the contribution points were not much. Second, if he didn't buy good things, it would definitely be replaced. The system said in a bad mood, worrying about personal gains and losses is not the host's character. "Shizhuan," Jun Changshao said, "Elder Zhen and Xinyao also have good attainments in formations. Why don't you guys study it together? After all, 3 stooges are better than 1 Zhuge." "Who is Zhuge?" "This is an ancestor in my sect in—" "That's right. This formation-breaking chapter of Chimin Duanjia was created by him. He is called the Chimin Formation God." Chapter 1395. The sect of all times had only been established for a short time and lacked the heritage of an ancient sect, but it could be packaged with the ancients. As a result, Zhuge, who had studied Chimin Duanjia, instantly transformed into a sect ancestor under Jun Changshao's casual words, and even the formation-breaking chapter was transferred to him. The Taishan old man hurriedly said, "Since it is the ancestor of the sect, did he leave behind any formation books?" Jun Changshao scratched his head and explained, "Zhuge likes to travel around like master, except for a few secret formation books. Most of them are scattered outside." "That's a pity." A helpless expression appeared on the face of the Taishan old man. Obviously, he was really fooled by Goshen. "Master," Jun Changshao said, "in life there are bound to be many hardships. What we can do is to rely on ourselves to resolve them, and not pray for the help of our ancestors." "Bah!" The system could not stand it and said, "A cheater still has the nerve to talk about great principles." "That's right," the Taishan old man said seriously. "If there is trouble, then go and conquer it. That is what a real man should do." That day, Jun Changshao called Elder Zhen and Shengguan Xingyao over and told them to cooperate with Master to improve Bamboo Mountain #1. Therefore, the 3 of them began to focus on the study of the mecha array. It could be said that they were so focused that they forgot to eat and sleep. "Grandmaster, why do you have to set up so many formations on a bamboo? Can't you simplify it?" "Grandmaster, if we change the line of defense, what will happen?" "Grandmaster, If we divide out a few more inlaid formations and activate them at the same time when they're operating, will it reduce the consumption? After teaching for a few days, Shangguan Xinyao gradually understood the formation system of Bamboo Mountain No. 1 and began to ask frequently. The Taishian old man's head was about to explode. However, there were a lot of questions. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed reasonable. If he thought about it from a different perspective and arranged it, maybe there would be a different performance. The old man from Taishian grasped the key points from Shangguan Xinyao's many questions and began to improve the array system. A few days later, he had made great progress. The energy consumption was really reduced. There were also some flaws. In a situation where the energy consumption was reduced, the combat power was weakened. AI. The Taishian elder sat cross-legged in the cage and shook his head. Although the energy consumption has been greatly reduced, its power is only comparable to that of a martial emperor. Jun Changshao said, "Honorable Master, don't be discouraged. At the very least, you have taken a step forward. If you continue researching, you might be able to reach the revolving core realm." Go Sheng was not greedy. If Bamboo Mountain No. 1 could control the energy source, it would already be good enough for it to possess the strength of a first transition. After all, this level would allow it to establish itself in the upper realm. Jun Changshao did not participate in the research of mecha. Instead, he focused his attention on the cultivation of medicinal herbs. As for the disciples, they also absorbed magnetite day and night to improve themselves. Their cultivation and strength could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. In merely half a month, all of them had advanced from Wu Huang to half-saint. Ding Xingwang, Gongsun Haohen, and the other elders were the first to enter the void-piercing realm. As they were in the upper realm, there were more profound laws of heaven and earth. Therefore, the process of entering this realm was as easy as Wuzong's My Wu Huang. To put it bluntly, as long as the martial arts resources could keep up, even entering the upper realm would be a piece of cake. Jun Changshao was not wild with joy because of the increase in the overall strength of the sect, because this bit of combat power was still too far away from the Shen sects with a real foundation. When the average strength of the disciples reached the revolving core realm, then they would be truly awesome and could compete with the various sects in the upper realm. With the 200 million magnetite, Jun Changshao began to purchase extravagantly. Under the management of Yuan Gongzi, batch after batch of low-cost, high-quality medicinal herbs were transported over. Elder Wei continued to increase the scale of the cultivation. Page was also constantly opening up new medicinal fields. In terms of medicinal pills, the monthly production rate increased rapidly. After everything was arranged, Jun Changshao opened the Spirit Beast Hall and thought to himself, "I still have to equip a few core disciples with contracted beasts first." After Li Qingyang obtained the Thunder Caltrip beast, his cultivation speed had obviously increased. Ding. Beginning incubation. Ding. The Ice Phoenix egg has successfully hatched. It will automatically sign a contract with disciple Lu Qianshan. Ding. The Black Turtle egg has successfully hatched. It will automatically sign a contract with disciple Xiao Ziji. Ding. The Divine Walker egg has successfully hatched. It will automatically sign a contract with disciple Su Xiaoma. Jun Changshao spent 30 million magnetite in one go and hatched 3 contracted beasts from the Spirit Beast Hall. He then matched them with the corresponding disciples according to their attributes. Holy shit! Su Xiaoma froze on the spot. The patriarch called him over and said that he had something to give him. In the end, it was a demon beast that looked like a tiger or leopard. It even had a pair of snow-white wings that had not spread out. This is a divine walker beast. Jun Changshao said, "After you raise it to adulthood, it can fly. It will be your contract beast from now on." Really? The excitement in Su Xiaoma's heart was indescribable. When he brought the contract beast back, he realized that the other party's breathing could make him stronger. He directly hugged it and kissed it on the forehead. Xiao Ziji also obtained a contract beast, but it was completely different from Su Xiaoma's speed type. Because its shape was like a turtle, its speed was maddeningly slow. However, its defense was extremely strong. Bing Zhongtian. Looking at the bird beast that seemed to be made of crystal-clear ice floating in front of her, Lu Qianqian said in disbelief, "My contract beast!" "That's right," Jun Changshao said. "It's called the Ice Phoenix Beast. It's an extremely rare ice attribute beast. It can help you cultivate and improve your understanding of the ice attribute." Even if he didn't say it, Lu Qianqian had already felt it, because they had already established a contract. After a moment of silence, she said, "Thank you, Patriarch." Although her expression and tone were cold, it was mixed with a touch of human kindness. "You have an exclusive heavenly weapon and a contract beast. You have to work hard to cultivate and become stronger. Don't let me down," Jun Changshao said. "Okay." Lu Qianqian hummed in response. Perhaps because of the environment, the atmosphere was always cold and awkward, so Jun Changshao didn't stay long and left the Ninth Heaven Secret Realm to return to his residence. After Lu Qianqian, Xiao Ziji, and Su Xiaoma obtained contract beasts, the news immediately spread in the sect, causing the disciples to discuss and envy. Patriarch. On this day, Jun Changshao had just walked out of the courtyard and was about to go to the medicine field for a routine inspection when he saw Yi Xingqian blocking his way and said, "I also want a contract beast." "Don't you already have an eagle? I don't mind having more." Yi Xingqian knew from Xiao Ziji that the contract beast given by the Patriarch could help improve cultivation, so he was very tempted. Anyway, when he drank too much, he often went to the livestock pen, and Night Emperor's identity was exposed. He might as well be shameless and ask for it. You can say that Anyo changed, but this change was all to obtain more martial arts resources from Jun Changshao, so that he could become stronger in a short time and find that woman to take revenge. "Okay," Jun Changshao said, "I happen to have a rare beast that is suitable for you." Ding. Incubation begins. Ding. Panhu egg hatched successfully. It will automatically sign a contract with disciple Yi Xingqian. Woof, woof, woof. In an instant, a puppy that looked like a husky wagged its tail and walked around Anyo, making him petrified. Chapter 1396. The Divine Walker looked like a tiger or a leopard with a pair of wings. Although it was small, it was still quite handsome. The black tortoise looked clumsy, but at least it gave off a strong aura that made people feel safe. The ice phoenix was even more so. Among the rare beasts that were hatched, it was definitely the most beautiful one. Yi Xingqian did not have any requirements for the appearance of his contracted beasts as long as they could help him improve his cultivation. However, when Jun Changshao gave him a husky-like dog, he was stunned. Others were either tigers or leopards, turtles or phoenixes. Why was he given a dog? And it looked so silly. Xingqian. Jun Changshao said seriously, "Although this little guy looks silly, it can provide you with great combat power if you train it well." He did not know that the Panhu beast would be in the form of a husky. But according to the introduction, this beast would have great combat power when it reached adulthood. It was very suitable for Yi Xingqian, who was the main attacker. Patriarch. Anyo said, "Can I get another one? Even an alpha wolf will do." "No, you can't." Jun Changshao patted him on the shoulder and said, "Just make do with it. Besides, you have a condor." Yi Xingqian could only accept the reality. He then returned to his place with the Panhu beast. When he felt that his strength had increased slightly, he was relieved and said, "Amazing! When I have more money, I'll give Li Fei and He Wudi a contracted beast each." Jun Changshao thought as he went to the herbal field. Outside, just as the ice phoenix egg hatched, the dozens of beautiful and cold women flying in the sky suddenly stopped. One of them exclaimed, "Big sister, the egg that has been nurtured in the ice pond for thousands of years has hatched." "Damn it," the leader of the group said angrily. "Damn thief, he stole our most precious egg when it was about to hatch." Can you pinpoint its location? When the egg hatched, there was an aura, but it seemed to be suppressed by some kind of power. We can't pinpoint its location. Find it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ladies turned into streams of light and sped up their search. They were members of the Ice Phoenix clan. This time, they were in the upper realm to find the stolen Ice Phoenix egg. At the same time, in another area, hundreds of Divine Walker clansmen were flapping their wings and flying high in the sky, their eyes flashing with anger. The reason was none other than the fact that the stolen Divine Walker egg had just hatched. The Xian Turtle clan and Panhu clan's powerhouses were also searching. In fact, these tribes would produce a lot of eggs every year, but the ones that were stolen were the most important and the most elite ones. For example, the Ice Phoenix clan's egg could be said to have been nurtured with the entire clan's strength, and it had even been decided internally to be the next patriarch of the clan. In the end, it was actually stolen on the eve of its birth. Who would be able to stand it? Therefore, even if he had to turn the entire world upside down, he had to find it. This was an exception. In fact, all the major clans in the upper realm were missing eggs. It was only because they had not been hatched that they could not accurately determine their locations. They had their own secret methods and magical powers that could locate the approximate location of the egg. They did not come because the Sect of all times had activated the Purple Cloud constellation array 24 hours a day, blocking the connection between them. In other words, as long as Jun Changshao removed the array, as long as the signal flew out and was captured by the major clans, there would be a spectacular show of the Aeon Immortal Mountain. Of course, there was another possibility of being exposed. That was, Li Qingyang walked into the main hall and asked, Sect Master, "Can this disciple bring my contracted beast out for training?" Reader, it's coming, it's coming. Jun Changshao said, "The Lingwei True Sect will definitely come looking for trouble. Don't go out for the time being to avoid being targeted." He almost forgot that this guy had offended a truth-level sect. Yes, Li Qingyang was more steady. However, his inquiry had given Jun Changshao a reminder, and he immediately ordered his disciples not to go out for a period of time. This precaution was right, because the Lingwei True Sect was already on their way. It involved more than 1 billion mystic stones, which was not a small amount. Therefore, the sect master personally brought people over, and there were more than 10 sixth transformation core realm cultivators among them. Whoosh, whoosh. In the sky, many experts of the Lingwei True Sect dragged streams of light as they moved rapidly, alarming many factions and itinerant cultivators. What's going on? The leader who flew over just now seems to be the patriarch of the Lingwei True Sect. They seem to be heading to the Aeon Immortal Mountain. I heard that some time ago, the 5th elder of the Lingwei True Sect brought people to the Sect of all times. Later on, he ran away dejectedly. Could it be that the patriarch is going there personally to cause trouble? Let's go. Let's go watch the show. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As long as the Lingwei True Sect passed by the city in a high-profile manner, they would definitely attract many people to follow them. For a time, on the way to the Aeon Immortal Mountain, cultivators flying with supreme treasures could be seen everywhere. On a mountain peak, shrouded in clouds, Jinren Tonggu suddenly opened his eyes and said solemnly, "The disciple I just recruited seems to have encountered trouble." Swish! As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot. Patriarch. One day, the Black Rakshasa sent a voice transmission. "The people from the Lingwei True Sect are here." Oh? Jun Changshao, who was cultivating, opened his eyes and muttered to himself. As expected, they still aren't willing to give up. Tidying up his clothes, he strode out of Dragon Head Peak. Just as he stopped outside the main hall, he saw streaks of light speeding over from outside the Aeon Immortal Mountain. After that, they hovered in midair aggressively, emitting an extremely unfriendly aura. Jun Changshao said, "There are quite a few of them." You're the patriarch of the sect of all times? Mei Xian, the patriarch of the Lingwei True Sect, said coldly. That's right. Jun Changshao placed his hands behind his back and said, You are the patriarch of the Lingwei True Sect. Mei Xian said indifferently, No wonder you're so cool. So you're the master of a truth-level sect. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, Sorry for the disrespect. Swish, swish. At this moment, the various core transformation realm experts who had come to watch the show flew over from afar and stopped in a distant area. They were just short of taking out watermelons to eat. Mei Xian said coldly, Jun Patriarch snatched in or vein from my sect that contains at least 1 billion magnetite. He has to give us an explanation, right? F*CK. The onlookers widened their eyes. A magnetite or vein that contained 1 billion magnetite was definitely considered a medium-sized or vein. This sect that had just arrived actually dared to snatch it from the hands of the Lingwei True Sect. No wonder the patriarch brought people over. Ha ha ha. Jun Changshao laughed loudly and said, Natural treasures are obtained by fate. My sect of all times dug it out first. Why should we give an explanation? Moreover, or veins are unearthed every moment in the world. Don't tell me your sect has to go to other sects every day to ask for them. Mei Xian's expression gradually darkened. He, the truth-level patriarch, had personally come, but this guy still did not seem to intend to hand it over. Brett, Mei Xian said coldly, Do you think you can do whatever you want in the upper realm just because you have the support of the Taishian loose cultivators? The Taishian old man trapped in the cage had a wonderful expression. I can't support this guy. I'll give you 15 minutes to consider. If you don't return the magnetite you stole, the sect of all times will be removed from the upper realm today, Mei Xian said indifferently. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The cultivation of more than 10 sixth transformation core transformation realm experts erupted at the same time, forming a powerful pressure that instantly enveloped the entire Aeon Immortal Mountain. The invisible purple firmament constellation formation immediately appeared. The system said, The other party is a little strong. I'm afraid the formation won't be able to withstand it. TSK, Jun Changshao sneered. Then he sat on the chair that Xiao Ziji had placed and casually took out the ancient warship. He said, I originally wanted to get along with you guys as an ordinary person, but in exchange I'm being bullied. I'm not pretending anymore. I'll lay my cards on the table. The experts of the Lingwei True Sect looked over and saw that the guy was holding an exquisite little boat in his hands. The corners of their mouths curled up in disdain. However, when they saw the words engraved on it, their muscles immediately froze. They exclaimed in unison, Ancient warship. Swoosh! Jun Changshao stood up at some point. He stepped on the chair with one foot and supported his head with his right hand. He said in a melancholic manner, That's right. I'm the genuine, honest disciple of Jinren Tonggu. Whoosh whoosh. Black hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. Su Xiaoma and Xiao Ziji squatted on the left and right sides, waving their fans with all their might, setting off the patriarch's aura to the extreme. Damn! This guy is actually Jinren Tonggu's personal disciple. Big news! Big news! All of the spectating martial artists knew that Taoist Tonggu had once said that anyone who obtained the ancient warship would be his direct disciple. Stunned. Shocked. Stunned. Mei Xian also did not expect that Jun Changshao would take out Jinren Tonggu's ancient warship. However, he was still an experienced patriarch. He snorted coldly and said, Senior Tonggu's ancient warship was placed in the lower realm battlefield by chance. How could you have obtained it? In my opinion, it's probably a fake. The black and white Rakshasa in front of the hall shook their heads. Due to the array, the thick aura of the ancient warship was blocked. The two expressed their understanding that it was a fake. Kid, An elder of the Lingwei True Sect said coldly, "You've got guts. You actually dared to pretend to be Senior Tonggu's disciple." Jun Changshao was depressed. If it was in the past, he might have felt a little guilty. After all, he was really pretending. However, now that he had met Jinren Tonggu and even taken him in as a disciple, why would they not believe him? The system said, "Let's temporarily remove the array and let them feel the aura. They will know if the ancient worship is real or not." That's the only way. Jun Changshao did not want to waste time arguing with the Lingwei True Sect. If he could use this treasure to prove his identity as Jinren Tonggu's personal disciple, it would be best for them to immediately turn from ferocious to subservient. It's here. It's finally here. As if sensing that the array was about to be opened, the experts of various races who were searching in different directions pricked up their ears and waited for various signals to be transmitted. They wanted to determine where the stolen egg was hidden as soon as possible. Huff! Jun Changshao exhaled. However, just as he was about to remove the purple firmament constellation array, a thick aura suddenly pressed down from above, directly paralyzing the array. Whoosh, whoosh! At the same time, an aura that contained supreme mysteries instantly enveloped the entire Aeon Immortal Mountain. Jun Changshao's eyes widened. This was because a slightly vicissitude and unfathomable figure appeared in his field of vision. Disciple! The air waves that gathered around him dissipated, and the immortal-like Jinren Tonggu gradually appeared. He said in a loud voice, "Master is here!" Whoosh! Whoosh! The various signals sealed in the sect flew out at the speed of a rocket because the array had failed. Then they were quickly captured by the experts of various races. Found it. It's in the southeast area. Phoenix Perch, Immortal Mountain. Let's go. Let's go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the experts of various races who were searching for the egg from all over the upper realm rushed toward the Aeon Immortal Mountain like locusts. Oh no! In the main hall of the Realm Hall, an elder exclaimed, "The various races are collectively heading toward the southeast area. I'm afraid something big is about to happen." In the magnificent palace, a hunchbacked elder hurried over and said, "Master, the various major races are heading toward the southeast area. They should be heading toward Phoenix Perch, Immortal Mountain." As expected, Empress Ling Yao was not surprised. The major races are restless. Let's go. Let's go to Phoenix Perch, Immortal Mountain to watch the show. The camera returned to the sect of all times. When Jinren Tonggu said, "Master is here," he sensed a lot of special energy flying out. However, he did not take it to heart. Instead, he looked at the shocked Mei Xian and said calmly, "Who gave you the guts to bully my disciple?" "Master." Jun Changshao was so moved that he almost cried. He had originally planned to use his identity to intimidate the Lingwei True Sect. He did not expect that the main body would suddenly appear, and from the aura he emitted, it was obvious that he was unhappy that he was being bullied. "Taishian, old man, look, this is a true master-disciple relationship. This is the responsibility of a master." Needless to say, Jinren Tonggu's sudden appearance was indeed a strong visual impact. The experts of the Lingwei True Sect and the spectators were so oppressed by his aura that they could not breathe. They were all thinking in horror, "That guy is really Senior Tonggu's disciple." P.S. 3,600 plus words. Chapter 1397. Jinren Tonggu appeared with his own BGM. So just the release of his aura was enough to make the 6th transformation revolving core cultivators sweat profusely. In the end, they could not take it and fell from the sky. The onlookers who rode on their treasures or flew on their own were further away, so they suffered less pressure. However, they still fell to the ground one after another out of respect. In the upper realm, there were not many martial artists who were qualified to stand at a higher level than Jinren Tonggu. Gulp. Mei Xian swallowed his saliva with difficulty. His legs trembled violently, and the sweat that flowed out formed a line. Was the spirit micro-true sect strong? Strictly speaking, it belonged to the middle and low-end level in the upper realm. There were stronger Taoist and immortal levels. Then, what about Shinrin Tonggu? Although he did not join the sect and did not represent any force, he was definitely at the top level in terms of realm and status. One was the middle and low end, while the other was the top. One could imagine how big the gap between them was. What was worse was that Shinrin Tonggu came aggressively. Obviously, he could not tolerate anyone bullying his disciple. Master. Jun Changshao took the opportunity to light a fire and said, I dug up an unmined magnetite vein near the Demon King's cave. The spirit micro-true sect insisted that I rob them. Please be the judge. I see. Shinrin Tonggu immediately understood the reason, but he was puzzled. This trouble isn't that big. He had a premonition that his disciple would be in danger, so he quickly came to support him. In the end, he was disappointed. Sigh. Was he too eager to love his disciple? Daoist Tonggu shook his head and said coldly, or veins appear almost every once in a while in the upper realm. All the major sects and powers obtain them based on their own strength. Why is it that when it comes to my disciple, it becomes a robbery? This sentence was unanimously approved by the onlookers. When veins appeared, it was normal for major forces to fight over them. Usually, it would end after the ownership was determined. The sect of all times dug up the veins first. Logically speaking, the matter was over. The spirit micro-true sect did not get it because of him. Now that they were shamelessly asking for it, it was obvious that they were bullying him. Senior Tonggu. Mei Xian was on the verge of tears. Junior didn't know that Jun Patriarch was your disciple. Please forgive me for my previous offense. He was terrified. Actually, as long as the authenticity of the ancient worship was confirmed, he would also be terrified. But this time he was even more terrified. This was because Shinrin Tonggu himself had personally come to support his disciple. Who could stand this? Master, Jun Changshao said aggrievedly. He even said he wanted to destroy the sect. Why do I feel so good with a golden thigh around? Why do I feel so comfortable? No. Mei Xian hurriedly said, I was just joking with Jun Patriarch. Shinrin Tonggu frowned and said, Don't you think it's too much to joke about destroying other people's sects? Hoo. An even more powerful aura pressed down on Mei Xian, causing his face to turn red. He could feel the aura of death. Shinrin Tonggu said indifferently, If you say something wrong, you shouldn't use the excuse of a joke to brush it off. Instead, you should think of a way to make up for your mistake. Jun Changshao was stunned. This master of mine is quite suitable. Mei Xian was naturally not a fool, so he said with difficulty, Make up. Junior will make up for it. Whoosh! The pressure instantly dissipated, allowing him to breathe normally. Disciple, Shinrin Tonggu said, I'll leave it to you. Jun Changshao cleared his throat and said arrogantly, Tell me, how do you plan to make up for it? A typical fox exploiting the tiger's might. After a short moment of consideration, Mei Xian said, Give me money. The spirit micro-true sect will give you money. How much? This June is not someone who haggles over every ounce. Just give me 200 million profound stones as compensation. Mei Xian's eyes widened. The spirit micro-true sect could take out 200 million, but this compensation was too much. You don't agree? Shinrin Tonggu said coldly. I agree. In front of a top powerhouse from the upper realm, Mei Xian really did not dare to disobey. Even if the other party wanted 500 million or a billion, he had to give it up. Shinrin Tonggu said, I'll give the spirit micro-true sect 5 days. If you can't give me 200 million profound stones, I'll personally go and ask for it. Master, I'll give you a thumbs up. Senior Tonggu, don't worry. I'll send it over in a day or two. Mei Xian hurriedly left with his subordinates, returning much faster than when he came. After all, he had to quickly prepare 200 million to make up for it. Pei Seely, you're about to King kill my spirit micro-true sect. Mei Xian, who had nowhere to vent his anger, could only blame everything on the patriarch of the Fuqian sect. If it were not for him, why would they have a grudge with the sect of all times because of the mine? The spectators did not leave. They all locked onto Jinren Tonggu, their eyes flickering with strong worship. They were lucky enough to see such a mysterious top powerhouse today. They could definitely brag about it for hundreds of years. Master, Jun Chang Xiao cupped his hands and said, "You came at the right time. Otherwise, I would have been bullied." Jinren Tonggu said, "You only need to cultivate diligently for 10 years. If you encounter any trouble, I'll help you resolve it." "Master, don't worry," Jun Chang Xiao said solemnly. "I won't disappoint you in the battle 10 years later." Jinren Tonggu nodded in satisfaction and said, "I still have something to deal with." Speaking up to here, the expression on his face suddenly froze, because out of the corner of his eye, he accidentally saw a furry demonic beast squatting behind Li Qingyang. He asked in surprise, "Disciple, how did your disciple get a thunder caltrip beast?" Jun Changshao explained, "I obtained it by accident when I was training outside." Zhenren Tonggu frowned and said, "The two are very close. Did they sign a contract?" "That's right," Jun Changshao said. Zhenren Tonggu's expression became interesting. He said, "The thunder chestnut beast must be from the thunder chestnut race. This race values their eggs very much. I'm afraid that your disciple will get into trouble if he signs a contract with it." Jun Changshao was a bit confused. "However," Zhenren Tonggu said proudly, "with me here, the thunder chestnut race won't dare to make things difficult for you." Jun Changshao was deeply moved again. He bowed and said, "It's my honor to have you as my master." "Don't flatter me," Jinren Tonggu said. "I only have one request. Defeat Gu Hong's disciple in 10 years. The reason why he helped Jun Changshao so much and even came all the way here was because of the 10-year agreement with Gu Hong Jinren. "No problem." Jun Changshao patted his chest and said, "I won't let you down, master." "I'm leaving." Spiritual Master Tong, Gu, was about to leave when his body froze on the spot. This was because he caught sight of the demonic beast that looked like a tiger or leopard behind Su Xiaoma from the corner of his eyes. He exclaimed, "The divine walker beast of the divine walker clan." Jun Changshao scratched his head and said with a smile, "My disciples are quite lucky. Every time they go out for training, they always get contract beasts." He paused and then said loudly, "Jinren Xingqian, let my master see your contract beasts." Yes, Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingqian called their contract beasts over. After seeing the mystic tortoise and the Panhu beast, Jinren Tonggu's expression changed from surprise to shock. Of course, he was not shocked because all the disciples of the sect of all times had contract beasts, but because these beasts came from different races and were treated like treasures. No, these beasts are all from different races. How could they be captured and contracted so casually? While he was thinking, the sky outside the eternal immortal mountain suddenly surged with surging waves of air. From afar, one could clearly see that the energy came from all directions, pressing down with an earth-shattering momentum. Finally, it stopped above the eternal sect, spreading out in an arc, its shape like, "Damn!" Jun Changshao exclaimed, "What a big pot!" Chapter 1398. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The Aeon immortal mountain that had just calmed down suddenly surged with waves of air from all directions. They gradually gathered together as if a huge pot had covered the entire sect of all times. The sky darkened. The atmosphere also became somber. The black and white Rakshasa Old Ding, Li Qingyang, and the others all frowned. The huge amount of energy gathered in the sky was definitely not good. It's over, it's over. The Taishan elder in the cage looked through the gap and roared in his heart. This guy must have poked a hole in the sky. He, who had taken the blame for many times, instantly understood that Gou Sheng must have gotten into trouble again. This time it was earth-shattering. In fact, Jun Changshao himself did not know what was going on, but he was still unusually calm because his master was standing beside him. Yes, Jinren Tonggu did not leave. However, when he looked up at the energy filled with all kinds of demonic energy, his expression gradually became interesting. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, streams of light seemed to cut through the void from all directions outside the Aeon Immortal Mountain. They flew over at an extremely fast speed and hung in the sky above the Sect of all times. The first to appear was the Thunder Rhombus Races delegation. They sent a total of 300 to 500 people, and their bodies and eyes were filled with thunder and lightning that represented anger. The second to appear was the Divination Races delegation. The third to appear was the Xian Turtle Races delegation. The fourth to appear. When nearly 10,000 powerhouses of various races gathered in a ring, the scene was even more spectacular than the opening ceremony of the Olympics. Oh my God, are these the major races that rarely show themselves in the world? The onlookers, who did not leave, stared with their eyes almost popping out. The upper realm was a world that accepted hundreds of rivers and rivers. There were humans and other races, but the latter rarely appeared. So, on the surface, humans were still the dominant race. Now, those powerhouses of various races who were either in their original forms or in human form stood in midair. The visual effect was extreme. How dare you, thief! The leader of the Thunder Rhombus Races delegation shouted angrily, How dare you steal the Thunder Rhombus Races beast eggs? As soon as he said that, the powerhouses of the other races were stunned. So it turned out that it wasn't only his clan that had lost their eggs. There were so many victims, but that was too many. To be honest, the various tribes did not communicate with each other. They only came together after receiving the signal. When they saw that they had surrounded the Sect of all times, they were all quite surprised. An unknown mountain and an unknown sect suddenly put on a show where thousands of clans gathered. It was definitely not a surprise. It was definitely shocking to the upper realm. No matter what happened next, this incident was bound to be widely spread. It would definitely be at the top of the hot topics list, and it might even occupy the top spot for a long time. Jun Changshao, who was originally calm, had an expression of collapse at this moment. From the words of the expert from the Thunder Rhombus race, he instantly understood that the beast eggs in the Spirit Beast Hall were the same as the 7 profound Sun Glow remnant scroll. Ding! The system is temporarily shut down. F***CK. Jun Changshao cursed in his heart. This F***King system is tricking me again. He understood. The beast eggs in the Spirit Beast Hall were all stolen from the various tribes. This time, they suddenly gathered above the Sect of all times like the Olympics. It was obvious that they had confirmed that he was the egg thief. He was wronged. He was greatly wronged. The eggs were stolen by the system. It had nothing to do with him, June. It was useless to explain at this time because no one would believe that Gosheng was innocent. Therefore, he was destined to take the blame. Jinren Tonggu, why are you here? A powerhouse from one of the tribes recognized this top powerhouse from the human race and asked. Jinren Tonggu was silent. At this moment, 10,000 alpacas were running wildly in his heart. In fact, when he discovered the Thunder Rhombus beast, he realized that there might be trouble, but he did not take it to heart at all. Even with the addition of the Divine Walker race, he could still handle the situation. However, now that hundreds of tribes had come, it was a little too exciting. He understood. The trouble his disciple encountered did not come from the Lingwei True Sect, but from being surrounded by thousands of tribes. Jinren Tonggu finally realized what his previous premonition corresponded to. He thought to himself, is it too late for me to leave now? It was too late, because Jun Changshao said he is my master. Oh, the powerhouses from various tribes all looked at Jinren Tonggu, their eyes flashing with anger. No wonder he dared to steal their eggs. It turned out that he had the backing of a human powerhouse. Gosheng was the one who took the blame for the stolen eggs. It was not a big problem, because he knew how to shift the blame. Whoosh! Whoosh! Only the readers could see the invisible cauldrons on Jinren Tonggu's back, stacking together to form a towering mountain. It was heavy. It was so heavy that it was hard to breathe. Jinren Tonggu, the Thunder Rhombus tribe, has not been involved in the world in recent years. We have always been at peace with the human race. Why did you steal our beast eggs? The powerhouse from the Thunder Rhombus tribe rebuked angrily. Humph! The powerhouse from the Divine Strider tribe snorted and said, we made an agreement back then to live in peace with each other. Now that the top powerhouse of the human race has stolen the beast eggs of various tribes, it is clear that he is violating the agreement. He is going too far. This is intolerable. The powerhouses from various tribes were filled with righteous indignation. Obviously, they were very angry about the theft of the beast eggs. Moreover, it was not difficult to tell from their words that they had already determined that the beast eggs were stolen by Jinren Tonggu because he had the strength to do so. Master, Jun Changshao said telepathically, I leave my safety to you. Old man Tonggu almost cursed out loud. You caused such a big trouble. Why should I be the scapegoat? If the Taishian knew what he was thinking, he would definitely come out of the gap in the cage and walk up to shake hands with him. Everyone, Jinren Tonggu pointed and said, the egg was stolen by my disciple. This old man will not take the blame. Master, you. Jun Changshao clutched his chest, a pained expression on his face. He was really upset because his most trusted master had abandoned him. Forget it, forget it. Jun Changshao smiled bitterly, then puffed out his chest and said, yes, I stole the egg. It has nothing to do with you, master. He could see that the trouble this time was a bit unprecedented. The only thing he could do was not to implicate Jinren Tonggu. At worst, what should he do? Waiting online urgent. Kid, a powerhouse from the Thunder Rhombus tribe pointed at Li Qingyang and said angrily, you dared to sign a contract with the future successor of our tribe. In fact, the major tribes might not have escalated the conflict out of respect for Jinren Tonggu. They would have just taken away the stolen demon beasts and settled the matter. However, they could not tolerate the fact that a contract had been signed. It was common for ordinary demon beasts living in the upper realm to sign contracts with humans. However, it was a serious problem for the demon beasts of the major tribes to sign a contract with a human. The powerhouses of the Divine Strider tribe, Xian Turtle tribe, and other tribes also realized that their demon beasts had signed a contract with a human and were hiding behind them. They were instantly furious. This is a great humiliation. I swear I will not rest until I destroy this sect today. The tribes were furious and murderous. This is troublesome. Jun Changshao frowned. Host, don't panic. The system said the demon beasts of these tribes have signed a life contract with their disciples. If they dare to attack, we will destroy them together. F***CK. Didn't you turn it off? How can I abandon the host when he is in danger? What is true love? This. Everyone. At this moment, Jinren Tonggu, who had been silent all this time, took a step forward and stood in front of Jun Changshao. His turbid eyes flashed coldly as he said, whoever dares to touch my disciple, I will not rest until he or she is dead. Huff, huff, huff. The aura of the peak level of the truth-seeking realm was fully released. The entire sect of all times was instantly enveloped by a huge barrier. Master, Jun Changshao really cried. Jinren Tonggu turned his back to him and said, you are the one who did this. You have to admit it. I will not take the blame for you, because I will only support you. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, a vortex formed in the sky above the Sect of all times. Majestic airwaves pressed down and completely filled the martial arts arena. When everything calmed down, dozens of immortal-looking human powerhouses stood in front of Jinren Tonggu. Among them were his chess friends, who had played chess with him. Oh my god, they are all reclusive big shots. Chapter 1399. Jun Changshao was a scammer. He had scammed the Taishian elder who was still trapped in a cage. Now he had scammed Jinren Tonggu and was blamed for stealing eggs by the other clans. Scapegoat? No way. I'm only responsible for supporting my disciple. Just as the other clans were about to make a move, Jinren Tonggu sent a friend to help. The 7 elders standing on the left were from the misty, immortal mountain. They were known as the 7 sages of the misty, immortal mountain and had a status that was not inferior to that of an immortal-level sect. The powerhouses on the right were from various grotto heavens and blessed lands. Although they were only rogue cultivators, they were very strong. As for Jinren Tonggu's chess friend, he was the one with the highest cultivation among the helpers. He was already at the peak of the truth-seeking realm, and his Taoist name was Masato Kitano. The big shots standing on the martial arts practice field of the Eternal Sect were all top powerhouses among the ranks of rogue cultivators. According to the traditional plot, they would usually only appear in the middle or later stages. But now, with a single arrow piercing through the clouds, thousands of troops and horses came to meet them. Whoosh, whoosh! A heavy aura enveloped the entire sect as if it could shatter space. Jun Changshao was completely shocked. With his current strength, he could barely stand firm in the upper realm, but he was at most a low-level figure. What about now? Standing in front of him were all hidden powerhouses. It felt like a newbie facing a group of max-level accounts. The spectators were also shocked. They came here this time to watch the Lingwei True Sect. In the end, the situation took a sudden turn. In the end, it became a situation where the top powerhouses of the human race and the powerhouses of the other clans fought head-on. Big news! Big news! If this was not controlled well, it was very likely that the relationship between the human race and the other clans would break, and it would evolve into the era of the Great War between the clans. Many martial artists had not experienced the era of war tens of thousands of years ago. However, from the history books, it was known that it was an era where geniuses were born in large numbers. It was also the darkest era. Later, after many negotiations, the human race and the other clans finally reached an agreement and signed a peace agreement, which led to the current peaceful and stable situation. Sigh. Masato Kitano shook his head and said, "You still can't stay out of it. You're still involved." A bitter smile appeared on Jinren Tonggu's face. Previously, when the two of them were playing chess, they had discussed the matter of the various major races becoming active. They had also expressed that their Tao hearts were very stable and would not be involved. However, in the end, they were still not fortunate enough to escape. Moreover, only now did he know that the clan that had been silent for a long time was actually looking for the stolen egg, and the one who stole the egg was the disciple he had just accepted. This meant that he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Since that was the case, he could only face it head-on. Jinren Tonggu glanced at the experts hovering in the air and said coldly, "I'll say it again. If anyone dares to touch my disciple, I'll fight them to the death." His voice resounded through the entire sky. Although Goshing was a big scammer, this Shurzuan was very responsible. The experts of the various clans frowned. If it was just Jinren Tonggu alone, they would not be too afraid. But now he had so many helpers, and they were all at the top level. If they fought, it would be tantamount to falling out with the human race. Tisk, tisk. At this moment, a voice came from above the sky. "Little Tonggu, I haven't seen you for so many years, but you're still so annoying." Jinren Tonggu raised his head and said in a low voice, "Qing Ming, Dragon King?" Whoosh, whoosh. The space seemed to be torn apart by some kind of force. for people wearing clothes made of precious materials slowly appeared. Whoosh, whoosh. A special and majestic aura instantly pressed down. The 4 great dragon kings. The experts of the various clans were shocked. Other than the human race that currently dominated the upper realm, the dragon clan was the strongest. The appearance of the 4 great dragon kings, who represented the clan's authority, naturally shocked all the experts present. It's over, it's over. The Purple King howled in his heart. He hurriedly turned around, afraid that the other party would recognize him as the culprit who stole the dragon egg. Brat, although Jinren Tonggu looked calm, he said telepathically, "You stole the dragon egg?" "I didn't steal it." Jun Changshao broke down. The system stole the egg and he was the scapegoat. He had nothing to say. However, he could say with a clear conscience that he, Jun Changshao, had never stolen a dragon egg. Yes, Go Sheng had never stolen a dragon egg, but the Purple King had. Now that he was the hall master of the sect of all times, as the patriarch he could not run away. He had to take the blame. Everyone thought that the Taishan elder and Jinren Tonggu were the scapegoats. In fact, if they thought about it carefully, Jun Changshao was the real scapegoat. Moreover, it was only natural that he took the blame. There was nothing wrong with it. The sect of all times was besieged by the various clans. It was already very troublesome. Now that the 4 great dragon kings of the dragon clan had arrived, even the murderous aura in the air became more intense. Jun Changshao broke down. Originally, it was just the Lingwei True Sect who came to find trouble. Why did the situation escalate to an uncontrollable level? Go Sheng, who was standing behind the big shots, was nothing more than a rookie player who was fighting monsters and leveling up. Suddenly facing the entire server's number of max-level players, he really couldn't handle it. Of course, the big shots present had already automatically ignored him. To be exact, ever since the various clans appeared, they did not put Jun Changshao in their eyes. What they cared about was Jinren Tonggu, after all, one of the top powers of the human clan. Big brother, the 4 great dragon kings are here. I'm afraid we won't be able to complete the mission given by the high priest. Damn it. Long Tongue and Long Fei, who had secretly rushed to the ancient immortal mountain, broke down. This time, the 2 of them came under the orders of the high priest to secretly take away the awakened dragon emperor. After confirming the location with great difficulty, the 4 great dragon kings arrived soon after. Jinren Tonggu said indifferently, "Why do the 4 of you have time to come here?" "Humph." Qing Ming Dragon King sneered, "We are here to welcome the Dragon Emperor. If you know what's good for you, hand it over quickly." Dragon Emperor? Jinren Tonggu and Masato Kitano frowned. The Dragon Emperor was the supreme ruler of the Dragon Clan. Wasn't he always in the Dragon Realm? The 4 Dragon Kings came to the Fengqi Immortal Mountain to welcome him. Was there something wrong with their brains? "Master," Jun Changshao sent a sound transmission. "My contract beast is a 5-clawed dragon." Jinren Tonggu almost fell to the ground when he heard this. The contract beasts of sect disciples were all demonic beasts that were valued by the various clans. It was already inconceivable, but his disciple's contract beast was a 5-clawed dragon that represented imperial power. "Stinking brat," Jinren Tonggu reprimanded. "And you said you didn't steal the dragon egg." "I really didn't steal it." Jun Changshao broke down. Jinren Tonggu didn't blame him anymore. Instead, he looked at the 4 great dragon kings and said indifferently, "According to the agreement, your clans are not allowed to enter the world without permission. So, if you have any problems, you can go to the Jia Hall. Don't threaten my disciple." Fortunately, the people from the Jia Hall hadn't arrived yet. Otherwise, they would definitely vomit blood. Your disciple caused trouble, and as the master, you want to take the blame for it, but you want to push the blame to us? This is too much of a bully. "Don't worry," the Thunder Rhombus race expert said coldly. "We will definitely go to the Jia Hall to seek justice. For now, let the humans who signed the contract kill themselves. Chapter 1400. Under normal circumstances, when humans and beasts signed a contract, the contract would be dissolved upon the death of one party. For the sake of Jinrin, Tongu, and Masato Kitano, the major clans didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Therefore, they took a step back and let Li Qingyang and the others who had signed the contract commit suicide. "I'm sorry," Jun Changshao said indifferently. "My Sect's disciples have signed a life contract with your people." The experts of the major clans opened their eyes wide. "Ha ha ha." Suddenly, Jinrin Tongu burst into laughter. A life contract was the most advanced type of contract. Once a life contract was established, both parties would prosper and suffer together. "My disciple," after laughing, Jinrin Tongu said, "let your disciples commit suicide." Ah, Jun Changshao was dumbfounded. However, he soon understood what his master meant, so he winked at Li Qingyang and the others. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the disciples drew their swords and placed them on their necks. The major clans panicked. The expert of the Thunder Rhombus tribe said hurriedly, "Kid, don't be rash. Let's talk things over." Although they couldn't be sure if a life contract was really established, the major clans didn't dare to take the risk because the stolen beasts were all elites of their clans. Some of them were even future successors, and there might not be one in thousands of years. Seeing that they were nervous, Jun Changshao said to himself, "I have hostages. What's there to be afraid of?" Jinrin Tongu said lightly, "If I'm not wrong, these beasts should be the elites of your clans. If they die, you'll suffer a great loss." The experts of the various clans looked terrible. They had come aggressively to demand for the beasts, but because of the life contract, they were threatened. The situation changed too quickly. Of course, the major clans wouldn't let it go. No matter what, they had to bring the stolen beasts back. Swish, swish. At this moment, the experts of the Jia Hall flew over. When they saw the major clans surrounding a clan, their expressions became interesting. Wait, why were Jinrin Tongu and Masato Kitano here? Humph. The Thunder Rhombus Race's expert said coldly, "Your Jia Hall is finally here." The other clans also gave him cold looks, unable to suppress their anger. On the surface, the Jia Hall controlled the entire world. The eggs of every race had been stolen. If they wanted to settle the score, they would definitely look for this organization first. Sensing the anger on the faces of the various clans, the experts of the Boundary Hall who had rushed over were confused. "Senior Tongu," one of the higher-ups asked respectfully, "What's going on?" Jinrin Tongu said, "All the major clans came to bully my disciple. The Jia Hall is responsible for maintaining world peace. Can you tolerate your own clansmen being bullied?" Jun Changshao's attempt to shift the blame could only be considered child's play. The true master of shifting the blame was still this big shot. With just one sentence, he had shifted all the blame to Jia Tang and even elevated the matter to the height of the race. Humph! The Qing Ming Dragon King, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke up. "You humans have stolen so many beast eggs from the other races. If the Realm Hall doesn't give us an explanation today, don't blame us for being merciless." They didn't expect that the various races would be here to welcome the Dragon Emperor. They would definitely take this opportunity to stir up trouble. The mouth of the experts of the Jia Hall twitched. There were at least 100 clans present, and all of them had their eggs stolen. This was a little terrifying. Who the hell did this? Also, shouldn't they be looking for the culprit? Why was it all on the Jia Hall? There was no other way. The culprit involved was under the protection of Jinrin Tongu. The major clans had no choice but to point their fingers at the Jia Hall, who asked them to be the enforcers. Everyone. Masato Kitano acted as the peacemaker and said, "I already have a rough understanding of the situation. Actually, there's no need to be so stiff. Why don't we each take a step back?" These words almost made the major clans curse. "We have been giving in ever since we appeared. Instead, you humans keep pushing your luck. Humph, the expert of the Thunder Rhombus race said coldly. My clansmen must be taken away today. That's right. The experts of the other clans all expressed their opinions. No matter how they backed off, the principle of taking the demonic beasts away would not change. How about this? Masato Kitano suggested, since they can sign a life contract with your clansmen, it means that they are fated to be together. Since you want to take them away, then take them away together. I don't agree. Jun Changshao immediately refused. Those are my core disciples. How can I let them go with the major clans? Brat, Jinrin Tonggu transmitted his voice. The first requirement of signing a life contract is that the attributes of both parties are perfectly compatible. The territories of the major clans all have powerful attribute energies. If your disciples follow them, their strength will definitely increase significantly. Is that so? Jun Changshao questioned. Jinren Tonggu said, let's say that the Thunder Rhombus Race's Thunder Pool contains extremely powerful Thunder attributes. Your disciples can sign a life contract with the Thunder Rhombus Beast and temper themselves inside. It will be easy for them to break through to the reincarnation core realm. Jun Changshao was immediately tempted. Ever since he ascended from the sect, he had not added any new martial arts facilities. If the Thunder Rhombus Race's Thunder Pool could greatly improve Li Qingyang's strength, it would definitely be a good thing. There's also the Ice Phoenix clan's Frigid Pond. The ice attribute contained within it is second to none in the entire upper realm. Your female disciple with an ice attribute physique will only increase her realm even faster if she enters it. Venerable Tong, Gu continued. But what if the major clans bully my disciples? They've already signed a life contract. If they dare to bully your disciples, they'll be going against their own clansmen. Jun Changshao began to seriously consider. Moreover, Jinren Tonggu continued, your disciples' cultivation will increase, and their contracted beast's cultivation will also increase. When they realize this, they'll probably be overjoyed. Okay, Jun Changshao immediately expressed his stance. You can take these demonic beasts away, but you have to take my disciples with you. The powerhouses of the major clans almost vomited blood. We came all the way here and we still have to bring back a human? What kind of situation is this? If you don't agree, Jinren Tonggu said calmly, we'll have to die together. Swoosh, swoosh. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji placed their swords on their necks again. Damn it. The powerhouses of the various clans gritted their teeth in anger. Okay, the powerhouse of the Thunder Rhombus race said, we can take them away, but they can only stay in our clan for 2 years. After that, they'll scram. TSK. Jun Changshao snorted coldly and said, you're talking as if my disciples will refuse to leave. It's decided then. Old Man Chi Yi said, the various clans will take them away for 2 years. The Boundary Hall will bear witness. The powerhouse of the Boundary Hall broke down. We still don't understand what's going on. Why are we suddenly bearing witness? As the disciples of the sect of all times had signed a life contract with their own clansmen, the major clans did not dare to act rashly. Therefore, after a friendly negotiation, they agreed to take the disciples back to their clans for 2 years. Patriarch! Li Qingyang stopped at the foot of the mountain with the Thunder Rhombus Beast in his arms. His eyes were filled with reluctance. Standing at the mountain gate, Jun Changshao smiled and said, give me a surprise 2 years later. Yes. Li Qingyang turned around and left with the Thunder Rhombus race. Lu Qianqian, Yi Xingqin, Xiao Ziji, and Su Xiaoma also left with the other major clans. The murderous aura that gathered in the sky gradually faded as the various clans left. Phew! Watching his precious treasures leave, Jun Changshao took a deep breath. Then he turned his head and secretly wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes. Sangata my eyes. Originally, it was the various clans who came looking for trouble. The situation gradually escalated and even turned into a falling out between the human race and the other clans. However, under the control of Jinren Tongu and Masato Kitano, the situation turned into a few core disciples who obtained an opportunity. Of course, many clans did not leave because they had not seen their own clansmen. Jun Chang Shao had only hatched a few eggs so far. The rest were all stored in the Spirit Beast Hall. He could not take them out even if he wanted to. Therefore, he could only say shamelessly, "Everyone, I didn't steal your eggs. If you don't believe me, you can come and search." Chapter 1401. Jun Chang Shao refused to admit that he had stolen the egg, and because it had not hatched yet, the various races were unable to confirm it, so after a round of negotiations, they could only choose to leave. Everyone. Before leaving, he heard Goshing say, "If I find the egg, I will definitely inform you to come and collect it." Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others left with the various races, giving him a new idea. In the future, he would equip the other disciples with contract beasts and arrange for them to eat and drink with the various races. The various races were either depressed or cursing as they left. Only the 4 great dragon kings from the dragon clan did not leave, because they had yet to see the future dragon emperor. Stinking brat. Jinren Tongu sent a sound transmission. "Hurry up and call out your contract beast. Follow these dragon kings and leave." Air. Jun Changshao immediately felt awkward. Li Qingyang and the others' contract beasts were hatched under normal circumstances, and their forms did not change at all. However, the little dragon had mutated during its incubation period, and if the dragon experts were to discover that it was different, the problem would be a bit serious. "Kid," Qing Ming Dragon King said coldly, "we have already sensed the aura of the Dragon Emperor. It's useless even if you hide it, so hurry up and hand it over." The other 3 Dragon Kings gradually released their cultivation. It was obvious that as long as the other party did not cooperate, they would attack. Because the various races were afraid of Jinren Tongu and Masato Kitano, they were forced to compromise and take away Li Qingyang and the others. However, the 4 strongest dragons were not afraid of fighting at all, and even hoped that the other party would fight with them. Warlike. One of the dragon race's characteristics. Disciple, Jinren Tongu said. "These few dragon kings are a bit difficult to deal with." Jun Changshao began to feel conflicted. Whoosh! Just at this moment, the little dragon flew down from Dragon Head Peak and landed beside him, saying, "I'll go with you." "It's our Dragon Emperor." Long Fei, who was hiding in the shadows, said excitedly. Long Ting frowned. "Why is there something wrong with the aura?" The little dragon exuded a royal aura that only the dragon clan could sense. However, there was something different about it. It felt like its bloodline was not pure. Since the Tungfei brothers had sensed it, the 4 dragon kings naturally sensed it as well. Thus they all frowned. That was right. This should be the Dragon Emperor that I'm looking for. But why was the aura emitted a little different? It was a good thing that little Long Long had entered its 3rd form and completely transformed into a human. If it was still in its lizard form, they would have exploded on the spot. "Master." With its back facing Jun Changshao, the little dragon said, "Thank you for taking care of me all these years. It's not a life and death parting. Why are you being so sentimental?" Jun Changshao shook his head. The 4 dragon kings were very strong, which made him realize that it would be difficult to resolve the conflict if he didn't hand over the little dragon. Therefore, he could only accept the outcome of separating from the contract beast. Jinren Tongu had also enlightened Goshing just now. The content was, "Your contracted beast can only become a real dragon in the dragon realm." Go. Jun Changshao compromised. The disciples had already endured the pain of letting the major clans take them away. What was the point of letting the contract beast leave? Moreover, this was a great opportunity for them. The little dragon walked away. 2 lines of tears appeared on its face that had already faded. Jun Changshao turned around again. forcefully suppressing the reluctance in his heart. He bit his lips and looked up at the sky. Master. The little dragon stopped in front of the mountain gate, raised its hand to wipe away its tears, and said, I will be back. If you want to leave, leave quickly. Don't talk so much nonsense. Jun Changshao roared. The little dragon walked down the Sect gate. It didn't look back during the entire process. It was only until it was enveloped by the special energy of the 4 dragon kings that it gradually disappeared into the sky. With the departure of the 4 dragon clan powerhouses, the murderous aura in the air weakened a lot. Phew! The Purple King let out a long sigh of relief. He was completely relieved that the dragon clan didn't pursue the matter of the stolen eggs. Old Purple felt comfortable, but Jun Changshao, who was facing the main hall, felt as if a knife was piercing his heart. After all, the core disciples and contract beasts that he treasured so much had left him just like that. Am I useless as a patriarch if I let others take them away? Yes. The system said frankly. Jun Changshao clutched his chest and said, It's so uncomfortable. I want to cry. Although the disciples and contract beasts were taken away by various clans, it was also their opportunity. But what if the situation was different? What if it involved life and death? Wouldn't he have no ability to protect them? So, the host needs to become stronger. So strong that you don't have to rely on your master or external forces to protect your most important loved ones, the system said. He didn't take the opportunity to encourage Jun Changshao to shop in the store because a true good friend would give him warmth at a critical moment. Why aren't you leaving? Do you want to stay for a meal? Jinren Tonggu looked at the warriors of the Jia Hall with a hint of impatience on his face. Goodbye. Goodbye. The people of the Jia Hall quickly left the Aeon Immortal Mountain. When they came, they were full of question marks, and when they left, they were still full of question marks. They had even taken the blame for countless times, because the various races had placed all the blame on them for the theft of the eggs. It was Jun Changshao who did it, but he belonged to the human camp, so the Jia Hall, who was in charge of managing the world, had to be able to take the blame. Of course, they still obtained a very important piece of information, and that was that the patriarch of the sect of all times was Jinren Tonggu's disciple, master. On a mountain in the distance, the hunchbacked old man said in surprise, This kid has a strong background. He and Empress Ling Yao had arrived early, but because the powerful cultivators of various clans were gathered at the sect of all times and Jinren Tonggu and other top cultivators were present, they didn't have the right to go. To put it simply, with the situation just now, not many people had the right to go. Empress Ling Yao said the Jia Hall was still discussing how to deal with the sect of all times, but now I'm afraid they've completely given up on that idea. If Jin Hao knew about this, he would probably vomit blood. The hunchbacked old man laughed. Empress Ling Yao said calmly he should be praying that the sect of all times doesn't grow too quickly, or his life will be in danger. Let's go. Let's go back. Before leaving, she looked in a certain direction and thought, the environment of the various clans is extremely cruel. Can he survive for 2 years? Yi Xingqian, who was following the Panhu cultivators, suddenly stopped and looked back at the Aeon Immortal Mountain. He clenched his fists and said, Patriarch, wait for my return. Woof woof. The husk-like Panhu barked twice, then rubbed its head against its owner's body. Seeing this, the Panhu cultivators almost wanted to beat up Yi Xingqian. After all, this was the next successor, carefully selected by their race. How could he sign a natal contract with a human trash? Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and Su Xiaoma also stopped and looked back at the Aeon Immortal Mountain. They didn't know what kind of hardships they would face after leaving the sect, but they had already made up their minds. To become stronger, to become stronger. Patriarch, fellow sect members, wait for our return. 2 years really wasn't too long. He could only wait and see what changes would happen when the core disciples returned. Disciple, after sending off his friends, Genren Tonggu said meaningfully, the upper realm is far more complicated than you think. The path of developing the sect is destined to be long. Jun Changshao clenched his fists and said, Teacher, I want to become stronger. Seeing the absolute desire for power in his eyes, Genren Tonggu said seriously, Then follow me to the extreme cavern for 2 years of hellish training. Okay. On the same day, Jun Changshao handed over the sect's affairs to Rosa Flowers and left the Aeon Immortal Mountain without hesitation. In the beginning, Goxing only used the name of Genren Tonggu's disciple to intimidate others. Now that he left with Genren Tonggu and went through the hellish training, they were truly master and disciple. Husband. On the Dragon Head Peak, Rosa Flowers looked at the disappearing figure and thought, I will take care of the sect and wait for your return in 2 years. Chapter 1402. The core disciples and contracted beasts went to various clans to train, and the patriarch was also taken away by Genren Tonggu. The sect of all times entered a relatively peaceful phase. Fortunately, before Jun Changshao left, he had already set up a pill business and opened up more medicinal fields. Rows of flowers, and the rest could operate normally. The planting of medicinal herbs and the sale of pills continued, and the disciples worked even harder in their cultivation. 2 years was a short time for ordinary people, not to mention martial artists who could easily live for thousands of years. Therefore, in these 700 days, the extent to which the sect of all times could develop with the support of the industry was also something to look forward to. At the same time, the news of various clans gathering at Phoenix Perch Immortal Mountain and surrounding the sect of all times began to spread through the entire upper realm, causing a huge commotion. Genren Tonggu, Masato Kitano, and the other powerhouses all appeared, gathering the powerful aura between heaven and earth. Even now, thinking about it is still shocking. Brother, what exactly happened to alarm so many reclusive big shots? I'm not sure about the details. I only know that someone stole the beast eggs of various clans, and then they all came looking for him. What happened after that? They didn't fight. It should have been settled peacefully. The people from the Realm Hall came too. I heard that the 4 Dragon Kings almost fought back then. Various martial artists frantically tried to find out what happened before, but due to the limited sources of information, they could not accurately understand the situation. The main reason was that the various clans and reclusive big shots were present at that time, and the martial artists who were watching the show could only watch from afar. They were even worried that the fight would affect them, so they had no idea about the details at all. However, a piece of shocking news spread. The patriarch of the sect of all times, who had just ascended for a few months, was actually Genren Tonggu's direct disciple. That's awesome. For a moment, all the martial artists, especially the young elites, were envious and jealous. After all, Senior Tonggu was too powerful in the upper realm. Everyone did not know much about what happened at the ancient Immortal Mountain, but they all remembered that the newly ascended sect was not a pushover, but had a strong background. Oh, that's right. Not long after Jun Changshao left, Spirit Micro True Sect sent over 200 million profound stones. This was also not a small amount of resources. After discussing with Yuan Gongzi and the others, Rosa Flowers decided to invest all of it in medicinal herbs. Every large-scale clan had their own territory. For example, the Dragon Clan resided in an independent space known as the Dragon Domain. This region was more like a small world. It was attached to the upper realm system, but it had a separate entrance and exit. It was almost impossible for humans to break in. The territories where the Thunder Chestnut race and the Ice Phoenix race lived were called the Thunder Chestnut Domain and the Ice Phoenix Domain. Because it was created by the different races, each domain gathered the attributes of heaven and earth that were beneficial to them, and it was suitable for the cultivation and growth of the same race. ZZZ. ZZZ. When Li Qingyang was brought into the Thunder Caltrip region, he felt as if he was in a thundercloud. Dense electric arcs flowed everywhere he looked. There were also other heaven and earth elements here, but the lightning element was the main element, and its purity was much higher than in the outside world. Li Qingyang's blood and physique were ignited. The thunder caltrop beast, who had established a life contract with him, felt the stronger lightning element environment, and its eyes flickered with excitement. "Kid, a powerhouse from the thunder caltrop race, said coldly, 'Can you withstand it?'" This independent space not only contained the lightning element, but also powerful demonic qi. Ordinary human martial artists would easily have their minds corroded when they entered. Li Qingyang said, "Yes." Demonic qi was poisonous to him, but it was a great tonic to the contracted beast. The two had established a life contract, so naturally they would not be corroded and would even benefit from it. "Let's go." The Thunder Caltrop Race powerhouse said lightly, "There are stronger attributes inside." From the beginning to the end, his words were cold. Obviously, he did not like this human. "There are stronger ones?" Li Qingyang's eyes lit up. The lightning element here had already made his blood boil. If there were stronger ones, it would be too blissful. ZZZ, ZZZ. As he followed the other party, the lightning element around him became stronger, and his blood boiled. Comfortable, too comfortable. Li Qingyang was not happy for too long. As they approached the city where the Thunder Caltrop race had lived for generations, the lightning element became more and more intense. His whole body began to feel tearing pain. A pained look appeared in the little lightning rhombus beast's eyes. Clearly, its innate effect had been triggered. Seeing this, the powerhouse leading the way hurriedly grabbed Li Qingyang and took him to the outside. The tearing feeling gradually dissipated when they left the stronger layer. "Kid, you're too weak to withstand the stronger lightning element. Stay at the outer layer from now on." A touch of bitterness appeared on Li Qingyang's face. He thought that he could adapt well to the stronger lightning element environment, but he could not withstand it before even reaching the city. In fact, he had not yet entered the void-piercing realm, and it was already good that he had made it this far. If it were a martial artist from the upper world, he would have burped under the dual effects of the lightning element and demonic qi. The little Thunder Caltrop beast walked over and rubbed against its master to comfort him. "Sorry." Li Qingyang patted its little head and said, "I've dragged you down." The little Thunder Caltrop beast was not afraid of the lightning element here, but because it had signed a life contract, it had to experience the pain its master suffered. Because the closer they were to the city, the stronger the lightning element was. Li Qingyang could not adapt with his strength, so he could only temporarily stay at the outer layer and set up a tent. "It's only 2 years. When the time is up, we'll get rid of him immediately." The Thunder Caltrop tribe did not welcome humans, but since they had an agreement with Jinren Tonggu, they brought him in and left him alone, allowing him to develop as he wished. However, after a period of training, Li Qingyang showed great perseverance, which greatly surprised them. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the thunderstorm area closest to the city, a figure stood there, surrounded by lightning and arcs. "I can still hold on. I can still hold on." Li Qingyang's face gradually became ferocious, and his meridians and blood were refined by the pure lightning element again and again. Plop! A few hours later, he returned to the temporary tent and lay down like a pile of mud. The little Thunder Caltrop beast also experienced the same torture as its master, and leaned against the side, so all over. 1 day, 10 days, 1 month. Under the camera, Li Qingyang fell down again and again, and stood up again and again. The tent kept moving forward, and they were getting closer and closer to the city. Tisk, tisk. The Thunder Caltrop race expert said in surprise, "This human is not bad." Huff, huff. On the 50th day after arriving here, Li Qingyang finally managed to step into the lower void shattering stage from the great circle of the martial saint realm by relying on his great willpower and continuous tempering. The little Thunder chestnut beast that had signed a life contract with him had also been completely refined. Was it fast? In Yi Xingqian's eyes, it was not fast at all, because this guy had only cultivated for 20 to 30 days in the Panhu region and reached the lower void-piercing realm. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. On the day of the breakthrough, Anyo covered his face and laughed. The lower void-piercing realm was equivalent to the martial emperor realm in the Starfall continent, which meant that he had recovered to the peak level of his previous life. Li Qingyang pursued stability, so he focused on stability when cultivating in the Thunder Caltrip region. Yi Xingqian was different, and he started to cultivate to the extreme in the Panhu region, and he would not stop until he was exhausted. Lunatic. A lunatic who doesn't care about his life. That was the Panhu race expert's comment on Anyo. The contract beast would be the next to suffer, and it would be lying on the ground like its master every day. In the beginning, the little fellow's heart was broken. However, after overloading his cultivation, he gradually accepted it and even felt pain and joy at the same time. Continue. Reaching the lower void-piercing realm was not enough to satisfy Yi Xingqian. He wanted to reach the middle, upper, and then Empress Lingyao's level. Compared to Anyo's reckless cultivation, Li Qingyang's tempering step by step was simply too steady. Of course, stability had its benefits, at least it could be sustained. Unlike Yi Xingqian, who had to rest for a long time every time he pushed himself to the limit. Inside the Xian turtle region, Xiao Ziji was half naked, and he was carrying a huge rock on his back as he struggled to move forward. The rock was not big, but it was heavier than a mountain. The Xian turtle race was a defense-oriented race, and the region they lived in had a natural gravity system. Even a small rock under their feet would weigh 1,000 pounds. Little guy, a white-haired old man in human form, said, "If you are so tired from carrying a 5th-grade rock, don't even think about carrying a 1st-grade rock for the next 2 years." Xiao Ziji did not say anything, and he continued to move forward. The old man shook his head, then turned and left. When he arrived the next day, he found that the little guy had fallen asleep with a 5th-grade rock on his back, so he said in surprise, "It's incredible that a human's physical strength can last for so long." More than a month after coming to the Xian turtle region, Xiao Ziji entered the lower void-piercing realm, and the 5th-grade rock on his back was replaced by a 4th-grade rock. The stronger weight and gravity disturbed his whole body, and every inch of his muscles was stimulated and strengthened. Shwa! Shwa! In the dense and complicated jungle, Su Xiaoma was running at top speed, and his forehead was already dripping with sweat. He did not know how long he had run, but his legs seemed to be filled with lead, and he finally stopped panting. "Kid!" Suddenly a figure landed on a tree and said, "You hid for a long time this time." Su Xiaoma was paralyzed on the ground and said weakly, Don't worry, wait a while. I will make sure you can't catch up." Shameless boasting. The elite of the divine walker race sneered. 2 months later, in the same complicated environment, at the same place, Su Xiaoma, who had broken through to the void-piercing realm, shuttled through the grass with extremely fancy steps. Although he was caught in the end, the time it took to catch him had increased from the initial 15 minutes to 2 hours. TSK. The elite of the divine walker race in charge of training him said in surprise, "You have some ability, human. Have you heard? The human woman who signed a life contract with our future successor has been approved by the patriarch to enter the cold pool to train. No way? She can take it? I heard from the elders that she has been in there for 2 days. Our ice phoenix race has to temper in the small cold pool for at least a few decades before we can go to the cold pool. She, a human who has been here for less than 2 months, went in. This speed is too exaggerated. The patriarch has a very high opinion of that woman, and even took the initiative to summon her. Outside, in a place with mountains and forests, surrounded by clouds and mist. Ah! A scream suddenly pierced through the sky, breaking the original peace. What are you howling for? Ouch, ouch, ouch! On the flat ground outside the extreme cave abode, Jun Changshao grimaced as he sat in a wooden basin. There was a viscous medicinal liquid in the basin, and when it came into contact with his skin and flesh, he immediately felt a bone-piercing pain. If you can't even bear this little pain, how can you accept the devil's training? Jinren Tonggu rolled his eyes at him. Master, Jun Changshao broke down and said, this medicinal bath of yours not only stimulates my muscles and meridians, but also my soul. I feel like I'm about to ascend to heaven. Don't talk nonsense, Jinren Tonggu said. Soak in it for a month first. Ah. Jun Changshao directly leaned the back of his head against the medicinal basin, and a ferocious expression appeared on his face. This so-called marrow and bone cleansing medicinal bath was condensed by Jinren Tonggu after spending 1,000 years collecting hundreds of heavenly and earthly treasures. The effect was not only to temper the body and meridians, but also to greatly enhance the strength of the soul. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others mostly received a single type of training, while Go Sheng received an all-round training. The taste was definitely not good. The most devastated thing was, core disciples at least had contracted beasts that could share the master's pain. Jun Changshao relied on his own willpower to endure. During this period, he could not rest and had to soak in it for a month. Master, I want to relieve myself. In the basin. Master, I want to take a dump. In the big basin. Under the supervision of the strict master, Jun Changshao forcibly soaked in the marrow and bone, cleansing medicinal bath for an entire month. When he walked out, his skin was smooth and tender, as white as jade. Damn, Go Sheng said in surprise. The change is so big. The system said, not only that, the host's blood, meridians, muscles, and even soul have been greatly improved. Is that so? Jun Changshao hurriedly closed his eyes and looked inside his body. Indeed, compared to a month ago, there was an earth-shattering change. He then exclaimed, Master is indeed the top boss in the upper realm. Even a medicinal bath made by him is so awesome. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, Rebirth. The reward is 300,000 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points, 900000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, Rebirth. The hidden reward has been triggered. The reward is Experience Talisman, X5. It's here. The 4-word hidden mission. Jun Changshao was stunned when he heard the notification. Then he squatted on the ground and laughed. Li Qingyang and the others were already used to this kind of situation. Jinren Tonggu, who was sitting next to him and studying the chess pieces, was surprised. Why is he laughing like a fool? Master, Jun Changshao stood up and said, when will the devil training begin? I can't wait. Right now. Jinren Tonggu picked up a willow branch and suddenly attacked with a cold gaze. Swoosh! Swoosh! In an instant, a dense stream of light came over in a crisscrossing pattern. Jun Changshao's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly tried to dodge, but it was too late. He was whipped until he screamed and barked like a dog. Smack, 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 smack. After a simple and unadorned attack, Go Sheng lay on the ground covered in cuts and bruises. White foam came out of his mouth. What kind of devil training is this? Over the next month, Jun Changshao began to be personally trained by Jinren Tonggu. He was whipped on the ground again and again. It was called training his sensitivity and reaction. 2 years later, Jun Changshao walked out of the extreme cave. Due to the rebirth, his skin was very white and delicate, but there was a sense of vicissitudes in his eyes. Master, Jun Changshao said, I'm leaving. Scram, scram, scram. Jinren Tonggu said angrily, Don't let me see you. He brought this guy to undergo cruel devil training, hoping that he could break through from the first transformation to the 3rd or 5th transformation. In the end, after 2 whole years, he did not even reach the 2nd transformation. It was a huge blow to his self-esteem. He even suspected that he was not suitable to teach disciples. No, Jinren Tonggu was very professional in training. Even ordinary people without talent could be nurtured into talents. Jun Changshao did not improve because he was suppressed by the epic mission. In fact, not long after the bone marrow cleansing medicinal bath, the epic mission came, and the content was to wait for the disciples to return in 2 years. To be exact, the completion condition of this mission was to wait for Li Qingyang and the rest to return to the sect. It was simple, but it was time-consuming. He wanted the sect to become an immortal-level sect within 100 years, but in the end, there was an epic mission with a 2-year time limit. Wasn't this King cheating him? Sigh. Jun Changshao was helpless. However, he could not do nothing. Hence, he continued to cultivate with Jinren Tonggu. Although his cultivation level remained the same, his understanding of martial arts had changed drastically. Swoosh! He put on a black robe and put on a pair of sunglasses. Jun Changshao walked out of the extreme cavern abode and said proudly, "I'm no longer who I used to be." Sizzle, sizzle. In the thunder pool of the thunder rhombus race, Li Qingyang, who seemed to have been asleep for a long time, slowly opened his eyes and said, "It's been 2 years." At the whirlpool connecting the Panhu region and the outside world, Yi Xingqian walked out, and the small Panhu beast behind him had changed from a husky to a large husky. Su Xiaoma and Xiao Ziji also left the independent space at the same time. As they had been using the hidden cultivation technique, it was hard to see how strong they were. However, the 2 years of training had made them mature. Pucci. In the whirlpool outside the Ice Phoenix region, the Ice Phoenix flapped its wings and flew out with Lu Qianqian on its back. This woman's temperament was colder than before, and she was also more pure. Patriarch. Everyone looked in the direction of the ancient immortal mountain and said with determination, "We're back!" P.S. 4,900+ chapters. Chapter 1403. 2 years really passed by quickly, and a chapter had passed. However, Jun Changshao's first transition realm did not increase due to the suppression of the epic mission. It was a little troublesome. Martial arts could be measured by strength, but knowledge and experience were difficult to express. Therefore, although Gosheng did not increase his realm, he did not waste his time with old man Tonggu. In particular, Masato Kitano and the other big shots would occasionally drop by. He was in charge of pouring tea and water at the side, and benefited a lot from their influence. You might not believe it, but I'm just a newbie account that just entered the revolving core realm. And yet, I'm always following behind a group of peak reality-seeking experts and listening to them talk about the world. What style? This is it. That's why when I left the extreme cave abode, I did not recognize anyone. Jinren Tonggu and I are master and disciple. I played chess with Masato Kitano, and I discussed the Tao with the 7 sages of Ethereal Hall. Who in the upper realms revolving core realm is more awesome than me? There really isn't anyone. Not to mention ordinary martial artists, even the top sects would not be able to meet a reclusive big shot of this level. Right now, Jun Changshao was a veteran of the Jianghu who had experience, knowledge, and connections. Most importantly, he had learned Jinren Tonggu and Masato Kitano's martial arts. Although his realm did not increase, he already had a lot of skills. 2 years ago, he was humiliated by the big clans, and his family was almost destroyed. 2 years later, he returned after enduring hardships and learning martial arts. He was hailed as the strongest mercenary, and his code name was Gosheng. When he returned to Huaru this time, he would beat up the rich second generation and kick the Gu clan. Those who followed his lead would prosper, and those who opposed him would perish. The system roared, "This is a fantasy world, not a city." Tonggu. Masato Kitano, who was standing in front of the extreme cave abode, said, "Your disciple's comprehension is extremely high, and I've never seen anyone like him before. I'm really looking forward to what he can achieve in the future." Huff! He blew out a smoke ring. The electronic cigar in his hand had been exchanged with a profound martial art. At first, Jun Changshao insisted on giving it to him for free. He even said that Shizuan's friend was his elder, so he had to accept it. In any case, Masato Kitano was a big shot with a reputation. How could he have the nerve to ask for something from a junior? Therefore, he used a martial skill called Great Strength Bone Breaking Hand in exchange. When Jun Changshao saw this, he gave her things every now and then. As a result, Jun Changshao obtained a lot of martial arts, and all of them were unique secret manuals. The 7 sages of Ethereal Hall were not spared either. These people did not like to play chess. They liked to recite poems, and especially liked to taste wine. Go Shang gave them the right medicine. 300 poems of the Tang dynasty were used one after another. It was definitely enough to make them drunk until they were swaying left and right. One after another, he gifted them a lot of martial arts. After a rough estimation, Jun Changshao had obtained no less than 10 types of martial arts from them. There were movement techniques, fist techniques, palm techniques, and sword techniques. Here came the problem. With so many profound martial arts, would he be able to master them in 2 years? He did. He comprehended all of them to the point of perfection. Jun Changshao's comprehension was undeniable, especially after refreshing the store 2 years ago. He obtained the talisman of insight that was suitable for the upper realm. As long as it was not a store martial art, he would definitely understand and master it instantly. It was because of this that Masato Kitano gave him such a high evaluation. It's such a pity that I didn't witness the big event that happened at Phoenix Perch Mountain 2 years ago. Yeah, so many big shots gathered in the sky above the sect of all times. The scene must have been magnificent. If ordinary martial artists like us could have been there, we wouldn't have any regrets, even if we died. In the dining hall of an inn in a city, a few martial artists were drinking while discussing what happened 2 years ago. It was obvious that even though it had been a long time, the world had not forgotten. Let's not talk about old things. Let's talk about the sect competition that's going to be held in Majestic City in half a year. What's there to talk about? The champion will definitely be the 4 sects with the word truth in it. The sect competition that's held every few years has always been attended by the Xian sections. It's strange that 4 sects with the word truth have been attracted to participate this time. I heard that the champion's reward is very generous. Oh, what are the rewards? I'm not sure about the details. I only heard that there's a blood sun flame cloud rock that weighs 1,000 caddies. The martial artists in the dining hall widened their eyes. The blood sun flame cloud rock was an extremely high-level treasure of heaven and earth in the upper realm. It could be used to forge weapons, treasures, and equipment. In terms of quality, it was definitely at the top of the truth level. No wonder the 4 sects with the word truth are participating. Just the 1,000 caddies of heaven and earth alone is enough to make people drool. I heard that many small sects have given up on the competition. If the sects with the word truth are participating, the sects with the name truth will definitely become cannon fodder. Giving up on the competition is a wise choice. Just as everyone was discussing fervently, the black-robed man who was drinking alone in the corner got up and went to the counter to pay the bill. He then left the inn without looking back. That was right. He was Jun Changshao, codenamed Gosheng. He did not take the green train or plane back to the sect. Instead, he chose to travel on foot, wanting to experience the local customs of the various cities in the upper realm. Because the hidden cultivation technique concealed one's strength and aura, he was completely ignored while drinking in the dining hall. Majestic City, Sect Grand Competition. Jun Changshao touched his chin and said, "Interesting." Swoosh! Walking out of the city, with a light tap of his foot, he instantly flew out. His speed was so fast that the passers-by were shocked and widened their eyes. That guy's aura is only at the first transformation. Why is his flying speed so fast? Everywhere he passes, there are afterimages. Could it be Ling Xiao's unique movement technique? Ling Xiao's Ling Xiao afterimage technique? Roar! In the endless wilderness, Several demonic beasts comparable to the first transformation rushed over with earth-shattering footsteps. Yi Xingqian slowly raised his head and said arrogantly, "Trash!" As soon as he said that, the demonic beasts that were rushing over were horrified. This was because the aura around him and his eyes were even scarier than theirs. Was he a human or one of their kind? They could not afford to offend him. The demonic beasts quickly made the decision to escape. However, just as they turned around, they saw a husky that was a few feet tall blocking their way. Their dazed eyes gradually turned sharp. Oh God! It was a Panhu beast. Swoosh! At this moment, Yi Xingqian rushed over with a strong aura of hostility. Boom, 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 boom. There were no fancy moves, only simple and unadorned. When Yi Xingqian stood in front of his contracted beasts, the 4 demonic beasts behind him had huge holes in their heads and chests. Their dim eyes were still filled with the fear of death. The Panhu beast licked the blood on its master's fist clean with its tongue and looked at the corpses with a burning gaze. "Go," Yi Xingqian said. "Have a good meal." Woof, woof, woof. The Panhu beast barked a few times and was about to rush over, but Anyo grabbed its ear and roared, "How many times have I told you? Stop barking like a dog!" Meow, meow. Yi Xingqian almost fell to the ground. Although the Panhu beast was not yet an adult, its appetite was very big. The few huge demonic beasts were eaten in a short while and only bones were left. "Let's go," Yi Xingqian said lightly. After he and his contracted beasts left, more than 10 martial artists in uniform were still in shock. "Senior brother, this guy is too fierce. He killed 4 demonic beasts in an instant." The elders were right. There is always someone better in the upper realm. A young man who looks like he is in his 20s or 30s has such terrifying strength. If this person participates in the upcoming sect competition, I'm afraid it will be difficult for our severing emotions true sect to deal with him. Walking alone in the mountains, he should be a rogue cultivator. He is not qualified to participate in the sect competition. What's more, senior brother has successfully severed the 3 emotions. His strength has greatly increased. He may not be weaker than him. While they were discussing, Jun Changshao, who was on his way back to the sect, said to himself, the upcoming sect grand competition should only allow disciples to participate. It just so happens that Qingyang, Xingchen, and the others have just returned from their training. I can take them to test their strength. Chapter 1404. Sect of All Times. A large number of cultivators dressed as peddlers walked to the foot of the mountain and handed over all kinds of medicinal herb seeds to the disciples in charge of receiving them. After receiving the corresponding amount of money, they left. At the beginning of every month, this scene would happen, and it had already become a habit. The disciples who obtained all kinds of medicinal herbs returned to the sect and first reported to the higher-ups, then sent them to the medical hall for Sun Bukong to sort out and distribute the batch and quantity. In the past 2 years, the sect of All Times' medicinal herb fields had grown to a large scale, forming a virtuous cycle in terms of planting and refining. The business of the pill store in Linyuan City was booming day by day, bringing in 20 to 30 million in profit every month. In fact, it could be even bigger, but Feng Gui Qin was the only one refining pills. Although the amount of medicinal herbs planted every month was large, very little was used for refining pills, and the rest could only be stored. Because of the support of the industry and the fixed amount of magnetite received at fixed times, the realm of the disciples of the sect of All Times improved significantly. After 2 years of development, they had already reached the level of Wu Shang, Ding Xingwang, Gong Sun Haohai, and the other higher-ups had also stepped into the lower void-piercing realm. Of course, the overall improvement was due to the environment. However, as one's realm increased, one's cultivation would also become more difficult. To reach the level of Wu Shang, one would either need a large amount of time or a large amount of resources. In the past 2 years, the fastest improvement in the sect of All Times was the Array Hall, because of the teachings of the Taishan elder. Speaking of this person, it had to be mentioned that Ling Wei Tru's sect had previously given him the key along with the resources, so he had already escaped from the cage and regained his freedom. However, every time he taught Shangguan Xinyao, he would have a splitting headache. Of course, the Taishan elder had also benefited a lot in the past 2 years in the sect. Because of the many ideas provided by the array-breaking chapter, he had a deep understanding of arrays. He was especially infatuated with Lu Wancher's cooking. Every time he was busy for a while, he would come to the cafeteria and say, "Girl, quickly make me a bowl of braised lion's head." In the past, he was very reluctant to take the blame for Gosheng's troubles. Now that he was given another chance, he would definitely take the blame again. The sect of all times' culture was that new disciples had to play soccer. It was the rule of the sect of all times that the big shots who had joined the sect would definitely be fragrant. The busiest person in the past 2 years was Rosa Flowers, because before Jun Changshao left, he handed over all the affairs of the sect to her. So she had to do everything perfectly. Fortunately, the atmosphere in the sect was very good, and it was not particularly troublesome to manage. 2 years. Sitting in the study, Rosa Flowers looked through the list of medicinal materials that had just been reported. She rubbed her temples, looked out of the window, and murmured, "My husband should be back soon." "Mistress." Right at this moment, Li Fei ran over and said joyfully, "Second senior brother is back." Rosa Flowers subconsciously heard that the patriarch had returned. She was overjoyed, but when she came back to her senses, she could not hide her disappointment. Sect of all times, martial arts arena. Li Qingyang stopped and looked up at the main hall with the plaque, "Unyielding Iron Bones." He cupped his hands and said excitedly, "Patriarch, this disciple is back." The thunder chestnut beast, which was already taller than him, was crouched behind him. Thunder and lightning gathered around its body, making it look extraordinarily mighty. Perhaps it was because he had been in a hurry, but Li Qingyang gave off a rather tired feeling. However, his sharp eyes seemed to emit the power of thunder and lightning. The disciples who had rushed over from various peaks saw this and were all secretly amazed. Second senior brother must have undergone earth-shattering changes in the past 2 years. Senior brother. Long Ziang walked over and said, "After you left with the Thunder Chestnut tribe, the patriarch also went to cultivate with senior Tong Gu." "I see." Li Qingyang said, "No wonder when I came up the mountain, I felt that the sect lacked a certain atmosphere." He could not say what atmosphere was lacking, but the readers knew that the sect of all times without Jun Changshao lacked a sense of grandeur. Eldest senior sister is back. Suddenly, a disciple shouted at the top of his lungs. Before the crowd could turn around, they felt an extremely strong, cold current pressing down on them. The originally spring-like environment suddenly turned into the cold winter of the 12th lunar month. "Yan! Yan!" The disciple sneezed and shivered. "Puchi! Puchi!" An ice phoenix, flickering under the sunlight, flew over and then flapped its wings to hover above the arena. Swoosh! Lu Qianshan floated down and said, "Patriarch is not here." Clearly, she had also noticed that the sect lacked a certain grandeur. Li Qingyang had changed quite a bit. He looked more mature and steady than before. Lu Qianshan's appearance had not changed much. It was as if time had not left any traces on her face. As for her cold temperament, it was even more intense than before. If it were any other sect, they would definitely feel uncomfortable and even catch a cold the next day. However, when the eldest senior sister returned, not only did the sect of all times disciples feel comfortable, but their spirits also became clear. After all, they had already gotten used to it. Ha ha ha. At this moment, loud laughter came from the foot of the mountain. "I am here." From the voice, it was definitely Su Xiaomo. This guy did not take the usual path. He jumped up from the cliff at the side of the mountain gate and then landed on the arena with one hand on the ground and his feet spread apart. "Senior brother Su." Li Fei happily rushed over, but in the end he was sent flying with a kick. He then looked at Xia Shuiyun affectionately in the distance and said, "Darling, say it out loud. Did you miss me?" After returning from 2 years of training, he immediately showed off his affection. This was really like Gosheng. Xia Shuiyun hurriedly turned around with a red face and complained in her heart, "There are so many people here. Isn't he embarrassed?" At the foot of the mountain, Yi Xingqian, who had been training along the way, walked over. Coincidentally, Xiao Ziji also arrived from another direction. The two of them were separated by dozens of feet. They looked at each other and smiled. "Junior brother Yi is here. Junior brother Xiao is here." As the two of them ascended the sect, the core disciples who had been taken away by the various clans all returned. Other than Lu Qianqian, who was as cold as ever, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others had changed a lot. Although they habitually suppressed their cultivation with the hidden cultivation technique, it could be seen from their temperament and eyes that their strength had definitely improved greatly. Moreover, all their contracted beasts had followed. The law of true fragrance was not limited to the sect of all times. It actually extended to the outside world. The most typical example was the various large clans. At first, they were very resistant to the sect of all times disciples who signed contracts with their clansmen. However, after seeing the latter's efforts and growth, they approved of it. To put it bluntly, Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji's strength had increased, and their contracted beasts had also benefited greatly. Their realms were always the same as their masters. If they were allowed to cultivate in their own clan's territory, their speed would definitely not be so fast. Therefore, after careful discussion, the various clans' upper echelons decided to let the two sides continue to cultivate together. When did the patriarch return? Senior Tong, Gu, said that he had to undergo 2 years of devilish training. It's long past the time now. Without Jun Changxiao's sect of all times, it was equivalent to lacking a soul. Who? A few days later, a vast aura pressed down from the sky, causing the disciples to raise their heads in shock. In the main hall of the sect, Jun Changxiao gracefully and nimbly landed on the ground. Then he assumed the posture of shooting an eagle with a bow. Then he proudly sang, "Vaguely, I seem to have seen you in my dreams." Puff, puff, puff. Chapter 1405. When Jun Changxiao returned, his iron-blood loyal heart made the disciples spit out blood on the spot. It could be seen that his skills were still strong after 2 years, making people fear him. After Gosheng returned, the missing sand sculpture Qi gradually gathered. The entire sect was suddenly filled with a complete soul. "Do." Jun Chang said loudly, "Quickly prepare the banquet." He and the core disciples had returned after cultivating for 2 years, so they definitely needed to celebrate. Yes. Lu Wanshi immediately mobilized people to prepare for the banquet. "You too." Yi Xingqian looked at Su Xiaoma and Li Fei and said coldly, "You're not allowed to run at night." The banquet was bound to drink alcohol. Anyo had absolute confidence in this aspect. He could guarantee that his 2 senior brothers would fall under the table. It's over. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei's faces were filled with despair. In the past, every time there was a banquet, the 2 of them would take the initiative to persuade Yi Xingqian to drink. Now, they were traumatized by his drinking. Night came, 1 black, 2 black, and the others came one after another. Before the banquet began, Jun Changxiao announced in front of everyone, "The disciples who went out to train for 2 years will follow me to Majestic City tomorrow to participate in the upcoming sect-wide competition." Celebrating was one thing. He couldn't forget about the proper business. Are we going to participate in the sect-wide competition again? Yi Xingqian placed 2 jars of drunken life on the table and smiled. After cultivating for 2 years, his strength had greatly increased. It was just right for him to meet the top geniuses of the various sects and measure the gap between him and them. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji's eyes were also filled with fighting spirit. If one didn't return home, it would be like walking in the night. Participating in the sect-wide competition could prove the results of their 2 years of cultivation. The banquet continued until late at night. As expected, Su Xiaoma and Li Fei fell to the ground. They each hugged an empty wine jar and said, I don't want to drink anymore. I can't, trash. Yi Xingqian returned to his residence as if nothing had happened. At that moment, the title of Wine Sovereign was well deserved. On Dragon Head Peak, Jun Changshao stood in front of the courtyard. After a hard struggle, he said, "You've worked hard." He did a good job of being a hands-off manager, but the affairs of the sect were still managed by Rosa Flowers. Therefore, he came back today to thank her. Hey! Suddenly, Rosa Flowers, who was standing at the entrance of the courtyard in the distance, asked in confusion, "Who are you talking to?" It turned out that Jun Changshao was standing in front of his house. Just now he was talking to the air. Shua! Go Sheng hurriedly straightened his body and said, "I drank too much." Can I talk nonsense? People who didn't drink too much liked to say that they drank too much. Therefore, Jun Changshao was lying, and it was very unskillful. Rosa Flowers came over and rolled her eyes at him. Just now at the banquet, you ignored me. Now you have to wait until there's no one around to speak your mind? Jun Changshao began to pretend that he drank too much and staggered to the courtyard. Rosa Flowers followed in and said, "I helped you take care of the sect for 2 years. Even if I didn't make any contributions, I still worked hard. Don't tell me that I'm not worthy of your gratitude. Why do you have to hide so far away, afraid that I'll hear it?" Damn, she actually heard it. I didn't say anything. I don't remember anything. Jun Changshao pretended to be drunk. The system couldn't help but say, "I really want to beat him up. Is there anyone who wants to come with me?" Shua! Rosa Flowers quickly walked up and blocked the way. She stared at him and said, "How long are you going to hide?" "What am I hiding from? You clearly have me in your heart, but you deliberately avoid it every time. Even your words of thanks have to hide far away and secretly say them. Please, I really drank too much. Can you stop thinking too much?" Jun Changshao immediately screamed, because Flower Rose had fiercely bitten his arm. She hatefully said, "I've never seen a man like you." You, ding. Upper Realm Epic Mission 2 completed. Beginning calculation. Ding. Core Disciple has returned after 2 years of experience. His realm has greatly improved and he has met the requirements. Epic Mission 2 completed. Completion rate 200%. Host has received 1 million contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points 1800000. Jun Changshao, who was still ferocious, suddenly smiled. Epic Mission 2 actually gave him 1 million contribution points. It was so good that he didn't feel any pain. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing Epic Mission 2 of the Upper Realm. You have received the right to purchase high-ranked Spacetime Arcane Realm X1, high-ranked Empyrean Arcane Realm X1, Super Arcane Realm X1, Sect Function Upgrade X1. Ha ha ha. Jun Changshao couldn't control his emotions and laughed out loud. Rosa Flowers was stunned. Did she bite him until he became stupid? Come. At this moment, Jun Changshao stretched out his other arm and said, "Bite me!" She had never heard of such a strange request before. Thus, Rosa Flowers opened her mouth and bit down without hesitation. However, her strength was obviously much weaker than before. Huff, huff! Huff, huff, huff! Suddenly, a majestic aura of advancement appeared around Jun Changshao and instantly enveloped the entire sect of all times. The disciples who were originally in a drunken state were shocked. The Patriarch is going to advance. It's always so sudden. Ding. Host has successfully broken through to the second transformation core realm. Ding. Host has successfully broken through to the third transformation core realm. After completing the epic mission, the suppression of the 2-year bottleneck was lifted. Jun Changshao finally succeeded in advancing. He had successfully jumped to the third transformation core realm. Huff huff. At the same time, the true energy in his eukaryote was circulating crazily. After repeated transformations, it became even purer. The explosive energy immediately surged into his meridians, causing Jun Changshao to raise his head and roar. Rose of Flowers was blown away by the shockwave. She looked at him in shock and thought, "How did you break through?" "Come." Jun Changshao stretched out his 2 arms and said, "Bite me however you want." After advancing 2 levels in a row, he was in a great mood. Rose of Flowers glared at him and then turned to leave. It was impossible to bite him again, because biting him would only hurt his heart. Swish! Jun Changshao suddenly grabbed her hand and pulled her back. As if possessed by a domineering CEO, he said, "Thank you." "What are you thanking me for?" "Thank you for helping me manage the sect these 2 years." Jun Changshao said very seriously. There was no hint of a joke. Rose of Flowers turned around and said bitterly, "Did you only dare to say it face to face after I came here?" "I wanted to say it just now. I only rehearsed it once, and you found out," Jun Changshao said helplessly. In fact, Rose of Flowers misunderstood. Go Shan was talking to himself in front of the courtyard, not because he did not dare to say it in front of her, but because he wanted to rehearse it first. In the end, he was awkwardly discovered in advance. "Do you have anything else to say?" "Nothing." You, Rose of Flowers, left in a huff. After walking out of the courtyard, a smile appeared on her face. In the bamboo forest, after forcing the alcohol out of his body, Su Xiaomao stopped and looked at Xia Shuiyin affectionately. He said seriously, "I swear I've been thinking about you for the past 2 years. I've been thinking about you when I eat, when I sleep, and when I dream about you. If you don't believe me, put your hand on my chest. My heartbeat is all about you." Chapter 1406. Sher had completed the mission and obtained 1,000,000 contribution points. His realm had also risen by 2 levels. After returning to his room, Jun Changshao almost burst into song on the spot to release his excitement. The system said the reason why the host can continuously rise in strength might be because the core disciples who returned have greatly increased their strength. It should be. The next day, Jun Changshao called them over to ask about the results of their cultivation. The answer he got was that they had all broken through to the first transformation core realm. Is it that exaggerated? Go Sheng was stunned. Weren't these disciples the same level as him yesterday? It's okay. Jun Changshao secretly said, "The epic mission allowed me to rise by 2 levels and pull away from them. Otherwise, what would I do in the future?" Go Sheng was naturally very happy that his disciple could quickly break through in 2 years. However, as the sect master, if his strength was not as good as his disciples, he would definitely lose face. Fortunately, Li Qingyang and the others had relied on their willpower and the various hardships they had gone through to improve their cultivation. Jun Changshao had immediately used a super hardcore cheat to prevent the situation of his disciples being at the same cultivation level as their sect master. If I bring them to participate in the sect competition, wouldn't they be able to kill everyone in seconds? A first revolution revolving core cultivator was considered a cornerstone even in a profound level sect. Although a truth level sect was stronger, their disciples might not be at this level. If they sent Li Qingyang and the others over, they should be able to easily crush them. Originally, they had planned to set off today, but Jun Changshao delayed it by a day. Because the mission reward was a lot of purchasing rights, he needed to settle down before leaving. Swish! Opening the purchased items column, it showed the high-grade space-time secret realm, high-grade ninth heaven secret realm, and creation room super. What the F***CK super? Jun Changshao shook his head and looked at the price one by one. The expression on his face gradually stiffened because any one of them required 500,000 contribution points. Buying 3 items, the contribution points rewarded are not enough, and you still have to pay 500,000 contribution points. Although it's a bit expensive, the system said, but buying these martial arts facilities will definitely bring earth-shaking changes to the sect. Nonsense. Jun Changshao roared. If I don't bring about a huge change after spending 5 million contribution points, wouldn't my contribution points be wasted? Although the 3 items were a little expensive, he still reluctantly spent 5 million to buy them. When he heard that he only had 300,000 contribution points left, he immediately clutched his chest and said, I'm poor again. The system continued, Your sect has also become stronger. Jun Changshao would only know if he could become stronger after a test. Therefore, he placed the 2 secret realms at the back of the mountain. In fact, just from the word high grade, he could roughly guess that it was nothing more than an upgraded version. In terms of functions and effects, it must be stronger. However, when Jun Changshao entered the space-time secret realm first, he tested it and found that the acceleration effect was still 100 times. What's the difference between this and middle grade? Host, please carefully sense the heaven and earth attributes inside. Oh, Jun Changshao calmed himself down and exclaimed, Damn, the heaven and earth attributes and laws here seem to be stronger than outside. It's at least 10 times stronger, the system said. Amazing. Jun Changshao was instantly overjoyed. The brand new high-grade space-time secret realm had a time acceleration of 100 times and 10 times the heaven and earth attributes of the outside world. The cultivation speed of disciples inside would definitely be very fast. The system said, if the host had such a secret realm when he just came up, the overall strength of the sect would probably have reached the level of a martial Grand Emperor. The middle-grade space-time secret realm could still be used. However, because it was incompatible with the attributes of the upper realm, the disciples would come in every once in a while. The purpose was not to cultivate, but to comprehend martial arts. Now, the high-grade space-time secret realm not only solved the compatibility problem, but also had rich heaven and earth attributes. It was definitely a holy land for cultivation. Of course, the brand new secret realm inherited the disadvantages of the middle-grade secret realm. One could only cultivate inside for 10 days, and the cool-down time was 1 month. It was okay. There was still the high-grade ninth heaven secret realm. The function of this secret realm was similar to the middle grade, but the ninth heaven inside gathered purer attributes. Patriarch Li Qingyang, who had cultivated in the thunder heaven, walked out and said in surprise, The thunder attributes gathered here are not inferior to the thunder pool of the thunder rhombus race. He was able to quickly advance to the first transformation core realm in such a short time because he entered the thunder pool with his life contract beast and went through more than 300 days of tempering. Now that the Sect's secret realm had a cultivation place that was not inferior to the thunder pool, he could enter and cultivate at any time in the future. It would be difficult for him not to improve his realm. The appearance of the 2 high-grade space-time secret realms meant that the sect of all times had stronger cultivation facilities. Of course, the effect could not be seen in the short term. It would take time to prove it. Patriarch. Inside a room the size of a football field, Xiao Ziji widened his eyes and said, This brand new molding room is too big. It should be able to accommodate 500 to 600 people. No. Jun Changshao said, You are in an independent space now. There are hundreds of similar ones that can easily accommodate 10,000 people. A molding room with 500,000 contribution points was super. Are you ready? I'm ready. Jun Changshao exited the room and activated the molding room with his spiritual thoughts. The timer was set for 8 hours. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly there was a rumbling sound from the inside, as well as screams of agony. 8 hours later, the door opened by itself, and Xiao Zue was brought out on a stretcher. His whole body was covered with cuts and bruises, and it was a tragic sight. As expected, Jun Changshao held his chin and said, "The effect is great." Uft! Xiao Ziji spat out white foam. The so-called super referred to the top-notch super. Therefore, the newly bought molding room's effect of tempering the body was terrifying. Even Xiao Ziji, who had carried a stone in the Black Turtle region, could not withstand it. The next day, Xiao Ziji, who was carried back to his residence by the disciples, walked out energetically. Every inch of his skin was much stronger than before. He was ecstatic and said, "It still feels the same, it still smells the same." They could only wait and see how big of a change the 3 new martial arts facilities would bring to the sect. After eating, Jun Changshao snapped his fingers and said, "Let's go!" Swish, swish. Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, Yi Xingqian, and Su Xiaoma left the ancient Immortal Mountain under the gazes of their fellow disciples. They took the first step to fight for the sect's honor in the new world. Are you confident in winning the championship? I am confident. There were still 5 months before the grand competition held in Majestic City. Because the disciples had all reached the first transformation core realm and could use the ability to fly, Jun Changshao was not in a hurry. Instead, he traveled through the mountains and forests to find demonic beasts to train with. 5 months later, Majestic City, which was bigger than Linyuan City, was filled with sects from all over the world. The main street was filled with cultivators wearing the same clothes. Swish, swish. Right at this moment, dozens of cultivators wearing high-class sect uniforms flew into the city on flying treasures. 9 Elements, true sect! Everyone exclaimed, and their eyes were filled with envy. As a larger city, Majestic City forbade cultivators from flying without permission. However, sects of the true grade and above weren't restricted. What F** king status? This was F** king status. Who? Just as everyone was envious of the 9 Elements true sect, a heavy aura came from outside the city, and the sky darkened. All the cultivators subconsciously looked up and saw a battleship slowly appearing in the sky above the city. The powerful aura it emitted was daunting. This is, seeing the 4 bold words engraved on the ship, everyone exclaimed in unison, "The archaic warship!" What is there to be surprised about? Jun Changshao, who was standing at the bow of the ship, shook his head helplessly. The system broke down. Taking out the ancient battleship outside the city and bringing the disciples in. Will this fellow die immediately if he doesn't act cool? P.S. Today is the start of the week and the last day of the double monthly votes. Begging for monthly votes.